Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 202, The Alley of Wonders. The stone archway they stopped before was unmarked, save for a small bronze plaque engraved with curling French script, Allée de Merveilles. Hermione tilted her head, trying to make sense of it. Alley of Marvelous, she guessed. Ira smiled faintly. Close. Allée de Merveilles, or in English Alley of Wonders. She stepped forward and tapped the bronze plaque twice with her wand. The air shimmered like heat over cobblestones, and the narrow gap between two Parisian buildings suddenly expanded, unfolding into a vast, sunlit thoroughfare that seemed to stretch much farther than the street outside could possibly allow. Hermione's mouth fell open. It's enormous. It's younger than Diagon Alley. Ira said, her voice carrying a quiet pride. Founded in the 1300s, before the Statute of Secrecy. Wizards and Muggles used to trade here together, back when our worlds still spoke to one another openly. They stepped inside, and Hermione instantly noticed how bright the place felt. Unlike Diagon Alley's narrow, shadowy charm, the Alley of Wonders was wide, paved with pale marble that shimmered faintly with embedded runes. A glass dome arched high overhead, enchanted to show a perfect blue sky even if it rained outside. The shop fronts were a riot of color and craft, tall windows framed by wrought iron vines that bloomed with living flowers, balconies where enchanted birds sang lilting tunes, brass signs that changed their lettering as you looked at them, switching from French to English and back again. Witches in embroidered robes strolled past holding floating shopping bags, while elegantly dressed wizards exchanged greetings over steaming cups of coffee from street carts. Street performers juggled enchanted crystal orbs, sending them spinning into the air where they burst into showers of silver butterflies before reforming. Hermione was turning her head constantly, trying to take it all in. It's like Diagon Alley, but cleaner, brighter, more elegant, designed and built for pleasure as much as necessity. Ira finished smoothly. Hermione laughed. I was going to say more beautiful, but yes. Ira began to walk, gesturing with her gloved hand toward the shops as they passed. That, she pointed to a tall white building with golden doors, is Maison de la Plume. They craft quills that never run dry and ink that changes color with the writer's mood. Hermione slowed to stare at the window display. A dozen quills were writing in midair, their tips tracing graceful letters in shimmering violet and deep emerald ink. And over there, Ira continued, Le Jardin de Potions, the potion garden. They grow every ingredient fresh on the premises, under magical sunlight. If you ever taste a potion brewed with their herbs, you'll never go back. They turned a corner, and the air grew sweet and warm with the scent of baking sugar. Ira paused before a shop front shaped like a gilded beehive. Douceurs Enchantés, enchanted sweets. You can't walk past without trying something. Inside, the walls were lined with glass jars full of candies that shimmered faintly as though lit from within. Behind the counter, a plump witch in a sunflower yellow dress greeted Ira warmly. They sampled éclairs chantons, éclairs that sang a few bars of a cheerful tune when bitten into, the music soft and tinkling like a music box. Hermione laughed mid-bite, nearly choking as the pastry in her hand hummed in harmony with the one Ira was eating. Then came macarons de mémoire, delicate pastel-colored biscuits that filled your mind with a pleasant memory. Hermione's was of sitting by the Gryffindor common room fire with Harry and Ron after exams. Ira's was of a summer afternoon in her family's gardens. Magic here feels softer somehow, Hermione said after swallowing. Less about depression, more about delight and happiness with mix of pleasure. That's the French way, Ira replied. Beauty and magic should serve one another. They wandered further, passing stalls selling phoenix feather fans, cauldrons made of translucent crystal, and rolls of parchment that whispered the latest news headlines as you touched them. A pair of street musicians played violins that hovered in the air, bowing themselves to produce a rich, haunting melody. At one corner, a florist's stand overflowed with blooms that swayed toward passers-by, releasing gentle puffs of scent to match the customer's mood. Hermione leaned close to a cluster of blue flowers, and they responded with a bright citrus aroma. This place, Hermione said, her voice almost reverent, it's not just shopping. It's living art. Ira allowed herself a small smile. I'm glad you appreciate it. Hermione sighed. Why don't we have places like this in England? I mean, magic is beautiful. I still remember the first time I saw it, when Professor McGonagall performed Transfiguration for my parents to convince them. I loved it then, and I still do. But seeing France's magical culture now, I feel like we should have something like this too. Isn't magic supposed to be about more than fighting or hurting others? I think in UK, our wizards should work to improve and enrich our magical society, not just keep it hidden away. Well, you're right, Ira said thoughtfully. But unfortunately, there are a lot of problems in England. First, we had 2 decades of war against the Dark Lord, which left deep scars. Second, our noble blood families, who basically control every shop and business in Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade, don't really care about improving things, as long as they're making enough galleons and gaining power. Beyond that, they're indifferent. Another issue is that the British magical community has long harbored resentment toward the French magical community. They've been rivals throughout history. That deep prejudice makes it very difficult to convince people to adopt ideas from their rivals. So, this historic divide is one reason why the 2 magical societies are so different. Eventually, they paused at a quiet stretch of the alley, where an elegant 2-story building stood tucked between a wandmaker's shop and a cafe. The window displayed a single large book on a velvet stand, its pages turning themselves slowly as if beckoning to be read. Ira glanced at Hermione. "I think it's time I introduced you to one of my favorite places here, the bookstore where my friend works." Hermione's head snapped toward her. "A bookstore? Here?" Her eyes were already shining. "Yes, let's go. Please." Ira's lips curved. "Then come along. I think you'll find it unforgettable." And with that, they crossed the marble-paved street toward the door, the scent of old parchment and the promise of countless stories waiting just beyond the threshold. Chapter 203, Libritoy. The bell above the glass door chimed softly as Ira pushed it open, holding it for Hermione to step inside. Hermione's first breath caught in her throat. Libritoy was nothing like Flourish and Blots. It was smaller, quieter, and yet it seemed to stretch far beyond its modest walls. Shelves of polished mahogany curved like the inside of a spiral seashell, winding deeper into the shop. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment, lavender, and something faintly metallic, like starlight caught in ink. The ceiling was painted midnight blue, scattered with glowing silver constellations that slowly shifted, mirroring the actual sky outside. A handful of enchanted paper cranes floated lazily between the rows, carrying slips of parchment from one corner of the shop to another. "This is," Hermione whispered, "magical." "It's my second home," Ira said softly. "And one of the oldest magical bookstores in France. Marin's family has owned it for 6 generations." From behind the counter, a tall boy with shockingly vivid blue hair and eyes the color of a clear summer sky looked up. He broke into a wide grin the moment he saw Ira. "Ah. Princesse d'Ambers," he said theatrically, sweeping into a mock bow. Ira's eyes narrowed. "Don't call me that, Marin." He laughed, clearly delighted to have gotten a reaction. Then his gaze flicked to Hermione, and lingered. "And, who is this jolie demoiselle?" he asked, his French lilt softening the words. "This is Hermione Granger," Ira said flatly. "She's visiting from England." Marin came around the counter, moving with the easy confidence of someone who knew the shop like the back of his hand. "Enchante, Miss Hermione," he said, switching to English with only the faintest hesitation. "You have very, spark eyes." Hermione blinked, then bit back a laugh. "Spark eyes? Yes, like stars. Very shiny." "She knows what you're trying to say," Ira cut in, folding her arms. Marin ignored her, his grin widening. "You like books?" Hermione, amused, nodded. "Very much." "Then." Marin spread his arms dramatically. "You are in right place." Marin led them deeper into the shop, pointing out sections with an easy flourish. "Here, history. Here, charms. Here, books that, how you say, bite. Yes, bite. Careful." He tapped a dusty tome that rustled its pages irritably. Hermione laughed outright this time, and Marin's expression lit up as though he'd just scored a small victory. Ira, trailing slightly behind, watched the exchange with a mix of faint irritation and something almost protective. Marin could be ridiculous, but he meant no harm, and despite herself, she liked how easily he made people feel welcome. They passed a small spiral staircase leading to a mezzanine lined with rare volumes locked behind crystal glass. Marin leaned toward Hermione conspiratorially. "If you are, good customer, I show you secret." "What secret?" she asked, intrigued. "Top floor, books that remember, who read them. They talk to you." Hermione's eyes widened. "Books that talk back." Marin nodded solemnly. "Sometimes, argue. If they think you wrong." Hermione looked like she'd just been told Christmas had come early. "Marin," Ira interjected, "don't fill her head with every dramatic story you can think of. She's here to look, not to get lost for 3 days." Marin grinned at her over his shoulder. 3 days is good time. I once read 6 books in no sleep. I saw unicorn in the street after. That was because you nearly passed out, Ira said dryly. Hermione chuckled, shaking her head at their banter. "You two have known each other a while." "Since we were 11, Ira admitted." Same year at Beauxbatons. Marin shot her a mock-wounded look. And since then, she never smiles at my jokes. That's because they're not funny, and to be honest, most of them are just flirting. Hermione hid another laugh behind her hand. Marin switched to French, exasperated. Merlin, Ira, why is English so hard? I can't even make a complete sentence. Why is it so difficult? I mean, look at French, it's so easy to learn, but I just don't get English. Ira replied in French, teasing. First of all, French is actually one of the most difficult languages to learn. English, on the other hand, is relatively easier. And secondly, the reason you can't learn it is because of your bad habit of flirting with girls all the time instead of giving yourself time to study. Marin sighed dramatically. You'll never let me be with all this flirting with your constant nagging. You're just jealous of my handsomeness. Ira rolled her eyes. Hermione, listening quietly, didn't understand their words but still smiled at the playful exchange. Marin eventually led Hermione to a corner where a low, circular table displayed a spread of beautifully bound books. The covers shimmered faintly, shifting colors as Hermione approached. They choose you, Marin explained softly. Touch, and see which one, stay warm in your hand. Hermione hesitated, then reached for a deep indigo volume with silver lettering. The moment her fingers brushed the cover, it pulsed faintly, a warmth flowing up her arm. Marin's grin softened into something genuine. Ah, this one likes you. Hermione opened it carefully. The first page had her name written in elegant script, Hermione Jean Granger, as if the book had always been waiting for her. Ira watched Hermione's reaction and found herself smiling. Hermione looked genuinely happy, like a child who's just been given an ice cream after begging for it for what felt like forever. While Hermione browsed, Marin hovered nearby, offering occasional commentary in his endearingly broken English. This one, very old. Smells like grandfather's hat. But good for potions. This, not book. Is. Diary. Belonged to woman who, maybe curse her husband. Very interesting. Ira pinched the bridge of her nose. Marin, please stop recommending cursed diaries to guests. Marin only winked at Hermione. Is good practice. 4. Defense. Hermione giggled again, clearly enjoying the nonsense. Eventually, Hermione gathered 3 books, the Indigo one, a slim green guide to French magical flora, and a collection of translated wizarding poetry. At the counter, she reached into her bag. I'll pay you back, Ira. I promise. Ira was already handing over coins to Marin, who counted them with the lazy precision of someone who knew Ira was good for any bill. No, Ira said simply. Hermione frowned. But. It's a gift, Ira interrupted. Of our friendship. Hermione blinked, her expression softening. Are we friends? Ira met her gaze without hesitation. Of course we are. We've had a long journey together. If you don't consider that friendship, then I don't know what is. For a moment, Hermione didn't speak. Then she smiled, a warm, honest smile that Ira realized she'd never quite seen from her before. Thank you, Hermione said quietly. Behind the counter, Marin made a heart shape with his hands, grinning like a fool. Ira rolled her eyes. You're impossible. But even as they stepped out of Libritoy into the golden afternoon, she couldn't quite hide the faint upward curve of her own lips. Chapter 204, A Meeting in Paris. The mid-morning sun spilled golden light across the bustling streets of Paris, catching on wrought iron balconies and the pale cream stone of the buildings. The air was warm, the kind of soft summer heat that carried with it the mingled sense of fresh bread from boulangeries and the faint tang of river water from the Seine. The magical quarter, tucked just a few winding turns away from the ordinary city, was humming with life. Carts selling enchanted trinkets jostled with open-air cafes, and witch-run florists displayed blooms that shifted colors with the passing clouds. Ira walked at an unhurried pace, her robes blending subtly with the fashionable Parisian wizarding style, light, fitted, and just formal enough to mark her as someone of standing. She glanced behind her to see Hermione keeping pace, eyes darting everywhere, drinking in every new sight. Hermione's curiosity had only intensified since their last outing. This was her first summer in France, and it showed. She was wearing a light cotton dress under a short cloak to ward off the occasional breeze, and her hair was tied back, though still rebelliously frizzy in the humidity. This place is incredible, Hermione said for what must have been the 4th time. It feels freer than Diagon Alley. And less cramped. Ira smiled faintly. The magical quarter here was built with aesthetics in mind. They don't cram shops together without thought. The French prefer beauty in everything, even their streets. They turned a corner, and the crowd thinned slightly as they approached a more refined part of the quarter. A little ahead stood the restaurant where Ira had arranged for them to meet Fleur Delacour. The place was called Le Jardin Enchanté, and it lived up to its name. Ivy climbed the pale walls, twinkling with tiny floating lights even in daylight, and the tables in the courtyard were shaded by enchanted cherry blossom trees that bloomed year-round. Hermione's steps slowed. "Are we meeting someone?" "Yes," Ira said smoothly. "A friend of mine from Beauxbatons. Fleur Delacour." She glanced at Hermione with a measuring look. "I think you'll find her memorable." Hermione opened her mouth to ask what she meant but was cut short as the restaurant's wrought iron gate swung open. Fleur was already there, seated at an outdoor table with a carafe of sparkling water and a plate of delicate pastries. She stood when she saw Ira, her silvery blonde hair catching the sunlight like threads of fine metal. Her pale blue eyes flickered to Hermione, coolly assessing, before she smiled, a smile that was pleasant but faintly edged. "Ira," Fleur greeted warmly in her lightly accented voice, leaning forward to kiss the air near each of Ira's cheeks. "It has been too long." "Fleur," Ira replied with equal warmth. "Allow me to introduce Hermione Granger, visiting from Britain." "Hermione, this is Fleur Delacour, a fellow student at Beauxbatons." Hermione extended her hand politely. "It's nice to meet you." Fleur shook it lightly, tilting her head. It is interesting to meet you as well." Her eyes lingered for half a heartbeat longer than necessary, then she released Hermione's hand and motioned to the seats. Ira took the chair between them, a subtle buffer. Fleur poured water into the glasses with graceful precision. "So, Hermione," she said, "Ira tells me you go to Hogwarts." "Hogwarts," Hermione corrected gently. "Yes, I do." Fleur smiled as if the distinction were unimportant. "And, you enjoy it?" "Yes," Hermione said, though she felt Fleur's gaze was measuring her more than making conversation. "It's different from here, I'm sure. Less elegant, perhaps, but still a good school." "Less elegant?" Fleur's smile sharpened almost imperceptibly. "Ah, yes, that is one word for it." She turned to Ira. "And you, Mon Ami, how do you find Hogwarts students?" "They're capable," Ira said, her tone neutral. "Some more than others. Hermione here is among the more capable." Hermione flushed slightly at the compliment, though Fleur merely sipped her water, eyes unreadable. A waiter appeared with menus, thick parchment sheets with the day's offerings written in elegant looping script. Fleur ordered salade d'eat with charmed petals that released a hint of sweetness when chewed. Ira chose roast duck with rosemary glaze. Hermione, after a moment's hesitation, went for a vegetable tart and a side of magically chilled melon slices. As they ate, conversation flowed, mostly between Ira and Hermione, with Fleur chiming in here and there, often with a subtle note that hinted at comparison. When Hermione spoke about her studies, Fleur would remark on how Beauxbatons handled the same subject with much more refinement. When Hermione praised the Hogwarts library, Fleur casually mentioned the rare manuscripts in Beauxbaton's private collection. Still, Fleur's tone never tipped into outright rudeness. It was as if she were testing Hermione, watching how she would react to small jabs. Hermione, for her part, remained polite, though her brows occasionally drew together. Dessert was ice cream from a street vendor just around the corner. The man's cart was a work of art, painted with swirling galaxies, with scoops of ice cream floating in midair until chosen. Fleur selected lavender honey, Ira opted for mango flavored with a hint of vanilla, and Hermione tried caramelized pear. The three of them walked through the cobblestone streets, ice creams in hand, pausing to browse shop windows. Fleur and Ira reminisced briefly about a school event, and Hermione listened, occasionally asking questions. Fleur, sensing the shift of attention toward Hermione, would smoothly redirect conversation to something more familiar to her. Eventually, they settled into a quieter rhythm. The magical street lamps had begun to glow faintly, casting golden halos in the warm evening air. Fleur seemed more relaxed, though still subtly attuned to Hermione's presence. Dinner was at a cozy corner restaurant where enchanted violins played softly in the background. They ordered shared dishes, Fleur insisting on introducing Hermione to a few French magical delicacies, puffed dragonlily petals that shimmered like opals, soup that rearranged itself in the bowl into different patterns between bites, and bread that stayed warm without cooling. By the time they finished, the sky had deepened into twilight. The streets outside were bathed in the orange and pink of the setting sun, the magic in the air making colors seem richer, almost painted. As they stepped out of the restaurant, Fleur glanced at the street ahead. "Shall we walk a little? It is too early to end the evening." Ira nodded. "A walk sounds good." Hermione smiled. "I'd like that." They set off together, the quiet click of their shoes against the cobblestones mingling with the distant hum of evening chatter. Fleur walked on Ira's left, Hermione on her right, and though Fleur still occasionally glanced toward Hermione with that subtle, assessing air, there was a faint, unspoken truce in the summer night air. Chapter 205, Summer Streets and Honest Words. The Paris evening had turned into something almost dreamlike, the cobblestones glistened faintly, not from rain but from the lingering light of lanterns strung above the street. The air was warm, carrying the mingled scents of fresh bread, roasting chestnuts, and the faint perfume from enchanted flower stalls. The hum of conversation from nearby cafes blended with the occasional whoosh of a car overhead, though in this part of the city, personal transportation was discreet. Ira walked in the middle, Fleur to her left, Hermione to her right, the three of them strolling at a relaxed pace. Fleur's earlier tension had eased somewhat, though Hermione occasionally caught her glancing over with that faint, measuring look. Hermione didn't take it personally, or at least tried not to. She was too busy looking around, absorbing every flicker of the beauty of the Parisian streets. What Hermione and Fleur didn't notice, but Ira did, was a shadow just far enough behind them to avoid suspicion. Emma. Ira caught sight of her assistant in the reflection of a shop window, leaning casually against a lamppost and pretending to inspect a display of enchanted silk scarves. Ira's lips curved into a faint smile. Emma had been following them since they left the restaurant, always at a distance, always keeping the three of them in her line of sight. It didn't bother Ira. She knew exactly why Emma was doing it. After the incident earlier that summer, an encounter that had very nearly turned dangerous, Emma had taken it upon herself to be quietly vigilant. Ira suspected the woman had been shadowing her more often than she realized. Tonight, she seemed determined to keep watch, as though danger could leap out from any corner of the alley. Ira said nothing, only let her gaze flicker briefly toward Emma once more before turning her attention back to her companions. Fleur was describing a particular Beaux-Batons festival, her hands moving gracefully as she painted the scene of floating lanterns and enchanted music drifting across the water. Hermione listened with interest, but after a moment, her attention shifted toward Ira. "You know," Hermione began, "I didn't think you would be like other purebloods." Ira arched a brow. "Like what kind of purebloods?" Hermione hesitated. Fleur's eyes flickered to her, curious but silent. "Well, arrogant, for one. Or, racist. You know, the ones who look down on us. On Muggleborns. Or on Muggles in general." The word racist hung in the air a moment. Fleur tilted her head slightly but didn't interrupt. Ira stopped walking briefly, as though considering her response. "I am not from those kind of people," she said finally. "And I don't care for their beliefs or their arrogance. In fact, I've always loved Muggles, their knowledge, their creativity, their technology. Magic is powerful, yes, but Muggles, they've achieved remarkable things without it. I admire that." Her tone was calm but firm, carrying the weight of conviction rather than defensiveness. Hermione's eyes lit up at the sincerity in her voice. "Really? Most purebloods I've met, well, the ones who speak about it, anyway, don't feel that way." Fleur gave a small, graceful shrug. "Not all purebloods are same, Hermione. I've known some OO are very proud of their family name, and some OO do not care at all. Ira is one of ZE latter." Ira's mouth quirked faintly. "It's true. I've never believed blood status made anyone better or worse. I've met Muggleborns who are far more intelligent and capable than half the so-called noble wizards I know." Hermione smiled at that. "That's refreshing." As they walked down the street, Ira asked, "Why? Did you have a bad experience with purebloods that left you with such a negative impression, so much so that my normal behavior surprises you?" "Well, I don't really know you," Hermione said. "But from what I've seen in the newspapers, you're often portrayed as an arrogant and serious witch. So naturally, the first image that comes to mind is someone who's, well, quite proud. I've had my fair share of experiences with people like that, so I assumed you might be the same." "You probably know Draco Malfoy, right?" she asked. Ira's lips pressed into a faint line. "Yes. I do." Hermione let out a breath that was almost a huff. "He's, honestly, the most insufferable person at Hogwarts. He's arrogant, cruel, and he's called me," she hesitated, then said it anyway, "a mudblood. More than once." Fleur's brow furrowed slightly at the word. Ira's expression didn't shift into outrage, instead, she looked thoughtful. "Draco was born in a household where certain beliefs are absolute," Ira said slowly. "The Malfoy family has strong ties to the idea of blood purity. It's ingrained into their identity. Children raised in that environment are taught those values from birth. He believes what his father says, because that's all he's ever known. That doesn't excuse his behavior, but it explains it." Hermione frowned. "So you're saying he can't help it?" "I'm saying," Ira replied, "that he's been conditioned to think he's superior to Muggleborns. Breaking that conditioning would take effort, and a reason to want to change. I doubt he's had either." Hermione kicked lightly at a pebble in the street. "Still, it doesn't make it any less awful. He goes out of his way to be nasty to me, to Harry, too. They've been rivals since the first week at Hogwarts." Fleur tilted her head, intrigued. "Rivals?" Hermione nodded. "Oh yes. They fought in class, in the corridors, on the Quidditch pitch, pretty much everywhere. It's not just the blood status thing with Harry. Draco hates him for being famous, for being liked by people who can't stand Draco's attitude. And Harry, well, Harry doesn't take his insults lying down. Ira smiled faintly. Sounds spirited. Hermione's mouth twitched into a small grin. That's one way of putting it. I've lost count of the times I've had to pull Harry away from him before it turned into a duel. They passed a patisserie where trays of eclairs and macarons floated behind the glass, arranging themselves in perfect rows. Fleur paused briefly to greet the shopkeeper in French, her voice lilting and smooth. Ira and Hermione waited, the quiet hum of the street filling the space. Emma had shifted positions, now leaning against a nearby fountain, pretending to be interested in a bouquet of shimmering lilies someone was selling from a cart. Ira caught her eye for the briefest moment and gave the subtlest nod, not one Fleur or Hermione would notice. Emma gave no visible sign of acknowledgement, but Ira knew she'd seen it. They continued their walk, winding through narrower streets now, where vines crawled up the walls and lamplight pooled in warm, golden puddles on the cobblestones. Hermione glanced sidelong at Ira again. You really mean it, then? You don't think less of muggles? Not for a moment, Ira said. If anything, I think wizards have a lot to learn from them. We rely so much on magic that we've forgotten the value of innovation without it. Muggles solve problems with creativity because they don't have a wand to wave. Fleur nodded in agreement. Magic is powerful, but it can also make one lazy. It is easy to conjure a chair rather than build one. Muggles, they build. Hermione looked between them, her expression softening into something almost like relief. You've no idea how good it is to hear that. At Hogwarts, I feel like I'm constantly having to prove myself, to show that being Muggle-born doesn't make me any less capable. Ira's tone was calm but edged with certainty. You shouldn't have to prove anything. Anyone who thinks your worth depends on your blood is already wrong. They turned into a small square where musicians were playing soft jazz under lights of the lanterns. Couples danced slowly, and the scent of roasted almonds hung in the air. Fleur smiled faintly, watching a pair of elderly women and men spin gracefully together. Paris is. Hermione began, trailing off as she searched for the right word. Alive, Ira supplied. Yes, Hermione said, smiling. Alive. They lingered in the square for a while, listening to the music, the conversation drifting from magical theory to the quirks of French wizarding fashion. Fleur shared a story about a disastrous Beauxbatons dance rehearsal, earning genuine laughter from Hermione. The earlier tension between them had eased into something more like wary curiosity. By the time they began walking again, the streets had grown quieter. The shops were closing, lanterns dimming one by one. Emma still followed, steady and silent, her presence a constant thread in the background. As they approached the bridge leading back toward Ira's neighborhood, Hermione spoke again, her tone almost hesitant. I understand you better now. Ira glanced at her. And? Hermione's smile was small but genuine. And I like what I see. Fleur didn't say anything, but her eyes flickered briefly toward Ira, thoughtful. They crossed the bridge in comfortable silence, the Seine glittering beneath them like molten silver. Somewhere in the distance, a clock chimed the hour. Chapter 206, Farewell in Paris. The cobblestone streets of Paris shimmered in the moonlight of the night and the lights of the streets, their surfaces warm from a long summer's day. The air was rich with the mingled scents of freshly baked bread drifting from nearby boulangeries and the faint sweetness of flowering vines curling down from wrought iron balconies. Ira walked between Hermione and Fleur, their steps unhurried as the crowd ebbed and flowed around them. Fleur's posture was elegant as always, her silvery blonde hair catching the light in a way that made passers-by turn their heads. Hermione walked beside Ira with an open, curious gaze, still absorbing every sight and sound as though committing them to memory. They had spent hours wandering the streets, stopping to admire the Seine glinting in the night sky moonlight, peering through the glass fronts of beautiful apothecaries tucked discreetly between Muggle shops, and even sharing a small cone of lavender ice cream from a vendor who operated just outside the city center district's edge. But now, their paths were beginning to diverge. They stopped at the corner where a narrow alley branched away toward the hidden courtyard where Fleur's portkey awaited. The silver-haired girl glanced between them, her blue eyes flicking briefly toward Hermione before settling on Ira. Well, Fleur began, her voice smooth but with a faint edge beneath it, I suppose this is where I take my leave. Ira nodded, offering her a small smile. Safe travels back, Fleur. Fleur's lips curved, though the expression didn't quite reach her eyes. Merci. It was pleasant. Her pause before the last word was subtle, but Ira caught it. Hermione, perhaps less attuned to the nuance, gave Fleur a polite nod. It was nice meeting you, she said with a small, genuine smile. Fleur inclined her head in return, her tone soft but cool. Likewise. Ira could feel the tension like a faint thread running under the words, but she chose not to address it here. Fleur reached into her satchel, pulling out the small silver portkey in the shape of an ornate key. She grasped it lightly, and with a last look, lingering a fraction longer on Ira than on Hermione, she gave a nod. In the blink of an eye, she vanished, leaving only the faint displacement of air in her wake. Hermione let out a quiet breath. She's very striking. Ira chuckled under her breath. Yes. Fleur is. Fleur. She left it at that. They turned back toward the busier streets, the bustle of the city wrapping around them again as they headed toward Hermione's hotel. The walk took them past familiar shopfronts, the conversation shifting to lighter topics, Hermione's excitement over some of the French wizarding treats she had tried, Ira recounting a few humorous stories about her years at Beauxbatons. As they reached the corner where the hotel stood, Ira slowed. The building loomed ahead, an elegant, historic structure with tall windows framed in carved stone. Hermione's parents were staying here for the remainder of their holiday, and this would be their parting point. Inside the lobby, the air was cool and scented faintly with polished wood and fresh flowers. Ira accompanied Hermione up the short steps to the main reception area, where Hermione's parents were seated in comfortable armchairs. Hello again, Mrs. Granger greeted warmly, rising to her feet. You must be Ira. Last time, we didn't really get a chance to get to know each other. Ira inclined her head politely. Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to make sure Hermione got back safely. Mr. Granger smiled, offering his hand. Much appreciated. She's had quite an adventure these last few days. Hermione gave a sheepish smile. It's been amazing, actually. They chatted for a few minutes, polite exchanges weaving between them. Ira kept her tone warm but brief, she knew this was their family's time now. Finally, Hermione turned to her, a small crease between her brows. Can I write to you? Ira's smile softened. Of course. Just send your letters, and I'll receive them. And if you ever need anything at all, you can write to me. If I can help, I will. Hermione's eyes brightened at that. Really? Yes, Ira said firmly. As far as it's possible, I'll help you. They stood there for a moment, neither seeming entirely ready to say goodbye. Finally, Hermione stepped forward and wrapped her arms briefly around Ira. Thank you, for everything, Hermione murmured. Ira returned the embrace, giving a reassuring squeeze. It was my pleasure, Hermione. When they stepped back, Hermione offered her a hopeful smile. I'll write soon. I'll look forward to it, Ira replied. With that, Hermione stepped back toward her parents, and Ira gave them a polite nod before turning toward the door. The city's golden light greeted her again as she stepped outside, and there, leaning casually against a lamppost, was Emma. Her arms were folded, but her eyes, sharp and attentive, softened when they landed on Ira. Let's go, Emma, Ira said with a small smile. Emma fell into step beside her as they walked toward a quieter side street. After a moment, Ira glanced sideways at her. Did you follow us all day? Emma didn't flinch. Yes, my lady. Since Alina Trevor has been a little bitch, I had to guard you and make sure you were safe. Ira's lips curved in amusement and said. Thank you. That's my job, Emma said simply. And I'm happy to do it. They turned into a narrow lane where the noise of the city faded. Emma reached out, taking Ira's hand with the casual familiarity of someone long trusted. A moment later, the world twisted in the familiar compression of apparition. When they reappeared, the soft, manicured lawns of the White Manor stretched before them, the elegant building bathed in the soft glow of evening lamps. The long day caught up to Ira all at once. She slipped off her shoes at the door and made her way upstairs, her limbs pleasantly heavy from the hours of walking and talking. By the time her head touched the pillow, the sounds of Paris and the faces of her companions were already fading into dreams. Chapter 207, Jealousy. Fleur's fingertips tingled with the familiar pull of the portkey, a sudden whirl of colors and light, and in the blink of an eye, she was standing in the courtyard of her ancestral home, the Delacour mansion. The cool evening air brushed gently against her cheeks as she took in the comforting sight of the grand estate. The mansion's towering stone facade glowed softly in the last rays of twilight, the tall windows illuminated by the warm golden flicker of chandeliers still burning inside. The scent of blooming roses and freshly cut grass filled the garden as she walked along the cobblestone path toward the great oak door. The door itself was an imposing sight, solid, weathered wood carved with ancient family crests that had seen centuries pass. As she neared, it swung open almost of its own accord, revealing two silent servants who bowed respectfully. Welcome back, young lady, one of them said in a soft, polished tone. Fleur offered a slight nod, her expression unreadable, and stepped inside without a word. The familiar scent of polished mahogany and faint vanilla from the hearth was oddly soothing. A servant followed her quietly as she ascended the grand staircase, the rich carpet muffling her footsteps. Pausing near the landing, Fleur turned to the attendant. Have my parents returned? She asked, her voice a little lighter than before. Yes, my lady, the servant replied. Both the lord and madam have returned. They retired to their chambers shortly after dinner. Fleur nodded thoughtfully. And Gabrielle? Has she gone to bed? She has, my lady. The youngest lady fell asleep long ago. Fleur gave a small sigh and continued upward, her mind still restless. The servant hesitated for a moment, then asked gently, "Is there anything you require, my lady?" "Nothing," Fleur said quietly. "You may go." The servant bowed and withdrew, leaving Fleur alone in the long, ornate hallway that led to her room on the 3rd floor. Her door opened smoothly at her touch, revealing a sanctuary that sparkled with enchantments and treasures collected over generations. The walls were lined with bookshelves, mirrors that reflected more than just appearances, and delicate vials of glowing potions. She moved swiftly to her wardrobe, a grand armoire carved with flowers and vines that seemed almost alive. At her command, the wardrobe doors opened, and magically, her day's clothes lifted off her like whispered shadows, folding themselves neatly before being sent to a small box in the corner for cleaning. Then soft, violet pajamas floated forward and gently wrapped themselves around her frame, the fabric cool and comforting against her skin. Fleur sighed deeply, the long breath escaping as if it carried the weight of 1,000 unsaid thoughts. She let herself fall back onto the soft duvet of her bed, staring at the ceiling as the room's magical lights dimmed to a gentle glow. "Why the long sighs, my dear?" came a voice, warm, teasing, utterly familiar. Fleur turned her head to see her mother, Apollon Delacour, seated gracefully on the edge of the bed, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. "Why at such a young age are you sighing like you've known the deepest heartbreak?" her mother teased softly, eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Have you been rejected? Or is it something far worse?" Fleur gave a half-hearted smile, then shook her head. "It's nothing like that, maman." Apollon's gaze softened as she sat down beside her daughter. "Come now, Fleur. What weighs so heavily on your heart? You can tell me." Fleur hesitated, staring down at the quilt. "It's just. I saw Ira today." Apollon raised an elegant brow. "Ah, Ira. And what of her?" "She was with someone new," Fleur said quietly. "A British girl. Hermione Granger." Her mother's smile widened knowingly. "I see. And does this new friend trouble you?" Fleur bit her lip. "No, it's not that exactly, but..." "But what?" "She was so close to her, maman. They walked through Paris together. Ira seemed happy with her. Like they'd known each other forever." Apollon nodded slowly. "So, you're jealous?" Fleur's eyes widened in surprise. "Jealous? No, Apollon chuckled softly. "Fleur, you are a Delacour, no stranger to honesty. Jealousy is a natural feeling. And it's okay to admit it." Fleur looked away, cheeks warming. "Maybe a little." "Maybe a little," her mother echoed, squeezing her hand gently. "Tell me, what is it that frightens you? Is it that this Hermione will take Ira's attention away from you?" Fleur remained silent for a moment, then nodded slowly. "It feels wrong," she admitted. "I don't want to share Ira with anyone else. She's always been so close to me, and now... I don't know." Apollon's eyes softened further. "Fleur, you must understand, friendships evolve. Ira has her own path, her own choices. You cannot control who she welcomes into her life." "But I don't want to lose her," Fleur whispered, voice trembling. "No one will lose anyone they truly love," Apollon said firmly. "But you must trust her. Jealousy, if unchecked, can become a poison." Fleur sighed again, a long, aching sound. "It's just hard." They laughed, maman, the way they looked at each other, it stung inside me, like a thorn in my heart. Her mother reached up, brushing a stray lock of hair from Fleur's face. "You feel this so strongly because you care deeply. But listen to me, do not let jealousy cloud your judgment or your heart." Fleur swallowed hard. "I want to believe that. But sometimes I just want to make Hermione disappear." Apollon's eyes widened slightly, then she pressed Fleur's hand firmly. "Don't say that, mon cœur. That is a dangerous path." Fleur shook her head, eyes glistening. "I don't want to be that person." "Then don't. Instead, learn to accept this change. Ira's happiness will never diminish your own worth." Fleur nodded slowly, wiping a tear that had escaped. Her mother smiled gently. "Now, tell me, what does this Hermione look like? Is she as lovely as you imagine?" Fleur grimaced, cheeks still flushed. "Ugly, actually. She has these big front teeth, when she smiles, she looks like a mouse. And her hair is shaggy. She dresses so casually, nothing elegant at all." Apollon laughed heartily, the sound bright and infectious. "Oh, Fleur. You've only just met her, and you're already criticizing. That's hardly fair." Fleur shrugged. "I don't know. She just doesn't seem to fit. Maybe that's because she's different. Sometimes the people who don't seem to fit at first are the ones who surprise us most." Fleur considered this, then sighed again. I want to like her. I do. But it's hard. Then give yourself time, Apollon said, rising from the bed and stretching gracefully. And give Hermione a chance. Who knows? Perhaps she will become a friend to you both. Fleur smiled faintly. Maybe. Her mother reached down and ruffled Fleur's hair affectionately. Come now, my little Delacour, tomorrow is a new day. Don't let shadows in your heart darken the beauty of your life. Fleur nodded and lay back down, the violet pajamas soft against her skin. For the first time that evening, her sigh was lighter, less burdened. Good night, Maman. Good night, my darling. As the room's magical lights dimmed to a soft glow, Fleur closed her eyes and dreamed of Ira. When she suddenly opened them back, she walked over to her table and pulled a large photo of Ira from a drawer. Seeing Ira's smiling face, Fleur kissed the photo gently on the lips and whispered, I really love you, you silly. I really love you. Holding the picture close to her heart, she closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 208, The Dossier. The afternoon light streamed through the tall windows of the White Manor study, scattering warm patches across the polished mahogany floor. Outside, the garden swayed gently under a lazy summer breeze, the scent of blooming lavender drifting faintly in through the open panes. Ira sat at the wide, carved desk near the window, her quill resting on the open ledger before her. Steam curled from the delicate porcelain teacup at her side, carrying the distinct sweetness of ripe mango. The blend was her own choosing, a black tea steeped with dried mango slices, releasing not just flavor but a faint golden hue that gleamed in the light. She took a sip, savoring the mellow fruitiness mingling with the earthiness of the tea leaves, and let out a quiet breath of satisfaction. In front of her lay several parchment sheets bound together with silk ribbon, the latest reports on the White family's affairs. She skimmed the lines with a practiced eye: estate finances, recent acquisitions, correspondence from various contacts in both the magical and muggle worlds. Her quill occasionally scratched across the margin, making notes for follow-up. The rhythmic quiet of the afternoon was broken by a soft knock at the door. Enter, Ira called, without looking up. The door opened, and Emma stepped inside, her usual impeccable composure intact. She carried a slim, leather-bound folder in her hands, its clasp marked with the White family's crest. My lady, Emma said, crossing the room with measured steps, this is the dossier you requested regarding Sirius Black. She placed the folder on the desk in front of Ira. It contains all the information available from both official ministry records and less public sources. Ira closed the family reports and drew the folder toward her. Thank you, Emma. She unfastened the clasp and spread the contents across the desk. A thick sheaf of parchment spilled forth, formal ministry transcripts, copies of profit articles, and handwritten notes that clearly came from Emma's own network. The first pages were summaries: Sirius Black, born November 3, 1959 to Orion and Walburga Black, the oldest pure-blood family of significant influence. The notes detailed his estrangement from his family during his teenage years, his open rejection of their blood supremacist views, and his eventual sorting into Gryffindor House at Hogwarts, a point of contention that had all but severed his ties to the House of Black. Beneath the summary, a section outlined his years at Hogwarts. First year, 1971, sorted into Gryffindor. Befriended James Potter, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew within days. Quickly gained a reputation for recklessness, charm, and a sharp tongue. Second year, the group, later calling themselves the Marauders, became inseparable. Known for elaborate pranks, occasional rule-breaking, and their unusual talent for avoiding disciplinary action. Third year, growing suspicion among professors that the group had discovered secret passageways in and out of the castle. Fourth year, Sirius and James excelled in defense against the dark arts, consistently top of their class. Sirius showed a particular aptitude for dueling. Fifth year, the group excelled in transfiguration, impressing their professors enough to be seen as more than just troublemakers. Sixth and seventh year, continued academic success in chosen subjects, but disciplinary records note multiple detentions for dangerous stunts. Left Hogwarts in 1978. Ira's eyes moved to the next section, the ink slightly darker where the handwriting changed. Emma's work, she suspected. This portion detailed Black's activities after leaving school, his role in the First Wizarding War, his position as best man at James Potter's wedding, and his appointment as godfather to Harry Potter. Then came the page that made Ira pause. Incident, October 31, 1981, November 1st. Evening of October 31st, James and Lily Potter murdered by Dark Lord in Godric's Hollow. Harry Potter survives, Dark Lord disappears. Morning of November 1st, Sirius Black confronts Peter Pettigrew in a crowded Muggle street. An explosion occurs, killing Pettigrew and 12 Muggles instantly. Witnesses claim to have seen Pettigrew cry out before the blast, remains of Pettigrew found to be a single finger. Black arrested at the scene by magical law enforcement. Described as laughing hysterically. Ira's brows drew together as she turned the page. This was where she expected to see the formal trial proceedings, charges, evidence, the verdict. Instead, the parchment was startlingly brief. Legal action. Arrested by Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Sent directly to Azkaban. No recorded trial or hearing. Iris' fingers stilled on the parchment. No trial, she murmured. Emma, who had remained silent at her side, inclined her head. No, my lady. He was imprisoned without formal proceedings. Highly irregular, even under the ministry's emergency powers at the time. Ira flipped through the next few sheets, each confirming the same: no evidence presented, no witness examinations, no presiding judge listed. They just sent him straight to Azkaban, Ira said slowly, the disbelief edging into her tone. Yes, Emma confirmed. It was justified publicly on the grounds of the ongoing war, and the perceived danger Black posed. But in truth, my sources say it was done hastily, without due process. Ira sat back in her chair, tapping a finger against the desk. And yet, other accused Death Eaters, even ones captured in the midst of battle, were granted trials. Some were acquitted, some convicted, but trials nonetheless. Emma's lips pressed into a thin line. It appears someone wanted Sirius Black removed immediately. The conversation drifted back to the Hogwarts years as Ira examined a more personal section of the file, anecdotes gathered from classmates and teachers. It painted a picture of a boy both fiercely loyal to his friends and reckless to a fault. Black had a rebellious streak a mile wide, but also a capacity for bravery and self-sacrifice. The Marauder's escapades were detailed at length, smuggling food into the hospital wing for Lupin after full moons, outsmarting Filch at every turn, once managing to enchant the suits of armor in the entrance hall to sing bawdy drinking songs during a visiting dignitary speech. Yet, there were also moments of darkness, occasional fights, tempers flaring, grudges that lingered. The final page of Emma's compiled notes returned to the night of Pettigrew's supposed death. Ira studied the phrasing carefully. Witnesses claimed Pettigrew was cornered. Yet, the size of the explosion, the fact that only a finger remained, it's too convenient. Emma nodded slightly. Yes, my lady. It reads more like staged evidence than the aftermath of a duel. Ira's gaze sharpened. Find out who was responsible for his arrest that day. Names, ranks, any details. And I want the names of those who signed off on sending him to Azkaban without trial. Yes, my lady, Emma said, her tone already threaded with determination. And while you're at it, Ira continued, look into Pettigrew's background as well. How he survived Hogwarts among such talented friends, and whether his disappearance that day was as final as the records suggest. Emma inclined her head in acknowledgement. Understood. Ira closed the dossier, fastening the clasp once more. The mango tea beside her had gone lukewarm, but she lifted the cup anyway, taking one last sip as her thoughts churned. Why had someone seen as the embodiment of loyalty and self-sacrifice become the most notorious criminal of the decade? Chapter 209, The Truth Unfolds. The soft golden light of the late morning sun filtered through the tall windows of the White Manor's study, casting a warm glow over the polished oak desk and the stacks of parchment spread across it. Ira sat in her high-backed chair, cradling a delicate china cup filled with her favorite mango-flavored tea. The dry mango pieces infused the brew with a subtle sweetness that lingered on her tongue, soothing her restless thoughts. She was immersed in a thick dossier when the door opened quietly behind her. Good morning, my lady, came Emma's calm voice as she stepped inside, holding a heavy folder bound with dark leather. Her expression was sharp, edged with excitement but carefully controlled, the mark of a seasoned assistant used to balancing urgency with discretion. Ira looked up, offering a small smile. Emma, you're early today. What news do you bring? Emma closed the door softly behind her and approached, setting the folder down with a gentle thud. I've gathered all the information you requested about Sirius Black, she said, her fingers tracing the embossed lettering on the cover. It's quite a story. Curiosity piqued, Ira set down her tea and gestured for Emma to continue. Tell me everything. Emma took a breath, then began. The arrest of Sirius Black wasn't some routine matter handled by faceless officers. It was personally conducted by Cornelius Fudge, who at the time was the member of Magical Law Enforcement, long before he became Minister of Magic. She opened the folder and laid out documents, official records, and eyewitness accounts that had been painstakingly collected. Fudge himself arrived at the scene after the explosion on that Muggle street, the same incident where 12 Muggles tragically lost their lives, Emma explained, her voice low with gravity. He was the one who arrested Black on the spot. Every Muggle police officer and civilian who witnessed the incident had their memories erased. Ira frowned, her fingers tightening around the armrest. Yes, that's protocol, to erase the memories of Muggles who witness magic or anything related to it. Indeed, Emma nodded. But it doesn't stop there. The imprisonment of Sirius Black in Azkaban was ordered without trial, no court hearing, no defense, no chance to speak for himself. Barty Crouch Sr., then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, authorized it directly, bypassing all judicial procedures. It was effectively a political imprisonment. Ira's brows drew together as she studied the pages. And Dumbledore. Surely he intervened. Emma shook her head. That's part of the mystery. It seems that the ministry kept this tightly under wraps, even from Dumbledore. It's likely that the information was compartmentalized and the auras involved sworn to silence. Our dossier suggests a high level of conspiracy within the ministry hierarchy. That explains why Black was considered a fugitive for so long, despite the lack of any trial, Ira mused. A miscarriage of justice, hidden in plain sight. Emma flipped through more pages, revealing further details. There's more. Recent reports from Britain describe a bizarre incident involving Harry Potter. During a heated argument at the Dursleys' home, he apparently lost control of his magic. Witnesses claim that one of the visitors, a woman named Marge Dursley, suddenly began inflating like a balloon and floated up into the air before drifting away. The entire thing caused quite a scene in the Muggle neighborhood. Ira raised her brows. Well, that's certainly one way to end an argument. Emma continued. Afterward, Minister Fudge personally arranged for Harry to stay at the Leaky Cauldron. The place is now under constant aura surveillance, 24 hours a day. Ira sat back, her mind racing. Let me guess, Fudge is using Harry as bait. Exactly, Emma confirmed. They expect Sirius Black to come after Harry, thinking he'll attempt to kill the boy who lived. It's a dangerous game of cat and mouse, and Potter is the lure. Ira gave a small, almost indifferent shrug. So they're using the boy who lived for the ministry's own benefit. Smart move on Fudge's part, politically speaking. Emma's gaze was steady. It's politics, my lady. The ministry wants to keep control, but they're willing to sacrifice anything to do it. Ira exhaled slowly, her eyes closed. Thank you for the report, Emma. This information will change how we approach things. Emma inclined her head. There's one more thing. I'm scheduled to meet with Minister Isabella Vauquelin, you know, your aunt, and discuss these developments with her. She's deeply concerned about the implications. Ira's lips curled into a teasing smile. You seem to be spending a lot of time with my aunt lately. Is this strictly professional, or should I be worried? Emma's cheeks flushed faintly, but she quickly masked it with a professional demeanor. Nothing to worry about, my lady. We're just coordinating efforts on the investigation into Alina Trevor and her recent activities. Ira raised an eyebrow but said nothing, letting the comment hang in the air. Very well. Keep me informed of everything. Emma bowed slightly and moved toward the door. Just before leaving, she turned back. I'll begin looking into the trial records as you requested, to find out exactly who was responsible for the arrest and what legal justifications were, or weren't, made. Excellent, Ira replied, her mind already spinning with possibilities. As the door closed behind Emma, Ira stared out the window at the sprawling gardens bathed in sunlight. The more she uncovered, the clearer it became that Sirius Black's case was tangled in a web of secrets and lies. And if the ministry's top officials were involved in such dark deeds, what else had they hidden? Ira's fingers curled tightly around her teacup. Chapter 210, A Quiet Strategy. The afternoon sun cast soft golden hues through the tall, arched windows of the Ministry of Magic's private chamber. The walls, lined with polished mahogany shelves and rare magical artifacts, seemed to absorb the weight of the day's affairs. At the grand desk sat Minister Isabella Vauquelin, her posture composed yet tense, her eyes flickering over reports and correspondence with the precision of a seasoned strategist. A gentle knock at the door broke her concentration. Without waiting for a reply, the door opened, revealing Emma Bloom, Ira's assistant, stepping inside with a quiet but determined grace. Emma, Isabella greeted her warmly but without losing the sharpness of her attention. Thank you for coming so promptly. Emma offered a faint smile, closing the door behind her and approaching the desk. Of course, Minister. You asked for a private meeting. Isabella gestured to the chair opposite her. Please, sit. There is much to discuss. The feud between the Vauquelin and Trevor families is escalating faster than anticipated. Emma lowered herself onto the chair, placing a bundle of documents on the desk. Alina Trevor is reckless, but she is clever. She knows the power she wields and uses it to provoke. The attacks on your family's holdings yesterday were no mere coincidence. It was a warning, a show of force. Isabella's lips pressed into a thin line. She has overstepped. There will be a reckoning. I have been waiting for an opening, a moment to deliver a decisive blow. But she remains elusive. Emma nodded slowly. Your patience is admirable, Minister, but we must consider that time may not be on our side. The longer this continues, the more likely other families will get involved. What starts as a private feud could spiral into civil war. Isabella's gaze hardened. That is the nightmare we must avoid. But it also means we cannot act rashly. One wrong move, and the fragile peace in the French magical community will shatter. Emma's voice softened. You've carried this burden alone for so long, Isabella. You don't have to. Isabella glanced at Emma, catching the subtle tenderness behind her words. A flicker of something unspoken passed between them, a quiet intimacy born from months of trust and shared struggles. Your loyalty and help means more than I can say, Isabella replied, her voice low. You are my greatest ally. Emma reached out, brushing Isabella's wrist gently. And you are more than my minister. You are someone I admire, someone I care for. Isabella's eyes held Emma's for a long moment, a warmth stirring beneath her calm exterior. She quickly withdrew her hand, clearing her throat. We must focus. The recent attacks, several shops belonging to the Vauquelin family were burned, and key allies have been threatened. It is a message, but one I intend to answer. Emma smiled faintly. You have always been one step ahead. Have you considered calling on the British families for support? Our networks are stronger than ever. Isabella's eyes flickered with cautious hope. Yes. I have sent discreet requests for reinforcements. We cannot let Alina believe she can challenge us with impunity. Emma hesitated before speaking again, her tone gentler. Isabella, amidst all this chaos, I see the toll it takes on you. You are constantly vigilant, yet you never show weakness. Isabella allowed herself a rare, genuine smile. Weakness is a luxury I cannot afford. But you can lean on me, Emma said softly. In more ways than politics. Isabella's cheeks colored faintly. You speak dangerously. Emma laughed quietly, a melodic sound that filled the room. Maybe. But you make me brave. The moment lingered, pregnant with possibilities neither dared voice aloud. Isabella glanced at the stack of papers again, regaining her composure. The ministry watches closely, but so far remains hands-off. They fear escalation, but that also means our actions are scrutinized. Emma's eyes narrowed slightly. Alina's provocations are designed to draw us out. She wants a public war with ministry. And she will not get it, Isabella said firmly. Not while I breathe. They both fell silent, contemplating the precarious balance between power and survival. Breaking the stillness, Emma's tone shifted to practical concern. Minister, have you had any news from your agents near the Trevors? Nothing concrete. They move swiftly, shadowed by secrecy. But I suspect the moment we strike, they will retaliate fiercely. Emma leaned forward. Then we must be prepared. I will increase surveillance and intelligence gathering. We cannot afford to be blind. Isabella inclined her head in gratitude. Thank you, Emma. Your help, it is a rare and precious thing. Emma blushed slightly, but met Isabella's gaze with unwavering confidence. I stand with you. Always. A soft knock at the door startled them both. Isabella waved the visitor in without a word. A young clerk entered, bowing slightly before placing a sealed envelope on the desk. Isabella broke the wax with careful fingers, unfolding the letter inside. Her eyes scanned the contents rapidly. Emma watched her, sensing the shift in mood. Plans are moving faster than expected, Isabella said quietly, folding the letter away. Alina's networks have been infiltrated. We may have a chance, a window, to act. Emma's lips curved into a sly smile. Then let us be ready to seize it. Isabella glanced up, her expression resolute. Together, Emma. We face this storm together. They exchanged a look, and unspoken emotions were seen between them. As Emma rose to leave, she hesitated at the door. Isabella, when this is over, perhaps we could find a moment for ourselves. Away from all this. Isabella's heart quickened. I would like that. Emma smiled, a secret promise lingering between them as she slipped out into the fading light. Isabella returned to her papers, but her mind lingered on the quiet hope that, even in war, something beautiful might bloom. Chapter 211, The First Governor's Meeting. A week later. The late afternoon sun filtered softly through the stained glass windows of the grand hall inside the Hotel de Magie, nestled deep within the heart of Diagon Alley. This was the seat of Hogwarts' Board of Governors' annual meeting, an assembly as old and prestigious as the school itself. A long mahogany table gleamed under the enchanted chandeliers, each intricately carved chair awaiting the arrival of the 12 most influential figures entrusted with the school's welfare. Ira entered the chamber, her posture calm but her mind alert. This was her first official governor's meeting, a role that carried immense responsibility and scrutiny. Emma Bloom, her loyal assistant, walked beside her, quietly preparing notes and documents. The room was already filling with murmurs and the rustle of robes as the other governors took their seats. At the head of the table stood Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic himself, his customary broad smile firmly in place. Fudge gestured grandly as Ira approached. Ah, Miss Ira White, the newest addition to our venerable board. Welcome. Your family's legacy is well recognized throughout the magical world. Ira inclined her head politely, a flicker of pride and determination gleaming in her eyes. Let us begin with introductions, Fudge announced. He motioned to the right side of the table. First, Horace Diggle, Ravenclaw, Hogwarts historian, and guardian of tradition. An elderly man with sparkling eyes nodded, whispering something about ancient secrets. Miriam Chong, Ravenclaw, scholar of magical law and advocate for inclusive education. A sharp-eyed woman offered a curt smile. Percival Knott, Slytherin, staunch traditionalist and ally of the Malfoys. The pale man's expression was stern, bordering on cold. Agatha Warrington, Gryffindor, former Quidditch referee and champion of student athletics. Her warm smile belied a firm resolve. Fintan O'Flaherty, Hufflepuff, owner of a magical apothecary chain and practical education enthusiast. The jovial Irishman gave a hearty wink. Celine Vector, Ravenclaw, arithmancer and expert in financial oversight. Her eyes twinkled behind slender spectacles. Eleanor Vance, retired unspeakable and proponent of academic rigor. Her gaze was sharp and intimidating. Barnabas Quill, Hufflepuff, former ministry official and advocate for student welfare. A kindly face greeted Ira. Cassandra Flint, Slytherin, matriarch of the Flint family and protector of pureblood traditions. Her icy stare swept the room. Augusta Longbottom, from the Longbottom family, respected exorer and disciplinarian. The elderly woman's steady expression radiated authority. And finally, Miss Ira White, representing the White family. The room gave polite applause. Fudge took his seat again and cleared his throat. We gather today under grave circumstances. He paused for effect, scanning the room. As you know, Sirius Black, once one of the He Who Must Not Be Named's most loyal and dangerous Death Eaters, has escaped from Azkaban prison. Intelligence reports suggest his intent is to reach Hogwarts and target Harry Potter, the boy who lived. A hush fell over the room. Several governors exchanged uneasy glances. To combat this threat, I propose deploying Dementors as mentors at Hogwarts to protect the school and its students. The suggestion sparked immediate debate. Miriam Chong was first to speak. Minister Fudge, Dementors are creatures of despair and fear. Their presence in a school will traumatize young minds. Percival Knott added grimly, the implications for Muggle-born students are concerning. This could deepen divisions and fears. Agatha Warrington's frown deepened. We risk destroying the safe, nurturing environment students deserve. Ira rose to address the gathering. Her voice was calm, but carried clear conviction. I must strongly oppose this proposal. Introducing Dementors will inflict psychological harm. Hogwarts should be a sanctuary, not a prison of dread. Fudge fixed her with an intense gaze. Miss White, the threat is real. Prioritizing safety sometimes requires uncomfortable choices. Ira's eyes narrowed slightly. Safety built on fear is no safety at all. Our students' well-being, mental and emotional, is paramount. Exposing them to these creatures is reckless. Horace Diggle, leaning forward, added, our ancestors would not have wished such darkness upon their beloved school. Fintan O'Flaherty nodded. Practical measures are necessary, but not at the expense of children's innocence. Celine Vector adjusted her glasses. The financial implications aside, this policy risks alienating parents and students alike. Barnabas Quill, voice steady, said, we must consider the moral and ethical consequences. A few voices murmured agreement. On the other side, Cassandra Flint scoffed. Dementors are necessary guardians. The safety of pureblood students is at risk if we weaken our defenses. Augusta Longbottom remained silent but stern. Fudge raised a hand for order. I appreciate the concerns. But we face a deadly adversary. Sirius Black is cunning and dangerous. We cannot be complacent. Miriam Chong challenged, has anyone considered alternatives that do not involve traumatizing children? Fudge sighed. I have proposed this in good faith, but the board must decide. Ira pressed, what of the headmaster? Why is Dumbledore absent? Fudge's expression tightened. He opposes the Dementor deployment and refused to attend. Murmurs of surprise echoed around. Ira glanced around, meeting the eyes of her fellow governors. This proposal affects every student and family, she said firmly. Fear will not make them safer. I will not support it. Fudge's voice dropped to a stern edge. This is about protecting the boy who lived. Should harm befall him, the consequences would be catastrophic. Ira's gaze hardened. We are responsible for all students, not just one. The debate stretched on for over an hour, each governor voicing reasoned opinions, fears, and hopes. At last, Fudge called for a vote. 7 votes were cast in favor, Fudge, Flint, Knott, Warrington, Vector, Quill, and Diggle. 5, including Ira, opposed, Chong, Longbottom, Vance, O'Flaherty. Fudge's voice rang with finality. The Dementor guardianship at Hogwarts is approved. Ira shook her head slightly. The fight was not over, but today she had spoken her truth. As the meeting adjourned, Emma approached her with a quiet smile. You held your ground admirably, my lady. Ira exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of the day. Thank you, Emma. But this is only the beginning of the mess. We'll likely have to attend many more of these meetings. Even though today's meeting was arranged by Minister Fudge, Dumbledore's absence speaks volumes. Clearly, relations between him and Fudge aren't good. His refusal to allow Dementors at Hogwarts is probably why he didn't come today. It's his way of protesting. The board members filed out, exchanging polite goodbyes and whispers of speculation. Ira looked out the stained glass window toward the setting sun. Hogwarts halls would soon echo with the chilling presence of Dementors. Chapter 212, Criticized. The Daily Prophet. By Special Correspondent, Rita Skeeter. French ties and foreign loyalties, is Hogwarts' newest governor a risk to our children's safety? She may have the name of an old British family, but her heart and education belong elsewhere. In a move that has left many in the wizarding community scratching their heads, and a few clutching their tea in outright alarm, Miss Ira White, scarcely of age to order a proper butterbeer in Hogsmeade, has been appointed as a governor of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This appointment would be curious enough given her youth, but the facts, dear readers, are far stranger, and, some might say, far more troubling. Miss White is the current head of the ancient and noble White family, a position steeped in centuries of tradition, responsibility, and, dare we say, patriotism. Yet in spite of her station, Miss White has never completed a full term of education at our beloved Hogwarts. Indeed, sources confirm she has spent the majority of her magical education abroad, at Beauxbatons Academy of Magic in France. A charming choice for those who fancy delicate pastries and fine ballroom etiquette, perhaps, but for a governor of Hogwarts. One must ask, how can she possibly understand the needs of British magical youth when she herself has avoided sharing in their formative experiences? The post of Hogwarts governor has traditionally been reserved for witches and wizards steeped in the customs, rivalries, and achievements of our magical heritage. Most have walked its moving staircases, studied by candlelight in the Great Hall, and learned the meaning of house loyalty under its venerable roof. Miss White, however, has not. While she reportedly completed her first 2 years at Beauxbatons before transferring briefly to a private tutorship, she has not, and apparently does not intend to, enroll at Hogwarts for the remainder of her studies. It's simply a matter of preference, an anonymous acquaintance of Miss White told me with a sniff. She likes the French system better. And she says she's above the pettiness of British school politics. Above, indeed. The meeting that sparked a storm. Only days ago, Miss White attended her very first governor's meeting, a gathering hosted at one of Diagon Alley's grandest hotels, chaired by none other than our tireless Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge. The purpose? To address the urgent threat posed by escaped mass murderer Sirius Black, a known associate of he who must not be named. The agenda was simple: consider and approve the minister's plan to station Dementors, the highly trained, ministry-controlled guards of Azkaban, at the Hogwarts perimeter to ensure the safety of our children. It should have been an easy vote. Who, after all, would deny that Black, who murdered 12 Muggles and betrayed the Potters, poses a grave danger? Who would deny our children the protection of the ministry's most formidable deterrent? Who, indeed? The voice of opposition. While most governors expressed agreement with Minister Fudge's proposal, Miss White rose to her feet and, in a voice witnesses describe as cool and measured, declared her disapproval. Dementors, she is reported to have said, are dangerous creatures, unsuitable for an academic environment. No one disputes that Dementors are unsettling, their very presence can chill the air and dampen the brightest spirits, but as Minister Fudge explained in his own eloquent address, the cost of inaction could be far greater. If Black should breach the castle's defenses, the boy who lived will be in mortal danger, the minister warned gravely. And yet Miss White persisted, ultimately stating, as a governor of Hogwarts, I cannot agree to this. Her refusal, of course, did not carry the day. In a vote of 7-5, the motion passed, ensuring that the Dementors would be stationed at the school. But her dissent, and her foreign background, have raised questions. An outsider's priorities. One senior member of the board, who asked not to be named, muttered darkly as they left the meeting, we're trying to protect the children, and she's worried about their feelings. Hogwarts isn't a tea party. Another source, this one claiming to be a longtime family friend, suggested that Miss White's priorities might lie elsewhere. She's more interested in continental politics than Hogwarts affairs. The rivalry between the British and French magical communities runs deep, you know. There are whispers that she sees herself as a bridge between the two. But who does she truly serve? It is worth noting that relations between Britain and France's wizarding societies have been tense, to say the least, in recent decades. Accusations of academic superiority, disputes over international magical law, and the occasional Quidditch scandal have kept the flames alive. In such a climate, some find it troubling that a Hogwarts governor spends her terms at a French school while presiding over a British institution. A controversial appointment. How did Miss White, barely into her majority, come to hold such a position in the first place? The answer lies in her title. As head of the White family, she occupies a hereditary seat on the board, one traditionally held by her predecessors. But where those predecessors were Hogwarts alumni and stalwart defenders of British magical tradition, Miss White brings a decidedly foreign flair. Her fashion at the meeting, a set of pale blue Beauxbaton-style robes accented with silver embroidery, did little to dispel the sense that she is, in spirit if not in blood, more French than British. It was like she'd stepped straight out of a Parisian wizarding salon, one observer remarked. Beautiful, yes, but hardly in keeping with the gravitas of the moment. The minister stands firm. Minister Fudge, for his part, handled the opposition with what this reporter can only describe as admirable patience. It's the safety of our children at stake, he said. Every measure must be taken to prevent another tragedy like that of the Potters. He did not name Miss White directly in his remarks to the press afterward, but his meaning was clear: the ministry's responsibility is to protect, not to appease foreign sensibilities. The board in brief. For those unfamiliar, the Hogwarts Board of Governors is composed of 12 members, each representing a major magical family or holding a distinguished place in the wizarding world. They are 1. Ira White, head of the White family, recently appointed, foreign educated. 2. Eleanor Vance, Ravenclaw, retired unspeakable, academic traditionalist. 3. Barnabas Quill, Hufflepuff, herbologist and student welfare advocate. 4. Cassandra Flint, Slytherin, matriarch, defender of pureblood traditions. 5. Horace Diggle, Ravenclaw, historian, guardian of Hogwarts customs. 6. Miriam Chong, Ravenclaw, magical law scholar, progressive reformer. 7. Percival Knott, Slytherin, ally of the Malfoys, muggle-born skeptic. 8. Agatha Warrington, Gryffindor, Quidditch official, sports advocate. 9. Fintan O'Flaherty, Hufflepuff, apothecary owner, practical education proponent. 10. Celine Vector, Ravenclaw, arithmancy expert, fiscal watchdog. 11. Augusta Longbottom, Gryffindor, Longbottom family representative. 12. Orion Foley, Slytherin, influential voice, close ministry ally. Of these, only 5 sided with Miss White's objections. The rest, sensibly in this reporter's opinion, voted for the minister's proposal. Anonymous concerns. A parchment arrived at the Daily Prophet offices yesterday morning bearing no signature but a very distinctive style of handwriting. It claimed to be from a current Hogwarts professor. It is deeply concerning when those who have never lived in the castle presume to dictate its safety measures. Hogwarts is not a diplomatic salon. This is a school, and the children's security should come before any governor's personal feelings about ministry policy, or their desire to look virtuous in front of foreign allies. Another all-delivered note, and signed but bearing the pure-blood family crest, which we won't reveal, was rather more blunt. Ira means well, but she's young. Too young. Her idealism blinds her to danger. Hogwarts needs realists. And there, dear readers, is the heart of the matter. Idealism is charming in poetry and politics, but in governance it can be dangerous. Sirius Black is out there, somewhere, and every day without the proper protections in place is another day our children are exposed. Miss White may believe that constant fear is harmful to students. But what, I ask, is more harmful than an unguarded gate when a killer comes calling? Closing thoughts. Thought balloon. No one doubts Miss White's intelligence, her poise, or the glittering promise of her future. But a Hogwarts governor must be more than promising. They must be practical, loyal, and above all, committed to the safety of those under their care. Until Miss White proves that her loyalties lie wholly with the British wizarding world, and not divided across the channel, perhaps it would be wise to watch her decisions closely. After all, as one governor, who wisely requested anonymity, said after the meeting, it's not treachery I suspect, but misplaced priorities can be just as dangerous. And in times such as these, can Hogwarts afford such a risk? Chapter 213, Conversion in the Garden. In the White family's Parisian manor gardens, the colors were softer under the filtered light, roses that on a sunny day blazed scarlet now glowed like old wine, and the beds of lavender seemed dusted in smoke. A breeze moved through the hedges, rustling the leaves in a gentle, steady rhythm. Ira walked along the gravel path at an unhurried pace, her posture composed, hands loosely clasped behind her back. The garden's gravel paths wound like pale ribbons through archways of climbing roses and overhanging boughs, with statues of mythic figures at quiet intervals. Beside her, Emma kept pace with the same measured step, one gloved hand holding a folded Daily Prophet. The paper's edges were creased and worn, as though she had read it more than once. They had been walking in companionable silence for several minutes, the sound of their footsteps muffled by the soft gravel, before Ira finally spoke. Her voice was calm, but there was a quiet curiosity beneath it. So, she said, glancing toward the folded paper in Emma's hand, who do you think is responsible for this? Emma tilted her head slightly, as though weighing her words. I investigated, my lady. There are influences, subtle ones, whispers in the right ears. But mostly. She gave a slight, almost disdainful shrug. Mostly, this is Rita Skeeter's own work. She's been a thorn in the side of pure-blood families for years. Her favorite targets are those who either lack the will to strike back or lack the means to make her regret it. Ira's lips curved into a faint smile, though her eyes remained on the path ahead. So, she pokes only where she thinks the hornets won't sting. Exactly, Emma replied. And she thrives on dramatics. I believe she took advantage of some quiet discontent and made it louder, more scandalous. But the pen was hers, and the style unmistakable. They turned beneath a stone archway overgrown with pale climbing roses. The blooms hung heavy, their fragrance mingling with the lavender nearby. Ira paused briefly to touch one of the petals, the softness brushing against her fingertips before she moved on. And what do you think? Ira asked after a moment, her gaze still forward. Emma shifted the paper to her other hand. I think there are families in Britain who want you back. In the public's eyes, you are distant. You've spent the past 2 years here, appearing only in print or in the occasional, carefully staged announcement. You've declined, or simply been too busy for, most of the gatherings among pureblood circles. And although you were invited, those who invited you may now feel slighted. Ira let out a soft hum of amusement. Ah, so they feel ignored. They do. And resentful, Emma confirmed. It seems some have decided to use the same tactic as last year, manipulating public opinion through the papers. They hope to draw you back, perhaps even push you into their social orbit again. A small, dry laugh escaped Ira's lips. And they believe a few printed lines will make me obedient. How quaint. Emma's mouth curved slightly. It is the tactic of those unwilling to confront you directly. She lowered her gaze briefly to the paper. That said, most of what Skeeter wrote was pure invention. The so-called anonymous quotes, especially those attributed to Hogwarts professors, are hers. I could find no evidence of such remarks ever being made. Ira stopped walking for a moment, looking toward a bed of pale pink peonies. She leaned slightly, inhaling their fragrance. I see. Well, that may be so. The two resumed walking, the cloudy light muting the garden's colors to something softer, almost nostalgic. After a while, Emma asked, What's your plan, my lady? Do you intend to return to Britain? Perhaps even transfer to Hogwarts? Ira didn't answer immediately. Instead, she glanced toward the far edge of the garden, where the hedges grew tall enough to hide the walls beyond. What about Alina Trevor? Have you found a way to remove her? Emma's expression tightened. No, my lady. Your aunt and I are still working on it, but she is more cunning than we anticipated. She hides her movements well, rarely acting in her own name. She gives orders from behind the scenes, and the rest is left to her family. The Trevors are fighting openly with the Vauquelins, but Alina keeps her hands clean. Ira's gaze darkened slightly. Until I resolve that problem, I will not be going back to Britain. Emma nodded. If that is your choice, then we should turn to the more immediate matter, the new term. Beaux Batons begins in 10 days. There will be preparations to make. Yes, Ira agreed after a pause. You're right. That's where my focus should be for now. They passed a marble fountain shaped like a swan, the water glistening faintly under the dull light. Emma glanced down at the paper again before speaking. My lady, about this article, do you wish to respond? Ira tilted her head, considering. No. That would give her exactly what she wants, more attention. I am not so foolish. Still. She let the word hang in the air for a moment, her gaze following a drifting leaf until it landed near her feet. Even though this wasn't particularly damaging, there must be consequences. If there is no response at all, others may think the white name is theirs to toy with. Criticism is one thing, but there are limits. Emma inclined her head slightly. Of course. Ira began walking again, slower this time. Punish her. Not heavily, just enough to remind her, and everyone else, that I am not to be taken lightly. Her tone was still mild, but there was steel beneath it. As you wish, my lady, Emma said, her voice calm but with a calculating edge. Ira's eyes lifted briefly to the clouded sky. Good. Then we can be done with this nonsense. There are far more important matters ahead. As they reached the stone steps leading to the terrace, the first faint drops of rain began to fall, soft, cool against their skin. They stepped inside the manor together, leaving the garden to the gathering rain, the faint perfume of flowers lingering in the air behind them. Chapter 214, In Her House. The night was heavy with darkness, a thick velvet darkness that wrapped itself around the quiet streets of London like a protective shroud. The sky was clouded over, stars obscured from sight, as if the heavens themselves wished to conceal what was about to unfold. Among the twisting alleys and narrow lanes of an unremarkable neighborhood, one home stood isolated, hidden by magic and craftiness. This was the residence of Rita Skeeter, a journalist known both for her relentless curiosity and her biting pen, traits that had earned her as many enemies as admirers. Rita moved cautiously, her footsteps muffled on the worn cobblestones as she approached the small iron gate. Her breath came in small clouds in the chilly night air, and a flicker of unease twined with her usual confidence. The shadows seemed to stretch and twist unnaturally, and an uneasy feeling gnawed at her. She shook it off. Just paranoia, she muttered under her breath, unlocking the gate with a practiced flick of her wand and slipping inside. The house was modest, but the enchantment she had layered over it rendered it invisible to most eyes, tucked safely out of sight from anyone who might wish her harm. She prided herself on her secrecy, her power lay not just in words but in remaining untouchable. Or so she believed. Inside, the rooms were dimly lit by low, amber lamps. She crossed the living room, her eyes darting around nervously. A faint creak made her freeze. On the far side of the sofa, where the room dipped into shadows, a figure sat quietly. At first, Rita thought it was a trick of the light, until the figure shifted, and a calm, confident voice cut through the silence. "I was waiting for you, Rita." The name sounded like a whisper of ice, a soft threat that sent a shiver down Rita's spine. She spun, wand outstretched, trembling slightly. But before she could utter a spell, her wand leapt from her fingers, flying smoothly through the air and landing in the waiting hand of the figure in the shadows. Emma stood tall, her presence overwhelming the room like a dark storm. Clad in a simple, elegant black cloak that seemed to drink in the faint light, her face was calm but utterly commanding. Her eyes glinted with an unsettling mix of warmth and warning, and an aura of quiet power radiated from her. She might have been mistaken for a ghost or a creature of the night had anyone else been in the room. "You thought you were safe here," Emma said, her voice low and measured, hidden away in this tiny, forgotten corner of the world. "But we know where you live. We know what you do. And we know who you really serve." Rita's mouth opened, then closed. Her heart hammered against her ribs like a frantic drumbeat. This was no ordinary visit. This was a warning. Emma stepped forward, the soft swish of her cloak like a gathering shadow. "My lady, Ira White, has been more than generous. She barely noticed your latest article. But I cannot allow you to besmirch the name of the White family without consequence." Rita swallowed hard, her bravado flickering. I don't mean to be cruel. It's just my job." Emma's eyes narrowed ever so slightly, an expression that was almost a smirk. "Your job? Your job is to spread lies and poison. You've done it before, and you will do it again. You think you can write whatever you want and hide behind your little pen. But we are not like the other pure-blood families you love to mock. We do not tolerate disrespect." Rita took a step back, her breath uneven. "I'm careful. I know what I'm doing. I have sources. People talk. I only reveal what I'm told." Emma shook her head slowly. "That makes you complicit. Do you think you are untouchable? We have ways of finding out who whispers in the shadows. We can make your sources vanish." The room seemed to close in on Rita. Her eyes darted to the dark corners, as if expecting darkness to twist into hands that would seize her. The silence stretched for a moment, thick and heavy. Then Emma spoke again, her tone almost gentle. "This time, consider it a warning. My lady showed mercy. She does not care for your petty provocations. But I do. This is not a threat born of anger, it is a promise of consequence." Rita's lips trembled. You won't do anything. You can't." Emma's smile was sharp, cold. "Oh, but I can. And I will. Not to harm you, but to remind you of the power behind the White name." Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped perceptibly, a faint shimmer in the air as if magic was tightening its grip. Emma raised a hand, and a faint whisper echoed, barely audible but laden with menace. "You will find that your pen does not always protect you. Choose your next words carefully." Rita nodded quickly, swallowing her fear. I understand." Emma released the magical pressure, the room warming again. She stepped back, her eyes never leaving Rita's face. "Remember, Rita," she said softly, "I am always watching. And you know what happens if you make a mistake." With a flick of her cloak, Emma moved toward the door, disappearing as silently as she had come, leaving behind an echo of power and warning. Rita sank onto the sofa, trembling but alive with a new respect and fear for the White family's reach. She knew that the next article would be tempered, careful not to cross a line she might never return from. Chapter 215, A Morning Among Gardens. The soft light of dawn slipped through the heavy velvet drapes of the White manor, painting the room in gentle hues of gold and rose. Ira stirred beneath the cool sheets, her mind slowly untangling from the threads of sleep. The distant hum of the awakening city reached her ears, mixing with the faint songs of early birds and the rustling of leaves in the morning breeze. She stretched languidly, feeling the peaceful calm that only a new day could bring. With a slow, measured breath, Ira rose from her bed, the soft fabric whispering as it fell from her shoulders. She crossed the room barefoot, her pale feet barely making a sound on the cool marble floor. Approaching the grand window, she pulled aside the heavy curtains and looked out upon the gardens that stretched beyond the manor's walls. A smile curved her lips as her eyes drank in the sight. The sprawling greenery of the White family estate was a tapestry of color and life. Blooming flowers of every shade wove together in fragrant clusters, roses and lilies mingled with delicate star-shaped blossoms that shimmered faintly with magic. Towering trees, ancient oaks and whispering elms, stood sentinel along the edges, their gnarled branches swaying softly in the morning breeze. A gentle mist still clung to the ground, lending a dreamlike quality to the scene. Beyond the borders of the magical grounds, the manor was nestled among the ordinary bustle of the Muggle neighborhood. Quaint shops and modest houses lined the nearby streets, their windows cracked open for the fresh air of the beautiful summer. Yet here, in this secluded oasis, magic flourished, hidden from prying eyes. Ira breathed deeply, the crisp air filling her lungs. Her gaze drifted to the carefully tended flowerbeds where rare and magical plants thrived. She thought of the countless hours she had spent studying them at Beauxbatons and the precious knowledge passed down from her professors. Among them, one figure came clearly to mind, Professor Lior, her mentor in magical botany. The memory was vivid. Last school year, during the end-of-year exam in her second grade, Professor Lior had spoken passionately about the importance of preserving magical plants. He had mentioned a place, the Garden of Heaven, nestled far away in the remote wilderness of Patagonia, a sanctuary devoted to saving endangered magical flora and cultivating new life. He had asked the Heiress specifically to consider contributing to this sanctuary. The garden was more than just a collection of plants, it was a living repository, a beacon of hope for the future of magical biodiversity. Ira frowned slightly as she realized she had completely forgotten this request over the long summer holidays. The demands of political intrigue, family affairs, and her own studies had crowded out the memory. But now, as the morning light bathed the manor gardens in soft warmth, the importance of the Garden of Heaven resonated deeply within her. With renewed resolve, Ira turned from the window and made her way toward the bathroom. The air was cool against her bare skin as she slipped into the large marble tub and filled it with steaming water scented faintly with lavender and mint. She closed her eyes and let the warmth envelop her, feeling the tension of the past weeks melt away in the comforting embrace of the bath. Afterwards, with a simple flick of her wand, she gathered her snow-white hair into a loose, elegant cascade that framed her face softly. Dressed in comfortable robes, she descended the grand staircase to the breakfast room, where Emma was already seated, having prepared a modest but nourishing meal, a blend of French and British fare that reflected the mingling of two cultures that shaped Ira's life. Emma looked up with a warm smile as Ira entered. "Good morning, my lady. I hope you slept well." Ira returned the smile, sitting gracefully at the table. "I did, thank you. The gardens are especially beautiful this morning." Emma nodded. "They are. I always think the estate looks its best in the early light." As Ira began to eat, a plate of freshly baked croissants, scrambled eggs, and thick slices of smoky bacon accompanied by a steaming cup of tea, her thoughts returned to the Garden of Heaven. She glanced at Emma thoughtfully. "Emma," she said, setting her cup down gently, "I want us to make a donation to the Garden of Heaven." Emma's eyes sparkled with interest. "The sanctuary in Patagonia. The world's largest magical plant reserve." "Yes," Ira replied, her voice steady. "It's a cause that deserves attention and support. Hundreds of botanists and magical plant experts work there tirelessly, preserving species on the brink of extinction and cultivating new magical flora that could one day be crucial to our world. It's vital work." Emma nodded in agreement. "It's a brilliant idea, my lady. Such an act of goodwill will resonate deeply, not just with the magical community but also with the Muggles, who have little idea how intertwined their world is with ours." Ira leaned forward slightly, her eyes brightening with determination. "This is more than charity. It's a statement. For too long, the White family has been known only for its power, influence, and the fear it instills. It's time for that reputation to evolve. We must show that we contribute to the growth and preservation of the magical world, that we care about its future." Emma smiled warmly, pride evident in her gaze. "It will build goodwill across the continents. Families will look to the Whites as pioneers of progress, not just as a force to be reckoned with." "Exactly," Ira said, folding her hands thoughtfully. "We want to inspire other families to join us, to contribute their resources and talents toward rebuilding and improving magical society. It's time the Whites were known not only for strength but also for compassion and vision." Emma pulled out a small ledger and pen, poised to take notes. "I will start making the arrangements. We'll send a generous donation, enough to make a meaningful impact. And I'll coordinate with the newspapers to publicize it widely. The announcement will span in all magical media outlets to maximize influence." Ira nodded approvingly. "Make sure the announcement highlights the legacy we intend to build, a legacy of stewardship and care. I want the world to know that the White family stands for more than tradition and power. We stand for growth, protection, and hope." Emma glanced up, her expression serious. "And my lady, may I say, it's wise to distance our name from families like the Blacks, whose history is steeped in dark magic and fear. The Whites must chart a different course." Ira smiled softly. "Indeed. Their legacy is a cautionary tale. I want the white name to be associated with light, knowledge, and preservation. Emma's fingers danced lightly over her parchment. I will investigate the current status of the Garden of Heaven, ensure our donation will be put to good use, and arrange for the press coverage. We can even invite some of the leading botanists to speak at future events to reinforce the message. Ira took a final sip of her tea, feeling a surge of optimism. Good. Let's make this happen. It's time for a new chapter for the whites, and for the wizarding world. Outside, the gardens basked in the full glow of the morning sun, flowers nodding in approval as a new day of promise began. Chapter 216, The Echoes of Generosity. A few days after the official donation was made, the White family manor was bathed in a soft morning light. The sky outside was a brilliant canvas of blue and white clouds drifting lazily over the Paris rooftops. Within the quiet grandeur of the manor's drawing room, Emma sat comfortably with a stack of freshly delivered newspapers spread out on the polished oak table. The faint aroma of brewed tea and freshly cut flowers filled the air. Ira sat nearby, relaxed in a high-backed chair, her elegant features calm and curious as she watched Emma sift through the pages. It was the first real moment of peace since the family's recent whirlwind of political upheavals and public scrutiny, and this was a different kind of attention, one of praise. Emma looked up with a bright smile. My lady, the papers from all over the world have arrived. It seems the news of your donation has made quite the impact. Ira's pale eyes sparkled with interest. Let's see what they say, she said softly, reclining slightly and stretching her hands. Emma carefully unfolded a large copy of the Daily Prophet, the flagship British magical newspaper. The front page was dominated by a bold headline. Youngest matriarch makes history, Ira White's record-breaking donation to Garden of Heaven. Below the headline was a photograph of Ira, elegantly poised in her white family robes, a serene smile playing on her lips. The accompanying article began with a sweeping summary. In an unprecedented act of generosity, the youngest ever head of the esteemed White family, recently turned 13, has donated 50,000 galleons to the Garden of Heaven in Patagonia. The garden, renowned as the world's largest sanctuary for the preservation of magical plants, has faced ongoing financial challenges despite international ministry support. This donation marks the largest contribution to the garden's history and heralds a new era of environmental stewardship from one of the oldest pure-blood families. Emma's voice softened as she read the glowing praise from the garden's botanists and potion masters. Professor Fleur, famed magical botanist and mentor to young White, commends the donation as a beacon of hope for the survival of endangered magical flora. Potion Master Armand Chirot emphasized the importance of such support, stating, magical plants are the foundation of our craft, their preservation ensures the future of potion making and healing arts. Emma looked up from the paper and smiled. You've certainly made waves, my lady. Ira gave a modest shrug. It was my professor's suggestion. He always spoke passionately about the garden's work. I simply did what I was asked. Emma chuckled. And what a generous simply it was. 50,000 galleons is no small sum, especially for someone your age. The papers also note how your family's resources remain largely untouched in vaults, and you've chosen to put that wealth to meaningful use. Ira nodded. Our family's wealth is immense, yes, but sitting idle achieves nothing. With that amount, the garden can fund years of research, preservation, and cultivation efforts. Plus, the income from our estates and ventures replenishes funds daily. It's a sustainable generosity. Emma unfolded the next newspaper, this one from the Paris Sorcier, the French magical paper. The headline read, Ira White, a rising star of environmentalism in the magical world. The article emphasized how Ira's donation positioned her as a young environmentalist within the magical community, praising her for taking an active role in conservation. It quoted several international experts. Dr. Camila Velasquez, head of the Magical Ecology Institute in Spain, remarked, young leaders like Ira White are exactly what our world needs. Her dedication to magical plant preservation inspires hope for future generations. Emma continued reading aloud. The article also points out that the Garden of Heaven, located in the isolated wilderness of Patagonia, is a critical refuge for magical species on the brink of extinction. Their work benefits the entire global wizarding community. Ira smiled, clearly pleased. It's comforting to know that the efforts will help sustain magical life forms beyond just our borders. Emma then held up a small, glossy newspaper from the United States, the Magical Gazette, with a headline. White family makes philanthropic breakthrough, tradition meets progress. The article praised the traditionally secretive White family for breaking from past shadows and investing in the community's well-being. It noted that this donation could signal a new era for pure-blood families, one that embraces social responsibility alongside heritage. The article included a quote from Professor Everett Mays, a potion master from Salem's Magical Academy. Magical plant conservation is crucial not just for potion ingredients but also for maintaining the magical ecosystem's balance. This donation shows leadership from a young generation willing to engage with pressing ecological issues. Emma looked across at Ira, who was quietly sipping her tea, a soft glow of satisfaction on her face. Your name is becoming synonymous with hope and renewal, my lady, Emma said warmly. Ira shook her head gently, her expression humble but resolute. It's just the beginning. The White family has a long history, but every generation must define its own legacy. This is the path I want to walk. Emma smiled and leaned forward. Do you realize how much this will shift public perception? The Whites have always been powerful, yes, but many have feared us. This act shows a heart behind the power. It will inspire others to follow. Ira placed her cup down carefully. Power without purpose is hollow. We must be caretakers, not tyrants. The magical world needs more than strength, it needs wisdom and compassion. Emma nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. And as the matriarch, your actions set the tone for the entire family. Others will watch and take note. They spent the next hour going through the international papers, reading editorials and letters from magical citizens expressing hope and admiration for the White family's change in direction. The general consensus was clear: Ira's donation was a landmark event, one that signaled a shift toward a more responsible and caring magical elite. Emma paused as she glanced at a letter from a young potion apprentice in Germany, who wrote, "Your generosity gives me hope for my future studies. Magical plants are my passion, and knowing the White family supports our work makes me feel proud to be a part of this world." Ira's heart warmed at the words. This is why it matters. Emma grinned. Indeed. The ripple effect of your kindness will be felt far beyond Patagonia. The two shared a quiet moment, the weight of history and hope mingling in the room. At last, Emma broke the silence. So, my lady, what's next? How will you follow up this monumental gift? Ira considered. We must ensure that the funds are used wisely. I want regular reports from the garden's leaders. Also, I'd like to host a gathering here in Paris for some of the leading botanists and magical ecologists, showcase their work, inspire more support. Emma nodded approvingly. A perfect idea. It will also strengthen our network and influence. Ira's smile deepened. Yes, the White family should be known not only for power but for stewardship. That is the legacy I wish to build. Emma rose and poured herself a fresh cup of tea. With you leading, I have no doubt that legacy will flourish. Chapter 217, School Preparations and Quiet Confessions. Ira woke early that morning, sunlight filtering softly through the gauzy curtains of her bedroom at the White family manor in Paris. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of blooming jasmine from the garden below. She sat up in bed for a moment, eyes drifting to the view from her window, the sprawling gardens, dotted with vibrant flowers and towering ancient trees, framed by the familiar roofs of neighboring Muggle houses and small shops. The serenity of the morning brought a gentle smile to her lips. Though the world beyond the manor was often turbulent and chaotic, here there was a peacefulness she cherished. A faint knock came at the door, and Emma's voice called softly, "My lady, your morning correspondence has arrived." Ira nodded, pulling on a soft robe as Emma entered, carrying a neatly folded parchment sealed with the elegant emblem of Beauxbatons. "Ah, the letter from school," Ira murmured, unfolding it with practiced fingers. Emma waited patiently as Ira read through the list of required books, school supplies, and other materials for her upcoming third year. The letter reminded her of a familiar routine, a mixture of excitement and the mild stress of preparing for another year of rigorous study. "Looks like a busy year ahead," Emma noted as Ira finished reading. "Shall we head to Allie de Mervillesse and gather what you need?" Ira's eyes brightened. "Yes, I'd like that. I want to visit Marin's bookstore as well. I've heard her mother keeps a wonderful selection, especially of magical animal tomes and rare editions." Within moments, they were using the Fleur network, their flames glowing a brilliant green as they transported themselves seamlessly to the bustling magical shopping street. The Allie de Mervillesse was alive with color and energy, vendors calling out, children laughing, and the scent of freshly baked pastries mingling with the magical atmosphere. First, they moved through the various stalls and shops, acquiring parchment, quills, cauldrons, and all manner of classroom necessities. The excitement of preparing for school mingled with the familiarity of the place, as Ira felt a sense of belonging despite the distance from her family's main estate. Finally, they reached the quaint bookstore that Marin's mother owned. Its exterior was modest but charming, painted a gentle blue that matched Marin's own vibrant hair color. Ira pushed open the door and was greeted immediately by the warm, comforting scent of old paper and ink. Inside, a middle-aged woman with striking blue hair, softer in shade and slightly fuller than Marin's, looked up from behind the counter. Her eyes lit up as she saw Ira enter. "Welcome, my dear. It's such an honor to have the matriarch of the White family grace my little shop," she said with a warm smile that creased the corners of her eyes. Ira smiled back, a little shy. "Please, call me Ira. Marin speaks of you often, it's lovely to meet you." The woman laughed gently. "Ah, Marin can be quite talkative. He often mentions his friend Ira and the adventures you two share. Come, tell me what books you need." Ira's gaze swept the shelves, lingering on well-worn volumes of magical flora and fauna. I'm looking for the Introduction to Magical Creatures by Newt Scamander, the English edition translated to French. Also, a book on ancient runes and their crafting, perhaps the latest edition by Helga Mjolnir. And one on basic alchemy principles, if you have a copy of Tobias Amiri's introductory guide. Excellent choices, Marin's mother replied, moving gracefully to fetch the books. These are popular titles, but I'm sure we have them all. As she handed the books to Ira, the two women began to talk about the upcoming school year, teachers, and the challenges young students face in balancing tradition with modern magical advancements. Curious, Ira asked, "Where is Marin today?" "I was hoping to say hello." The woman's smile faded slightly. "He asked me to go out, apparently, he's meeting someone special. Found himself a girlfriend, it seems." Ira's eyes twinkled with gentle amusement. "He finally has a girlfriend. That's wonderful news." The woman sighed deeply, her expression growing somber. "I don't know what to do with him sometimes. I've scolded him more than once for his reckless ways. I fear he's becoming too much like his father." Her voice faltered, and her eyes misted over with memories. "His father? I haven't seen him since Marin was 5. He abandoned us." Ira listened intently as the woman continued. "When I was 16, I was deceived by him, charmed by his kindness and promises. He was from a wealthy, influential family, and I believed we'd have a future together. But he used me, only a few months, and then vanished. Later, I found out he married his cousin. When I confronted him and told him about my pregnancy, he refused to acknowledge me. Said family duty was more important. He wanted to be the head of the family, and that meant making proper alliances." The woman paused, the hurt raw in her voice. "I was heartbroken, just a girl barely out of childhood. But I grew stronger, throwing myself into the bookstore to build a life of my own. When Marin was born, his father was involved for the first 5 years. Then one day, he told me never to mention Marin again. He said that if anyone found out he had a son out of wedlock, it would ruin his reputation. Besides, he already had a child with his wife, so he claimed his real family and duties came first. From that day on, he never visited his son again. Once, he came here with his wife and daughter. I think they were visiting the Allée de Merveilles. Marin saw him and tried to call out, but the men completely ignored him, as if he didn't exist. From that day forward, Marin never spoke of him again." Her hands clenched tightly, trembling. "I don't mind anymore, adults live their own lives. But what breaks me is seeing Marin becoming like him, reckless, playing with hearts, heedless. I don't want him to turn into his father and ruin some girl's life, leaving her to end up like me. I could never bring myself to hate my son. I've done everything to break him of this habit of chasing meaningless romances. I've scolded him, beaten him, even starved him. I've warned him over and over that if he continued, I would leave him. But I can't. I love my son. Despite everything, he is all I have, and I can't bear the thought of losing him and being left completely alone." Then she sighed. "You might wonder why I'm telling you this, even though it's all in the past, and raising Marin is my responsibility as his mother. But I can't do much more about it. I've done everything I could to make sure he grows into a fine man, honest, kind, respectful to women, compassionate, loving, and caring. And he is all of those things, but he still has that problem." Ira reached across the counter and gently took the woman's hands in hers. "Your love for Marin is clear. I'll speak to him, perhaps he just needs a reminder from someone his own age. I'll talk to him about the responsibility his actions carry and the consequences they can bring. From what I've seen at school, he only flirts, making jokes and speaking sweetly to girls, but he doesn't cross the line. Still, he needs to learn to control his behavior and habits, and I'll make sure he understands that." The woman looked up with hopeful eyes. "Would you do that? Really?" "Absolutely," Ira said firmly. They talked a while longer about Marin, family, and the hopes they all held for a better future. Then, the woman brightened. "Before you go, would you mind if we take a photo? I want to place it here, by the counter. It would be a great honor for the bookstore, and for my family, too." Ira nodded with a warm smile. "Of course, I'd be happy to." Marin's mother took out a small magical camera, and Ira handed it to Emma so she could capture the moment, Ira standing beside the woman, both smiling gently. The flash shimmered softly as the photo was taken, and the woman's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you so much," she said, bowing her head. "It means the world to us." "No, the honor is mine," Ira replied. "It's a privilege to be here, in this shop full of history and warmth." With heartfelt goodbyes, Ira and Emma stepped out of the bookstore and strolled down the Allée de Merveilles toward the familiar boutique where she would select her school uniform. The street buzzed softly with the hum of enchantments, the faint rustle of self-folding fabrics in shop windows, the warm glow of floating lanterns overhead. As they walked, Ira tucked her carefully chosen books into a small magical pouch, their weight vanishing for the sake of convenience. Chapter 218, The Enchanted Wardrobe, Madame Rochel's Boutique. The sky above Paris was a soft pale grey that late afternoon, the clouds hanging low and heavy as if holding back a gentle drizzle. Ira stepped through the cobblestone streets that led toward the familiar corner of the Allée de Merveilles, her pace steady and confident. Her mind was still lightly humming with anticipation for the school year, but now her thoughts were on one special stop, Madame Rochel's shop, the place she had returned to for the past 2 years for a Bosbaden school uniform. Today marked the start of her third-year shopping trip and all the preparations that came with it, and, as always, the ritual of choosing her school clothes filled her with a quiet, delicate excitement. She paused before the boutique's entrance and smiled at the new door, a subtle marvel of magical fashion and craftsmanship. The door was not just a simple entrance but an enchanted dress-shaped portal. As she stepped close, the folds of a deep midnight blue gown shimmered and rippled, then gracefully parted like curtains, revealing the warm light and inviting interior within. Stepping inside, Ira was immediately greeted by a soft chiming bell and the warm scent of fine silks, lavender, and a hint of sandalwood. The shop was a stunning fusion of elegance and modern enchantments. Softly glowing chandeliers cast gentle light on plush carpets and carved wooden shelves lined with fabrics from all over the wizarding world. And there, standing just beyond the front counter, was Madame Rochelle herself, a strikingly beautiful woman in her mid-40s, with lustrous chestnut hair pinned elegantly back, eyes sparkling with warmth and kindness. Her welcoming smile brightened the room as she noticed her esteemed guest. "Welcome, welcome, Lady White," Madame Rochelle said, her voice rich and melodic. "It's truly an honor to see you again. And this time, with the dignity of the head of the White family upon your shoulders." Ira returned the smile, but with a gentle shake of her head. "Please, Madame Rochelle, you don't need to treat me like a noble here. For the first time I came here to buy clothes, you were just as warm and kind, so treat me as you do any other customer." "Oh, no, no," Madame Rochelle said with a playful glint in her eyes. "You are my most valuable customer, Ira. How could I not treat you with special care? Especially since after your visit last year, my little shop has blossomed like never before. Your patronage has brought me blessings I cannot describe." Ira glanced around, noting the subtle but remarkable changes since her last visit. The interior was more sumptuous now, with gilded mirrors, silk-draped fitting rooms, and even magical mannequins that floated softly in the air, their delicate limbs moving gracefully as they modeled the latest designs. "Oh, so you've become quite rich then, Madame Rochelle?" Ira teased, eyes bright with amusement. "The design and decor are absolutely exquisite. I see elegance and magic woven into every corner." Madame Rochelle beamed with pride. "I credit much of this success to you, Lady White. Your impeccable taste inspired me to raise my craft to new heights." Ira laughed softly, shaking her head. "No, that's mostly your own brilliance. I only provide the canvas, you paint the masterpiece." With a satisfied nod, Madame Rochelle turned toward the floating mannequins. "Speaking of masterpieces," she said, "this year, I've brought in the finest enchantments and fabrics. You'll find your school uniform tailored like never before, but I also have designs for more formal attire, perfect for the many official meetings your position demands." Ira's eyes twinkled with interest. "I'd like that very much. Please, make me 2 or 3 sets of clothes, different designs. School uniforms and elegant dresses for public occasions. I trust your judgment entirely." "It would be my honor," Madame Rochelle said warmly. "And what about your assistant, Emma? I'm sure she deserves the most beautiful garments, too." Emma shook her head modestly. "It's really not necessary, Madame Rochelle. I'm quite content with what I have." Ira gave Emma a playful glance. "Nonsense. You must have fine clothes, too. You should never waste your beauty or elegance, especially when visiting my aunt for your little dates. Appearances matter in dating world." Emma blushed, her cheeks warming, and stammered, "Please, my lady, don't say that." "I'm grateful, but really." Ira interrupted with a teasing smile. "Yes, yes. You heard the lady. Madame Rochelle will dress you in the finest." With a pleased chuckle, Madame Rochelle began to take Ira's measurements, her practiced hands gentle and precise as they traced over the young girl's shoulders and arms. "Oh, you've grown quite well," she remarked admiringly. "At 13 and already 165 centimeters, a lovely height for a young lady. I wouldn't be surprised if you grow a little more yet." Ira nodded with a shy smile. "I suppose I'm lucky with the height." Next, Madame Rochelle measured Emma, noting with a professional eye her posture and frame. The soft quiet in the room spoke volumes of their mutual respect and the importance of this simple, intimate ritual. As Madame Rochelle worked, the conversation drifted to lighter topics, the changing fashions at Bosbaden's, the demands of public life, and the challenges young women face balancing tradition and modernity. Ira listened thoughtfully, occasionally sharing her own observations from her experience at school and in her family. After all the measurements and initial fittings, Madame Rochelle turned with a satisfied smile. "I'll send the completed school uniforms directly to your manor as soon as they're ready. The formal dresses will take longer, of course. I want them to be perfect, worthy of the White family. Ira gave a grateful nod. Thank you, Madame Rochelle. Your care means a great deal to me. As always, Madame Rochelle said with a bow, I look forward to seeing you again soon. The two women exchanged warm farewells as Ira and Emma stepped back into the bustling street. The first hints of twilight softened the Parisian sky, the shops glowing softly against the encroaching night. As they walked away, Ira felt a quiet thrill of anticipation the coming year would bring to her life. Chapter 219, The Return to Star Hall, Welcoming the New Year. The grand doors of the Star Hall at the Château de Beauxbatons loomed before Ira like an ancient portal welcoming her back to a world she both loved and knew well. The soft glow of the chandeliers overhead, the gleam of polished marble, and the gentle hum of excited chatter filled the vast hall. Outside, the sky had long since dipped into twilight, and the silvery moon cast a faint glow through the tall stained glass windows, scattering colors across the polished floors. It was the evening of August 31st, the traditional night marking the start of the new school year. The Star Hall was already alive with students filing in, their robes rustling, their laughter and greetings weaving a tapestry of youthful excitement. The long tables, each adorned with a shimmering banner, beckoned as the three houses prepared to welcome both returning students and the eager first years. Ira slipped through the crowd and found her usual seat at the Umbberloon table, her heart quickening with the comforting rhythm of familiar faces. Nearby, Marin was already seated, a mischievous grin spreading across his face when he saw her approach. Ah, Lady White. Marin called out playfully, waving a hand in greeting. Right on time as always. Though I was starting to wonder if you'd been swallowed by some enchanted book somewhere. Ira chuckled and took the seat beside him. Very funny. I visited the bookstore a couple of days ago, you weren't there. Marin's eyes sparkled with interest and nervousness. Oh. Did you get to see Mom? I hope you didn't. Ha. I did, actually. Your mom was the one who welcomed me and sold me the books. Ira smiled mischievously. She was kind enough to chat with me for a while. I even heard you were busy with your usual pastime, breaking girls' hearts. Marin shifted, his cheeks tinting with a light blush. Yeah, well, I was on a date. Ira raised an eyebrow, the hint of a teasing smile curling her lips. A date? With whom? Just a girl. I only took her to a hotel for a simple meal, Marin said shyly, glancing away. A girl. Ira repeated, her tone mock serious. And which hotel did you take her to? Marin smirked, mischief dancing in his eyes. Your hotel, of course. Ira's eyes widened. My hotel? How did you manage that? Marin chuckled. I just told them I was a friend of yours. They seemed to know me well enough after that. Ira crossed her arms and raised a brow, voice playful but firm. Well, you can go to that hotel, but don't you dare use my name again. I won't tolerate that. Relax. Marin laughed, waving a hand dismissively. I won't abuse the privilege. A little friendship perk, right? Ira rolled her eyes, though a smile lingered on her lips. Their easy banter was a welcome balm against the heavy weight of responsibility she bore. Before more could be said, a familiar fragrance filled the air, a delicate blend of jasmine, rose, and something uniquely refined. Ira's gaze drifted toward the entrance of the table, where Fleur, radiant as ever, gracefully took a seat beside her. Welcome, Fleur, Ira greeted, returning the warm smile. Ira looked into her eyes and said, You know, I sent you a lot of letters, but I never got a response. Why was that? Fleur's eyes gleamed with a mix of happiness and apology. Thank you, Ira. I did receive your letters, you know. She sighed softly. I was a bit upset about my OWL exams. I just couldn't bring myself to answer properly. Ira's smile softened. Oh, did you get your results then? Indeed, Fleur replied with a long sigh. All top marks, except for bloody alchemy. I was just 2 points shy of the top score, and that ruined my prefect record. I felt terrible for days. You know I worked hard all year, but it all came down to those 2 points. Ira nodded approvingly. Well, it's not the end of the world. Next year, in the NEWTS, you'll crush it. Then the OWLs won't matter so much. Of course, you can always take the exam again after you graduate. Fleur gave a small, hopeful sigh. I hope so. Their conversation was gently interrupted as Madame Maxime ascended to the podium, commanding the room's attention with her usual graceful authority. Welcome, everyone, to the new school year. Madame Maxime's voice resonated throughout the hall. I trust that the summer has rejuvenated you and prepared you for the months ahead. I am pleased to say that this year, we have received no complaints from your parents regarding academic dissatisfaction. A promising start indeed. The hall erupted in quiet applause. Now, Madame Maxime continued, we shall begin by welcoming the first-year students as they embark on their journey to find their houses. Please gather and prepare yourselves for the sorting ceremony. The atmosphere grew hushed as the much-anticipated Mirori de la Toile premiere was brought forth, a legendary mirror, framed in silver and crystal, its surface shimmering mysteriously. One by one, the first years stepped forward, their names called in a melodious cadence, faces a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Ira watched closely as each new student faced the mirror, which reflected not only their image but also the inner spark that would decide their house placement. Atop the mirror, a glowing star pulsed softly, shifting colors to represent Umbberloon's deep silver, Papilion's soft violet, or Belfoil vibrant greens. As the last of the first years were sorted, Madame Maxime's voice rose once more. Now that the new members of our Bosbaten's family are settled, it is time for tradition, the welcoming dance. The hall's lighting dimmed slightly, replaced by floating lanterns shaped like butterflies that fluttered gracefully around the room. Pairs of senior students, their robes gleaming and smiles bright, rose from their seats and took to the floor. Music swelled, an elegant, lilting melody that spoke of magic, mystery, and camaraderie. The dancers moved with practiced grace, weaving through the crowd in steps both intricate and flowing, their every move accompanied by delicate spells that painted shimmering trails in the air. Ira's eyes followed them with delight, her earlier conversation with Marin remembered fondly. "Looks like another year of dancing and drama," Marin whispered beside her, a shining light in his eye. Ira laughed softly. Indeed. It wouldn't be Bosbaten's without it. When the dance came to a close, Madame Maxime returned to the podium, her smile warm and sincere. "Thank you to all our senior students for such a splendid start to the evening. May this year bring you knowledge, friendships, and adventures." Her gaze swept over the students gathered. "Now, let us enjoy our dinner. The tables await." At that moment, the Star Hall doors glided open with a silent grace, and long banquet tables laden with platters of food floated gently inside, guided by unseen magic. The aroma of freshly baked bread, roasted meats, exotic fruits, and delicate pastries filled the room. Ira's stomach gave a small rumble, and she exchanged amused glances with Fleur. The tables aligned themselves beside the house banners, and the students eagerly gathered their seats. At the Umbberloon table, plates quickly filled with a delightful mix of French and magical cuisine, buttered croissants, enchanted cheeses that sang softly when bitten, crystal-clear waters shimmering with sparkling enchantments. As they ate, the buzz of conversation resumed, friends sharing tales of summer exploits, hopes for the new year, and whispered secrets. "So," Fleur began, a sly grin crossing her face, "did you hear about Madame Maxime's new flying broomstick lessons?" Ira raised a brow. "No, but I wouldn't be surprised if she's trying to put us all to shame." Fleur laughed. "She says that the broom is not just for flying but for expressing one's true spirit. I'm not sure if I should be impressed or terrified." Marin chimed in softly, "I think I'll stick to my charm spells and potions." Ira glanced around the tables of the other houses. The students were enjoying their meals, most eating with elegance and grace. Then her eyes settled on a particular professor responsible for this, the one in charge of the magical etiquette class. Professor Noël de Vauclair sat at the professor's table, eating her dinner with perfect poise. Every plate and piece of cutlery was arranged in precise order, nothing was out of place. She ate with the dignity and grace of a princess. Ira rolled her eyes and muttered to herself, "Thank Merlin we don't have her insufferable class anymore." Nearby, Fleur, who had just finished a glass of juice, asked, "What? You don't have it?" Ira smiled and replied, "The magical etiquette class." Fleur laughed. "So you didn't like it either? Don't worry, you're not alone. Most students hate that class. And you know, most of them fail it because the professor is so strict during exams. In my first and second years, my marks were just average." Ira smirked. "Why am I not surprised?" Fleur grinned. "I've completely forgotten most of the lessons, except the table etiquette, of course." "Well," Ira said, "most of that class isn't something we use daily, so it's no wonder it's forgotten." As the evening wound down, Marin leaned closer with a conspiratorial whisper. "So, Ira, what's the plan for tonight? Any secret political meetings with powerful purebloods for the betterment of the wizarding world?" Ira grinned. "Tonight? I think I'm just going to enjoy the moment." Marin smirked. "Wise choice." The Star Hall slowly emptied as students began to disperse to their dormitories, the air still tinged with the magic of new beginnings. Ira stayed a moment longer, gazing up at the grand chandeliers sparkling like stars. Quite an enjoyable beginning to the school year. Chapter 220, Morning in Umbberloon. Ira awoke to the faint chime of the hall's morning bell, a silvery note that lingered in the air before fading into the early hush. For a moment, she lay still, letting her eyes wander across the unfamiliar ceiling, pale stone, carved with delicate lunar motifs that caught the dim light creeping through the tall, narrow window. Her new dormitory in Umbberloon felt different from the compact room she'd occupied for her first 2 years. Larger, more refined, the space seemed made to remind its occupants that they were no longer first or second years, A single bed sat neatly against the wall, draped in deep blue covers embroidered with silver thread. A small writing desk faced the garden view, where a sliver of dawn painted the hedges and flowering trees in shades of blush and gold. It was her first week in the third-year corridor, the level where third- and fourth-year girls shared the same hall. This dormitory building, 6 floors high, was known across the school for its elegance, its quietness, and its garden that was so carefully tended it felt more like the private grounds of a noble estate than school property. The first 2 floors belonged to the youngest students, the upper floors to the older years. From the 3rd year onward, the dorms were not clustered by class but mixed, forcing students to adapt to the presence of their seniors. Ira swung her legs over the bed and stretched, feeling the coolness of the stone floor against her bare feet. The air smelled faintly of night-blooming jasmine, drifting in from the garden. Her mind flicked briefly to the shared bathhouse, something she still wasn't entirely used to. First and second years had smaller, private bathing rooms. But here, from the 3rd floor upward, the girls shared one large bathhouse between them, 3rd years to 7th years alike. She decided to bathe early, when the dorms were still wrapped in morning silence. Gathering her things, she tucked a towel under one arm, balanced her shampoo bottles and toothbrush in a small wooden tray, and stepped out into the corridor. The dormitory hall was quiet at this hour. A few doors were cracked open, spilling faint candlelight, where early risers whispered with sleepy voices. Most girls were still curled under blankets. The faint scent of baking bread drifted from the hall far below. She padded down the stairwell and into the bathhouse wing. The wooden door creaked softly as she pushed it open, stepping into a warm, humid space that smelled of steam, soap, and the mineral tang of spring water. The bathhouse was vast, much larger than she'd expected, its ceiling lost in mist, with pale columns holding up arches from which delicate streams of water trickled into the pools below. There were 2 main baths, one warm enough to envelop the body in languid heat, and one cooler, brisk enough to wake the mind. Each pool shimmered under the soft glow of hanging lanterns, the surface breaking in lazy ripples. Her eyes caught movement, and froze. In the far corner, half submerged in the warm pool, sat Fleur. Or rather, lounged. She rested against the edge, hair slicked back and darkened by water, her pale shoulders just breaking the surface. A thin curl of steam clung to her skin. She looked entirely at ease, eyes half-lidded as though she were drifting between thought and dream. Ira's face warmed almost instantly. She wasn't unused to seeing others in the bath naked, that was inevitable here, but Fleur had a way of making the simplest things seem deliberate, almost intimate. She took an instinctive step back toward the door, thinking she might return later, but Fleur's voice drifted across the water. "Ira," she said, her tone smooth and faintly amused. "Leaving so soon?" Ira stopped mid-step, her hand still on the doorframe. I just forgot soap in my room," she replied quickly, keeping her eyes fixed on the tiled floor. "Soap?" Fleur guessed, the corner of her mouth curving in the smallest smirk. "Come here. You can use mine." Ira hesitated. Her mind gave a sharp, inward protest, "You're naked and you want me to." But she found herself moving forward, her tray of bath items clinking softly in her hands. As she reached the edge of the warm pool, she kept her eyes carefully averted. "Close your eyes," she said, trying for nonchalance but hearing the faint quaver in her own voice. Fleur's laughter was soft, almost intimate, curling between them like a secret. "Oh, so shy, are we?" she murmured, her eyes glinting. "Don't worry, darling." She leaned in just enough for her perfume to brush the air between them. "Of course, princess. I wouldn't dream of looking." Her gaze lingered a heartbeat longer than necessary before she turned away with a knowing smile. Ira was unconvinced, but Fleur obligingly turned her head away. Heart skipping uncomfortably, Ira set down her tray, slipped off her pajamas, and stepped into the water. The heat closed over her like a silken weight, drawing a sigh from her lips. When she risked a glance, Fleur had turned back, her gaze lingering for a moment before she said, "First time using the big bath." "Yes," Ira admitted, moving to the opposite side of the pool. "At least, first time with someone else here. I'm used to the smaller ones." "You'll get used to it," Fleur said lazily, dipping her hands in the water and letting it spill through her fingers. "No boys. No one here to scandalize you. Except just me." Ira muttered something about it still being different, which earned her another smirk. Fleur tilted her head, her eyes sharp with a knowing glint, as though she found Ira's awkwardness faintly entertaining. They talked in fragments, the sound of water filling the quiet between them. Fleur admitted she usually came at this hour to avoid the crowd. "And now," she added, "I find you've discovered my little routine." "I thought I'd have the place to myself," Ira said. "You can," Fleur replied with an almost lazy smile. "I don't mind sharing." Ira focused on washing her hair, hoping the movement would keep her from noticing the way Fleur's eyes traced her, slow and unhurried. She felt her cheeks warming again and told herself it was only the steam. When Fleur rose from the water completely naked, the motion was unhurried, deliberate, the kind of unself-conscious grace that made Ira suddenly aware she was staring. Fleur didn't seem to care, wrapping a towel loosely around herself before gathering her things. I'll leave you to it, she said, pausing at the doorway. See you at breakfast, princess. Ira only nodded, not trusting her voice. Alone now, she let out a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, muttering to herself about Fleur's infuriating composure. She rinsed the last of the shampoo from her hair, brushed her teeth, and climbed out of the pool. Back in her room, she dried her hair with a flicker of magic, shaped it neatly, and dressed in her sky-blue uniform. A touch of perfume at her throat, and she was ready. When she reached the breakfast hall, Fleur was already there, seated at a corner table, as though the morning's encounter hadn't happened at all. Ira collected her tray, croissant, boiled eggs, a glass of juice, and joined her. You've grown, Fleur said softly after a moment, her eyes tracing Ira with quiet appraisal. Today. I noticed. You're changing, blossoming into a woman. Her voice lingered on the last word, warm and almost tender, before she looked away with a faint smile. Ira raised a brow. I am 13 now. Fleur sipped her tea. 1 more year. 1 more year for what? Fleur only smiled faintly and said, nothing. Just thinking. The conversation moved on, but the undercurrent remained, that quiet, almost imperceptible pull that made Ira both curious and wary, as though she were standing at the edge of something she didn't yet have the name for. Chapter 221, First Lesson in Stone and Blood. At the entrance of the Umbberloon's hall stood Madame Laurent, the tall, immaculate head of dormitory affairs, her sharp eyes missing nothing. As each student passed, she handed out the week's timetables, rolled neatly and tied with a ribbon the color of their year group. White ribbon, she said as Ira approached, her tone brisk but not unkind. 3rd year. Keep it safe, mademoiselle. Ira took the scroll and untied the ribbon as she moved through the crowd of students gathered to collect their timetables. She made her way toward the Umbberloon girls' dormitory hall, where breakfast was already laid out and Fleur was waiting. Settling into her seat, she unrolled the parchment and scanned the neat script. First period, Ancient Runes. She had just reached her seat when Fleur leaned in from across the table, her gaze flicking to the parchment in Ira's hand. Ancient Runes first thing on a Monday, Fleur remarked, her voice laced with that lazy amusement that always made Ira wary. It usually meant whatever she was about to say was either very funny or very serious. Good luck with that class. Ira looked up from the timetable. Why? Is it difficult? Fleur's lips curved in a smirk. Oh, I think it's best if you experience it yourself. She reached for a croissant, tore it open, and added lightly, some things are more fun when you discover them the hard way. Ira frowned, but Fleur said nothing more. She wasn't sure if it was meant as a warning or a game. After breakfast, Ira gathered her books, a heavy leather-bound volume titled Foundations of Magical Script, a thinner dictionary of rune forms, and her new holster for her wand. She left Umbberloon's high-ceilinged dormitory hall, stepping out into the crisp morning air. The path to the chateau wound through the manicured gardens, past hedges clipped into fantastical shapes, winged horses, dolphins, even a dragon that seemed to exhale mist into the cool air. Beyond the garden stretched a green expanse where students in their sky-blue uniforms were crossing toward their own classes, voices echoing in the open air. Chateau loomed ahead, a vision of pale stone and gleaming spires. Its walls caught the morning light, and its many tall windows reflected the sky. The great oak doors were already open, the scent of waxed wood and parchment drifting out to meet her. Inside, the main corridor was a polished artery of marble and chandeliers, portraits watching from gilded frames as students passed. Some portraits whispered greetings, others merely observed with dignified silence. The Ancient Runes classroom lay in the east wing, behind a heavy door of dark oak carved with the shapes of runes themselves, some smooth, some jagged, some curling like vines. The hinges groaned slightly as Ira pushed it open. The room was unlike any she had seen before. Rows of stone benches descended toward a wide central floor, where a chalkboard of black slate stood between 2 towering bookcases. The walls were carved with runes that seemed to shimmer faintly in the light of floating candles overhead. And at the center, speaking with a small group of early arriving students, stood the professor. He was tall, dressed in a long coat of deep midnight blue that caught the light in subtle sheens. His hair was black, slicked back neatly, and his skin was pale enough that it almost glowed. But it was his eyes, a shade too dark to be ordinary brown, glinting with a depth that spoke of centuries, that caught Ira's attention. Ah, he said, turning as the rest of the class entered. His voice was smooth, every syllable deliberate. Good morning. Welcome to Runes Anciennes. I am Professor Valentine Dane, and I have been teaching this subject at Beauxbatons for longer than you have been alive. Much longer. There was a ripple of quiet laughter at that, though a few students exchanged glances, the kind that meant, is he serious? He smiled faintly, revealing the barest glimpse of sharpness in his teeth. Yes, I am a vampire. And yes, that means I have had considerable time to master my craft. You may relax. I do not drink from students. That earned a few more uneasy chuckles. Dane stepped forward, his presence commanding but not oppressive to frighten the students. Ancient runes, he began, is not merely a subject of translation. It is the study of the language in which magic itself was once spoken, carved, and bound. Before wands, before incantations, there were symbols, marks etched in stone, bone, and wood to channel the forces of the world. He gestured to the chalkboard, where he wrote in a flowing, old-fashioned script, Elder Futhark. This, he said, is one of the oldest known rune systems. You will find references to it in Spellman's syllabary, the ancient art of enchantment, and of course, magical hieroglyphs and logograms by Bathilda Bagshot. If you do not yet own these books, I suggest you remedy that. Quickly. The chalk clicked softly as he drew the first 3 runes, Fehu, Heiress, and Thurisaz. These, Dane said, are your first task. Memorize their forms, their sounds, their meanings. Fehu, wealth, cattle, abundance. Heiress, strength, wildness, untamed power. Thurisaz, thorn, giant, protection, and danger alike. Write them until your hand knows them without thought. Ira studied the symbols, her mind already tracing the lines, locking them in place. Her perfect memory drank them in like water. You may believe, Dane continued, that memorizing runes is the hard part. For some, it is. For others, here his eyes flicked briefly toward some students, though they couldn't be sure why, the true challenge is what comes after. A rune without magic is a word without voice. To make it live, you must feed it power, intention, and precision. He began to walk among the rows of stone benches, his presence like a slow-moving shadow. Vampires, he said, almost conversationally, value precision above all. We have long lives. We do not waste them on carelessness. Runes demand the same of you. One misplaced stroke, and your meaning changes entirely. The rune for protection may become one for binding, or worse, harm. He returned to the front, picked up a smooth river stone from the desk, and traced Fehu upon it with his wand tip. The rune flared briefly gold, then sank into the stone's surface as if it had always been there. This stone, Dane said, holding it up, is now imbued with a simple charm for prosperity. Harmless, unless you consider the possibility of an excess of cows a danger. A few students laughed, Ira smiled faintly. She was already sketching the runes in her notebook, the shapes crisp and exact. The meanings lined themselves up neatly in her mind, as though she had always known them. For the next half hour, Dane moved between lecture and demonstration. He spoke of rune stones found in the ruins of wizard settlements predating Hogwarts, of Norse witches who inscribed their longboats with Thurisaz to ward off sea monsters, of goblin craftsmen who still used Heiress in forging enchanted weapons. He quoted from Runes of Power by Professor Bede Blackthorne and gave them reading assignments for the week. When they began their first exercise, carving the 3 runes into small clay tablets with fine chisels, Ira found the task almost meditative. The lines came easily to her hand, the angles felt natural. She noticed other students pausing to compare their work, but hers matched the textbook illustration perfectly. Very good, Dane said when he passed her bench, his voice low enough that only she could hear. Your memory serves you well. We shall see how it serves you when we reach the stage of imbuement. The class ended with the ringing of a silver bell that echoed faintly against the carved walls. Dane dismissed them with a final note, bring your tablets next time. And your concentration. Both will be tested. As Ira gathered her books, she caught Fleur's eye in the corridor outside. Fleur raised an eyebrow in silent question. Well, she asked as they began to walk toward the next class. Ira hesitated, then allowed herself a small smile. It wasn't so bad. Fleur's smirk returned, slow and knowing. Give it time, princess. He may be a vampire, but he's a master of his craft, so, give it time. Chapter 222, The Commentized Draft. The next afternoon arrived soft and golden, the sunlight streaming in through the high windows of Umbberloon Storm Hall. Lunch had just finished, the lingering aroma of fresh bread and rosemary butter still clung to the air. Ira pushed her plate away, stacked her books under her arm, and rose from the long table. She had just stepped into the Umbberloon's garden when Marin appeared from the opposite direction of the garden, balancing a precarious stack of potion manuals against his hip. His blue hair was still a little mussed from the afternoon's wind, and there was that familiar mischievous tilt to his smile. Afternoon, Ira, he said, swinging into step beside her. Off to brew some trouble. Off to potions class, she replied, matching his pace toward the rear road that would lead them across the courtyard. Trouble isn't on the syllabus this week. Yet, Marin said under his breath, grinning. Ira rolled her eyes but allowed a small smile. You're unusually cheerful for someone walking toward an hour of chopping, grinding, and standing over a boiling cauldron. That's because we have a new professor, Marin said. Word is, he's from Spain. Apparently, he's charming, smells like cinnamon, and doesn't throw exploding cauldrons out the window when students mess up. That's a low bar, Ira said, thinking of the past 2 years under her grandmother, Renée Vauquelin. Madame Vauquelin had been precise, elegant, and entirely merciless in her expectations. Marin gave her a sidelong glance. Speaking of which, your grandmother. Did she just wake up one morning and say, "No more potions for me, merci beaucoup"? Ira hesitated, adjusting the strap of her satchel. I don't know. She resigned suddenly over the summer holidays. My assistant just said it was personal issues after investigating it. You don't sound very curious, Marin said, mockingly shocked. If my grandmother suddenly stopped yelling at students for stirring counterclockwise, I'd want to know why. She's not the sort of person you ask why, Ira said flatly. And honestly, it doesn't matter to me. She was just my professor, not my grandmother. Though if you ever tell anyone she's my grandmother, I will kill you. Marin grinned. Relax. I wouldn't dream of it. Your secret's safe with me. Ira arched a brow. Oh, please. One day you'll be trying to impress some girl, and you'll drop it just to look mysterious. Hey, did you know my friend's grandmother is? She mimed a dramatic whisper. Marin laughed. Wow. Zero faith in me. Exactly zero, Ira shot back. And if I hear anyone else knows, you know what happens next. He threw up his hands, still smiling. All right, all right. Have some goddamn faith in me, woman. They crossed the courtyard, the white stone underfoot warm from the sun. The tall, sweeping towers of Chateau Beauxbatons glistened against the afternoon sky, each arched window catching flecks of light. The potions classroom was in the eastern wing, tucked away in one of the cooler stone corridors. By the time they reached the arched double doors, the soft scent of herbs and faint tang of vinegar already drifted out. Inside, rows of polished wooden worktables were set neatly with brass cauldrons, jars of pre-measured ingredients, and tall glass stirring rods. The shelves along the back wall gleamed with potion bottles in every hue, pale silver, luminous gold, deep forest green. And at the front of the room stood the new professor. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with an easy smile and dark hair peppered just slightly with silver at the temples. His robes were deep indigo, trimmed in gold, and when he spoke, his voice rolled rich and warm, carrying the faintest Spanish lilt. Buenas tardes, estudiantes, he said, spreading his arms as though welcoming them into his home. I am Professor Santiago Velasco, and I will be your potions master for the year. Some of you may have heard that Madame Vauquelin has stepped down. Out of personal matters, see. I will not pry, and neither should you. We are here for potions, not gossip. Ira noted the way he said it, not sharply, but with a finality that made her wonder whether he already suspected what those personal matters might be. Professor Velasco clapped his hands once. Today, we begin with something useful, something you might actually need in your daily lives. I present to you the commentized draft. He moved to the front work table, where an array of ingredients had been neatly laid out, pale white moonflower petals, slender shavings of willow bark, powdered peppermint root in a small porcelain bowl, a sprig of fresh mist leaf, and a delicate vial of honey water that caught the light in golden sparks. This potion, Velasco explained, is designed to soothe mild to moderate pain. Headaches, muscle soreness, the ache in your feet after dancing too long at a winter ball, all can be eased with commentized draft. But, he held up a finger, only if brewed with precision. Too much moonflower, and you will feel drowsy for hours. Too little peppermint, and the pain relief will not last. He leaned casually against the table, smiling as his gaze swept the room. It takes 45 minutes, and it is safe for you to brew at your level, provided you follow instructions. See. Bueno. Let us begin. The students opened their books, though Velasco didn't consult his own. Instead, he spoke each instruction clearly, gesturing as he moved. Step 1, add exactly 3 moonflower petals to cold water in your cauldron. Do not crush them, we want the infusion, not the powder. 3 petals. Not 4, not 2. Ira slid the petals in, watching them drift gently across the surface. The water shimmered faintly, a hint of silver spreading from each petal. Marin leaned over slightly. What happens if you put in 4? They say your dreams will be haunted by angry moon spirits, Ira murmured, deadpan. Marin smirked. Would those moon spirits be female? Ira rolled her eyes. You wouldn't even leave the dream moon spirits alone, you'd try to flirt with them. Well, I could give it a shot, Marin said with a grin. Who knows? I might even find your sister-in-law among them. Ira shook her head, exasperated. Work on your potions, idiota. Velasco's voice floated across the room. If you add 4 petals, Senor Marin, you will simply fall asleep in my class, which is far less interesting than moon spirits. Laughter rippled through the students. Marin grinned. Already like him better than your grandmother. Step 2, Velasco continued, add willow bark shavings slowly, and stir clockwise 7 times. This releases the salicin, which is the true pain-relieving element. Watch how the water darkens. Ira stirred, counting each circle. The liquid shifted from silver to a soft amber hue, the scent of earth and fresh wood rising with the steam. Muy bien, chiquillos, Velasco said warmly as he passed between the tables. He stopped by Ira's side, glancing into her cauldron. Perfect hue, Senorita White. Or should I say, Ira? She nodded. Yes, sir. He moved on, offering gentle corrections at other tables, never raising his voice, always explaining why something mattered. Step 3, peppermint root powder, 1 teaspoon. Not for flavor, though you will taste it. It sharpens the brew, makes it act faster. Add it slowly, stir counterclockwise this time, 3 rotations only. As the powder dissolved, the potion scent brightened, the woodiness of willow mingling with the crisp snap of peppermint. Now, Velasco said, mist leaf. Crush it between your fingers first, release the oils. Just 1 sprig. Ira rubbed the small green leaves between her fingertips, releasing a sharp, herbal fragrance before dropping them in. And finally, honey water. 3 drops, exactly 3, to bind the potion and smooth its effect. Too much and it will be cloying, too little and it will taste like you licked a tree. The golden liquid swirled through the potion, the amber deepening to a rich, glowing bronze. Velasco checked the large hourglass at his table. Now we let it simmer for 20 minutes. Low flame. You may talk quietly, Senor Marin, or read ahead in your textbooks. Marin smirked, leaning his elbow on his table. So, Ira, who do you think is more charming, Velasco or your grandmother? Ira didn't even look at him. You really want me to answer that in front of him? You could whisper it, Marin said innocently. The potion bubbled softly, and the steam that rose from it seemed almost velvety in texture. Around them, the room smelled like a summer garden after rain, herbs and sweetness layered over a base of warm earth. When the simmering time was done, Velasco called for everyone's attention. Last step, strain the potion through fine gauze into glass vials. It should be clear bronze with no sediment at the bottom. If it looks cloudy, start over. Ira poured hers carefully, the bronze liquid catching the light in her vial. It was perfectly clear. Velasco stopped by, lifted it, and held it up for the class to see. This, he said, is an excellent example. Perfect texture, color, clarity. Muy bien, Ira. A flicker of pride warmed her chest. She wasn't unused to praise, but the professor's approval felt genuine, not merely polite. Each student was allowed to take a small sip of their brew. Ira let the warm, slightly sweet liquid coat her tongue. A faint cooling sensation spread through her jaw, then down the back of her neck, leaving a gentle ease in its wake. That, Velasco said, is how you know it works. No explosions, no fumes, no hospital wing visits. And if you ever find yourself after a duel with sore muscles, you know what to brew. As they packed up, Marin nudged Ira. So, do we approve of Professor Cinnamon? She gave a tiny smile. I approve of not having my cauldron thrown out the window. So yes. Velasco's voice called after them as they left, next week, Dreamlight Elixir. Come rested, because it is tricky. And with that, the warm scent of honey water and mint clung to Ira's robes as she and Marin stepped into the cool stone hallway. Chapter 223, Dueling Her. At the Bosbaten's dueling arena, 2 girls faced each other, wands raised and eyes locked in quiet determination. Around them, the air shimmered with magic as bursts of vibrant colors collided and intertwined, crimson reds flashing against silvery blues, golden sparks weaving through cascades of icy whites. The duel wasn't just a contest, it was a dance, an intricate exchange of power, rhythm, and trust. Neither spoke at first. Words were unnecessary. The charged atmosphere pulsed with the promise of spells ready to be unleashed, of skill honed through countless hours of practice. Tonight's duel was less about victory and more about connection, a training ground where their magic could weave together in harmony. Suddenly, Fleur's voice rang out sharp and clear, Expelliarmus. A scarlet jet of spellfire shot toward Ira like a flash of lightning, cutting through the air with intent. Ira reacted instantly. With a flick of her wand, a silvery shield of protego erupted between them, shattering the crimson beam into a shower of sparks that glittered like fallen stars against glass. Without hesitation, Fleur twisted gracefully, her wand tracing an elegant arc, flipendo. A sudden blast of force surged toward Ira, pushing her back a step. Ira's quick counter, finite incantatum, dispelled the residual magic before it could unbalance her further. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Ira's lips as she responded, a silent Expelliarmus jetting toward Fleur's wand. Fleur met it with a shimmering shield, then sidestepped with feline grace, her laughter tinkling like bells in the cool evening air. They circled one another, tension crackling between them like a living thing. Waves of magic pulsed and swirled as their duel surged back and forth. Ira feinted left, then spun suddenly, launching a volley of rictussemper jinxes, streams of silver light that curved and danced, aiming to disrupt Fleur's balance. Fleur's deft movements kept her safe. She deflected 2 of the jinxes with precise shields and slipped under the third with a fluid motion. Arresto momentum, she called, casting a slowing charm. The marble beneath Aira's feet frosted over, the icy spell taking hold just as a burst of glacius sent sharp ice shards spraying. Aira's footing wavered, the cold biting through her robes, but she summoned a gust of ventus, melting the frost and scattering the shards into a swirling mist. Not bad, you really are talented at dueling, Fleur said, her eyes sparkling with sly amusement. Not bad yourself, Aira replied calmly. I mean, you can hold your own against me toe to toe. I'd say you can put up a good fight against an average wizard. Fleur clicked her tongue, clearly amused. You know, that was pretty narcissistic of you. Aira smirked, a hint of smugness in her expression. Well, what can I say? I'm just that good. So good, in fact, that when I'm humble, it just sounds narcissistic. Fleur rolled her eyes, shaking her head with a grin. The duel escalated. Fleur conjured a golden, snaking rope of light within Carcerus, attempting to bind Aira's legs. With a precise diffindo, Aira sliced the magical ropes midair before they could coil around her. Your timing's gotten sharper since our previous duels, Fleur teased, panting lightly, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Aira smirked, leaning in just a little. Well, every time we duel, you get better, and I'm just matching your pace. Maybe I'm just trying to keep up with your level. Fleur's smile deepened, her voice dropping to a softer, more teasing tone. Careful, princess, or I might start thinking you actually enjoy our little battles. Aira's eyes twinkled. Maybe I do. There's something about sparring with you that makes the magic feel different. The balance shifted quickly. Aira unleashed a bombarda, the explosion sending a plume of dust and light between them, throwing Fleur off balance. Fleur recovered with a quick depulso hex, which struck Aira's shoulder, a sharp sting, but no serious harm. Their spells wove together in a symphony of offense and defense. Fleur's next move was a swift Levi Corpus, aimed at suspending Aira midair. But Aira twisted at the last moment, dropping into a crouch and countering with a narrow streak of Conf fire that sent a harmless flare soaring above Fleur's head. Burning bright tonight, Fleur teased, flashing a quick smile. Better than freezing cold, Aira shot back, conjuring a sudden lumos solum, a beam of blinding light. Fleur quickly raised a conjured wall of water with aguamenti, scattering the light and dampening the flare. They laughed, the tension between them lightening as their magic sparked and danced. Fleur's spells were clever and agile, but Aira's mastery of rhythm and timing gave her the edge. She let Fleur press forward, drawing out each attack before parrying with practiced ease. Minutes passed like heartbeats. Sweat dotted their brows and breaths quickened. The marble beneath bore witness, patches of frost, scorch marks, and shimmering dust marking the paths of their spells. Fleur, breathing hard, attempted a cunning lumos solum aimed directly at Aira's eyes, hoping to blind her temporarily. Aira, anticipating the move, conjured a shimmering veil of water that broke the light beam into harmless droplets. The pace quickened. Fleur unleashed a rapid chain, Expelliarmus Flipendo Glacius Duo, a barrage designed to disarm, knock down, and freeze. Aira absorbed the assault, her shield taking the first 2 hits, then pivoted to redirect the last cold blast, narrowly avoiding frostbite. At last, Aira whispered a silent Petrificus Totalis, freezing Fleur in rigid stillness. Fleur broke free seconds later with a whispered finite incantatum, but the pause was enough. Aira's silent Expelliarmus sent Fleur's wand spinning across the floor. Instead of taking the wand, Aira flicked her own and levitated it back to Fleur with Wingardium Leviosa. They stood side by side, chests heaving, wands lowered. The lingering buzz of magic settled around them like a warm hum. Fleur laughed, breathless and light. I still can't beat you. Aira smiled softly, wiping sweat from her brow. It's never about beating. It's about finding the rhythm, learning to fight as one. They moved to the bench at the arena's edge, sitting close. Fleur leaned forward, elbows resting on her knees, still flushed. Aira offered her a flask of water, Fleur's fingers brushed hers, a brief, electric touch. So, Fleur began, voice lowering conspiratorially, how's your vampire professor? Ancient runes, right. Aira smirked, the corners of her mouth twitching. 2 centuries old. Moves like smoke. Sharp memory. Charismatic in a way that's almost hypnotic. Fleur's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Sounds like you like him. Almost, Aira teased, nudging her gently. They sat quietly for a moment, then Fleur spoke again, her tone softening. You're amazing in here, you know. Watching you fight, it's like magic and music combined. Ever thought about competing professionally? Aira laughed lightly. I'd rather keep it between us. No pressure, no crowds, just the dueling dance. Fleur smiled warmly. That's why I like dueling with you. No judgment. Just us. Aira looked at her, eyes meeting hers for a heartbeat longer than necessary. You make it easy to focus. A comfortable silence settled between them, filled with the scent of ozone and faint traces of burnt herbs from their spells. The arena floor, scarred with frost and scorch marks, held their story, a map of their battle and bond. Fleur's fingers brushed Iris again as she took the flask, this time a bit more deliberately. Her smile softened, her gaze lingering. Ira remained calm, steady, either unaware or choosing not to acknowledge the growing tension. Their laughter and teasing words added warmth, a quiet promise of something deeper blossoming between close friends on the cusp of more. Chapter 224, Soins Magiques aux Animaux. The early morning sun bathed the grounds of Chateau Beauxbatons in soft golden light, the gentle warmth drifting over the ancient stone walls and blooming gardens. Ira and Marin walked side by side, their footsteps muffled by the dew-kissed grass as they made their way toward the outskirts of the school. Birds chirped high above in the towering trees, their songs blending with the faint rustle of leaves stirred by the morning breeze. "I can't believe we're finally here," Marin said, adjusting the strap of his satchel as he glanced sideways at Ira. His voice was low, almost a whisper, as if the magic of the morning deserved reverence. Ira smiled, her eyes bright and expectant. "It's not just any class today. Magical animal care, Soins Magiques aux Animaux. I heard it's quite special here." Marin chuckled softly. "You know me. I'm only here for the animals. You'll probably be more interested in the magic." They reached a pair of tall, ancient wooden doors, engraved with delicate vine patterns that shimmered faintly in the morning light. As they pushed the doors open, a fresh, humid breeze greeted them, scented faintly with moss and earth. The two stepped inside. Before them stretched an extraordinary landscape, like stepping through a portal into another world. Towering trees, their leaves sparkling with an ethereal shimmer, formed a dense canopy overhead. Exotic flowers bloomed in vibrant clusters, casting dappled colors across the soft ground. The distant calls of magical creatures echoed, birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald, the rustling of small animals unseen but keenly felt. It was less a classroom and more a living, breathing jungle. Ira inhaled deeply, eyes wide with wonder. "It's like the heart of the forest itself lives here." Marin nodded, pushing his glasses up his nose. "And it's hidden from the rest of the school, a secret world just for these magical creatures." Ira glanced over at Marin, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Since when do you wear glasses?" It was the first time she'd ever seen him with them. Marin shrugged, adjusting the frames. "Well, my eyes have been feeling a bit off, so I figured these might help." Ira deadpanned, "That's the most ridiculous excuse I've heard so far. If your eyes really hurt that bad, why don't you just go to the hospital wing and get them checked?" Marin cleared his throat, a bit sheepish. "I don't want to go there and have the healers dissect my eyes like some experiment." Ira leaned in, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "Tell me the truth. What's the real reason?" Marin sighed, caught. "All right, I read in some book that girls like boys who wear glasses, if they look cool and handsome. So, I tried it out. And you know what? It worked. Some senior girls even complimented me." Ira shook her head with a smile. "So you're telling me you put on glasses just to impress girls? What else should I expect from you?" Marin grinned. "Well, let's just go, let's ignore the glasses and this conversation." The pair followed a winding path bordered by glowing mushrooms and delicate ferns until they arrived at a clearing, a large circular space paved with smooth white marble tiles, glinting faintly beneath the filtered sunlight. Around the circle, the jungle thickened, trees arching inward like ancient guardians. Standing at the center was their professor, a portly man with a warm smile and a slightly imposing stature. His robes were a rich burgundy, embroidered with gold thread depicting swirling vines and mythical beasts. His thick beard curled neatly at the edges, and his eyes sparkled behind round spectacles. Yet, when he opened his mouth to speak, the sound that emerged was unexpected, light and soft, almost melodious, like the voice of a woman. A few students near the back stifled giggles. Marin, leaning close to Ira, whispered with a mischievous grin, "Sounds like Madame Bontemps rehearsed with a nightingale." Ira tried not to laugh but failed, a soft smile tugging at her lips. The professor cleared his throat and smiled kindly. "Bonjour, mes élèves. Welcome to Soins Magiques aux Animaux, magical care of animals. I am Professor Claude Moreau, and I will be guiding you through the wonders of these incredible creatures this year." His voice quickly settled into a gentle cadence, and the students leaned in, captivated by his warmth and the air of mystery surrounding the lush jungle. "Today, we will meet a very special creature," Professor Moreau continued. "The lutin sylvestre, the forest sprite. This magical animal is unique to the enchanted forests of France and carries both great beauty and great caution." The professor gestured toward a shadowed part of the jungle. From between two ancient oaks emerged a small, delicate creature no taller than a rabbit. Its shimmering fur seemed to change color with every subtle movement, a soft mossy green, then a vibrant leaf gold, blending perfectly into the foliage. Large, expressive eyes blinked curiously at the students. Translucent wings fluttered faintly on its back, producing a soft tinkling like chimes. This Lutin Sylvestre, Professor Moreau explained, is a shy and elusive being. Its magic is tied to the forest's vitality. It can heal wounds by touching them with its wings, but beware, if threatened, it can cause illusions so vivid you may lose your way in the woods. Marin's eyes gleamed as he leaned forward, his hand raised eagerly. Professor, what do we need to feed them? How do we care for their wings? Moreau smiled. Excellent questions. The lutin feeds on dew collected from rare moonflowers and small insects enchanted with light. Their wings are delicate and must be kept free of dark magic, which can cause permanent harm. Caring for them requires patience and gentleness, the very essence of magical care. One by one, the professor invited students forward to gently interact with the lutin sylvestre. The creature fluttered around cautiously but responded to the students' calm, kind gestures. When it was Iris' turn, her heart pounded as she knelt slowly and extended her hand. The sprite hovered near, its wings creating a soft breeze that rustled her white hair. It landed briefly on her palm, its fur warm and silky. The creature's eyes met hers, full of ancient wisdom and quiet trust. Bien fait, Mademoiselle White, Professor Moreau praised. You have a natural connection. Ira blushed slightly, still awed by the moment. After the interactions, Professor Moreau gathered everyone around the circle once more. This jungle you see around us is a magical preserve, a living sanctuary created nearly 5 centuries ago by the legendary headmistress Jean Deltoil, a visionary protector of magical creatures. She wove powerful enchantments to safeguard these species and their habitats, isolating this mini-world from the outside. He gestured broadly, and a cascade of shimmering light rippled across the canopy, making leaves glow softly. This place thrives because of that ancient magic and the dedication of our staff. Every creature here, from the tiniest sprite to the majestic surf celeste, the celestial stag, has a carefully maintained habitat. Marine, unable to resist, whispered to Ira, imagine having a stag like that wandering your garden. Ira laughed, her eyes sparkling. You'd have to mow the lawn daily. Across the circle, a cheerful girl named Fanny piped up, I bet the stag would do the mowing itself. Professor Moreau smiled indulgently. Ah, Fanny, always with the jokes. But in truth, care for magical animals requires respect, knowledge, and a deep heart. That is what this class will teach you. The professor went on, describing the care routines, the need for special diets, the importance of understanding each creature's temperament, the magic used to heal and comfort. He spoke of dangers as well. Some magical beasts here have potent defensive abilities. The lutin sylvestre's illusions are harmless but disorienting. The veran de newt, the night shimmer fish, can emit blinding light to escape predators. Learning to coexist with such creatures is the heart of our study. Students listened intently, some taking notes, others staring in awe at the jungle around them. After the lesson, Professor Moreau invited the students to explore the preserve further, guiding them to different habitats, nests of shimmering plume flies, burrows of mischievous griffin sprites, and small ponds where translucent luna moths danced on the water's surface. Ira and Marin wandered together, exchanging observations and laughter. You're quite good with the lutin, Marin said. It's hard not to be gentle around such beauty, Ira replied softly. I want to learn everything, how to protect them, how to respect their magic. Marin smiled warmly. I think you're going to be the best caretaker in the school. The morning passed in a haze of enchantment, the students enchanted by the wonders and the gentle wisdom of their professor. As they returned to the school's main grounds, Ira took one last look back at the jungle sanctuary, a magical haven hidden in plain sight, a reminder of the enduring bond between wizard and beast. Chapter 225, The Quidditch World Cup Negotiations. The afternoon sun filtered gently through the tall glass windows of the French Ministry of Magic's atrium, casting a warm glow on the polished marble floors. The space was grand and regal, a blend of old-world magical architecture with subtle modern enchantments. Floating orbs of light hovered silently near the ceiling, illuminating the intricate murals that depicted legendary moments in French magical history. Ira White stepped confidently through the great double doors into the atrium, her footsteps echoing softly as she made her way toward the meeting rooms. Despite Emma's strong advice to remain behind and let her represent the White family, Ira had insisted on attending herself. This meeting, concerning the upcoming Quidditch World Cup, was of paramount importance, not only for the sport's legacy but for the political and economic ripples it would send across the magical world. Though Ira's role was technically that of head of her house, and Emma could have handled the negotiation from afar, Ira wanted to witness the talks firsthand, to gauge the moods, and to explore potential avenues for investment. The World Cup was more than a game, it was a symbol of magical unity, prestige, and power. As she entered the designated meeting room, she immediately spotted Emma engaged in conversation with a stout, cheerful man. He had a round, rosy face, a mop of tousled blonde hair, and bright blue eyes that sparkled with enthusiasm. His demeanor was jovial and energetic, a stark contrast to the formal and often cold air of the ministry. Emma, upon noticing Ira, turned gracefully, bowed her head slightly, and said, "Welcome, my lady." Then, gesturing toward the men, she continued, "Allow me to introduce you. This is the head of the British Department of Magical Games and Sports, the chief delegate for today's negotiations. He comes with the full authority of Cornelius Fudge himself. Mr. Ludovic Bagman." Ira extended her hand, and the men clasped it firmly, his grip strong but friendly. "It's an honor to meet you, Lady White," Ludovic, Ludo, as he preferred, said with a warm smile. "I've heard a great deal about you." Ira smiled politely, returning his gaze. "And I, of you. Your reputation as a Quidditch player precedes you." Ludo chuckled, his booming voice filling the room. "Well, I was a beater for the Wimborne Wasps, yes. Those were the days. Not that I'm still fit enough to keep up with the youngsters, mind you." Emma nodded approvingly. "Mr. Bagman will be leading the British delegation today, with my full support. We hope to reach a favorable agreement with our French counterparts." Ludo's eyes twinkled with excitement. "I saw the news of your recent donation to the Garden of Eden, Lady White. A truly admirable contribution. If you're considering further investments, my department could certainly use support. Magical sports and games is in need of fresh resources, especially with the World Cup so close." Ira's eyes narrowed slightly in thought. "I will consider it. If these negotiations favor Britain, I might be inclined to invest." "Excellent!" Ludo exclaimed, clapping his hands together. "I told my colleagues that the young Lady White would be our champion." Just then, the heavy door swung open, and the room's energy shifted. A tall, stern woman entered with a small entourage, her posture rigid and commanding. Ira's eyes immediately found hers, Isabella Vauquelin, her aunt, representing the French Ministry of Magic at this meeting. Here, they were not aunt and niece, but adversaries, each standing firm for their nation's interests. Isabella's gaze swept over the room before settling on Ira and Emma. There was no warmth in her eyes, only the steely resolve of a minister intent on securing France's place in the World Cup. The negotiation began with formalities, introductions, statements of intent, and the outlining of the agenda. The core issue on the table was the location of the tournament's final matches. Both Britain and France had strong claims, and each sought to maximize their advantage in terms of prestige, revenue, and influence. The French delegation, led by Minister Vauquelin, argued passionately for the final match to be held on French soil. They highlighted France's excellent stadiums, the passionate fan base, and the opportunity for boosting local economies. "France has a proud history with Quidditch," Isabella stated firmly. "Hosting the final would honor our legacy and invigorate the sport across the continent." Ludo Bagman responded with equal fervor. "While we respect France's history, the British Ministry of Magic believes the final should be held in Britain. Our stadium facilities are state-of-the-art, and our fans are unparalleled in their enthusiasm. The final is the sport's grandest event and should be staged where it can have the greatest impact." Emma interjected diplomatically, "Perhaps a compromise can be reached that benefits both nations. The semi-finals could be split between France and Britain, ensuring that the excitement and revenue are shared, while the final remains in Britain to capitalize on infrastructure and international accessibility." Isabella's eyes narrowed, considering the proposal carefully. Splitting the semi-finals, it could work, provided the arrangements are equitable and the teams involved are guaranteed to draw large crowds. Ira watched quietly, noting the subtle power plays. The French were keen on maintaining prestige, but the British had the advantage of superior facilities and central location for international visitors. Negotiations stretched over several hours, punctuated by polite interruptions, the clinking of teacups, and the occasional spark of tension. Ira found herself analyzing every phrase, every subtle shift in tone. The discussions were a delicate dance, each side pushing for maximum gain without risking the collapse of the entire agreement. Ludo leaned forward, his eyes bright with conviction. "If we agree that both semi-finals will be held in France, featuring the top 4 teams, that will guarantee high attendance and regional excitement. Then, the final match can be held in Britain, where we will have the resources to host an event of truly global scale." Isabella tapped her fingers on the table thoughtfully. "That arrangement does promise significant revenue for both countries. France benefits from hosting the semi-finals, bringing in 4 national teams and their supporters, while Britain retains the climax of the tournament." Emma added, "We must also consider the logistics of team travel and accommodation. Hosting the semi-finals in France will require coordination with British organizers, but we believe that collaboration will showcase our two nations' strengths." The French delegation murmured their assent, and Isabella nodded. "Very well. We are prepared to accept these terms, with the understanding that the British Ministry of Magical Sports and Games will oversee all aspects of the final match's organization." Ludo smiled broadly. "It will be my honor to lead the preparations. We will ensure the final is a spectacle worthy of the Quidditch World Cup's legacy." Ira felt a surge of satisfaction. The agreement struck a balance between national pride and practical considerations, a diplomatic victory for both sides. As the meeting drew to a close, Ludo rose, extending his hand to Isabella. "Thank you for your cooperation. I look forward to working together. Isabella accepted the handshake, her expression unreadable. As do I. With the formalities concluded, the British delegation prepared to leave. Ludo turned to Ira and Emma, his boyish grin returning. My thanks to you both for your support today. It seems we have a promising future ahead for British magical sports. Ira nodded. Let us hope so. The trio watched as the British delegates departed, stepping out to visit the bustling Parisian magic streets. Emma turned to Ira and Isabella, her face serious. Now that the negotiations are settled, there is much to prepare. Isabella inclined her head slightly. Indeed. The World Cup was more than a game, it was a stage upon which alliances were forged and reputations made. The days ahead would require careful planning and unyielding resolve. Chapter 226, Tired. The polished wood of the heavy door closed behind them with a soft thud, muffling the distant hum of activity in the ministry's hallways. Inside Isabella Vauquelin's office, the atmosphere shifted to something more intimate, less formal, yet laden with unspoken tensions. The room was bathed in the golden afternoon light filtering through stained glass windows etched with the emblems of ancient French magical houses. Isabella motioned for Ira and Emma to sit before the large, imposing desk that bore the marks of decades of weighty decisions. Ornate shelves lined the walls, filled with ancient texts, ministry records, and a few carefully framed photographs, reminders of better times, perhaps, or silent witnesses to the ongoing struggles. The Minister of Magic sighed deeply, a flicker of weariness shadowing her usually composed features. She ran a hand through her dark hair, eyes reflecting both fatigue and resolve. Nearly 8 years, she began, voice low and steady, 8 years in this office, trying to guide the French Ministry of Magic through turbulent times. I never imagined it would be so exhausting, or so lonely. Emma leaned forward, her expression softening with genuine concern. Minister, it sounds as though it might be time for a rest, perhaps retirement. Isabella nodded slowly, her gaze distant. I have thought about it often these past months. I feel the weight of this position crushing me, and yet the ministry is riddled with resistance. There are factions, old guard, some would say, that seem intent on seeing me fall. Ira studied her and carefully, sensing the burden beneath her words. There was a rare vulnerability here, so different from the stoic public figure she knew. As Emma offered a comforting smile and a few quiet words of encouragement, Ira found herself struck by how naturally close the two women were. The ease with which they spoke, the shared glances, the subtle warmth in their tones, it was unlike any typical professional relationship she had ever witnessed. A sudden thought flickered in Ira's mind. Emma, her trusted assistant and confidant, was here at the ministry far more often than she had realized. Her presence was not just supportive, it was deeply personal. Ira's lips curved into a faint smile. Clearing her throat, Ira teased gently, Emma is my assistant, yes, but it seems she has also become yours. Your working relationship seems closer than mere colleagues. Emma's cheeks tinged pink with a delicate flush, and she glanced away momentarily. Isabella's gaze softened as she met Emma's eyes. Thanks to her, these past months have been more bearable, Isabella admitted quietly. She has taken so much pressure off my shoulders. When I see her here, her steady presence, it makes the chaos feel manageable. I trust her completely. Ira smiled, unable to resist. From the looks of it, you two have quite the chemistry. It seems you're more than just minister and assistant. Isabella's lips curved in a soft, almost wistful smile, while Emma's eyes sparkled with a mix of bashfulness and affection. Ira chuckled softly. Though, from what I see, neither of you have admitted it to each other yet. 6 months is enough time, don't you think? Emma shifted slightly, but Isabella's expression was calm, almost serene, like a quiet promise waiting to be fulfilled. Ira thought to herself, one day, I'll have to push you both into confessing. For now, let it be. It's heartening to see something genuine amid all this political turmoil. Changing the tone, Emma turned back to the matter at hand. Minister, you mentioned resistance within the ministry. Who exactly is opposing you? What factions are we talking about? Isabella's face darkened, the weight of politics settling firmly upon her shoulders again. The ministry is fractured. Beneath the surface, there are several factions vying for power, influence, and control over the future direction of magical France. She paused, measuring her words carefully. There is the faction loyal to the old families, the traditional pureblood houses who have long dominated French magical society. Many among them resent my leadership, seeing me as too progressive or too conciliatory, especially given recent events. Ira raised an eyebrow. Are these old families still as powerful as they once were? Isabella nodded. More than you might think. Families like the de Clermonts, the Montchevilles, and certain branches of the same lineage itself wield enormous influence. They have held sway over several ministry departments for decades, embedding their allies at every level. Emma interjected, and this influence translates into opposition. Isabella sighed. Yes. These families are deeply invested in preserving the status quo, particularly in light of the ongoing conflict between the Trevor and Vauquelin families. The Trevor alliance threatens to upset long-established balances, and my attempts to manage that conflict fairly have not been well received. Ira frowned. So your position is threatened because you've tried to maintain peace. That's exactly it, Isabella said bitterly. Some within the ministry view my restraint as weakness. They have begun holding secret meetings, behind closed doors, away from the minister's office, discussing how to undermine me, how to force my resignation. They spread rumors, withhold important information, and rally support quietly. Emma looked alarmed. Have you been able to identify any of the leaders of this faction? Isabella nodded again, lips tightening. Among the senior bureaucrats, a few names stand out. Antoine Beaufort, head of the Magical Legislation Office, is a particularly vocal opponent. He has family ties to several pureblood houses and has long advocated for a return to stricter traditional policies. He's skilled at manipulating ministry politics and has allies in key departments. Ira was intrigued. And the others? There's also Madame Renard, Isabella continued, who oversees magical education and has been critical of my efforts to integrate Muggle-born families more fully. She has considerable influence in the teaching institutions and has used her position to rally traditionalists. Emma's voice dropped. It sounds like a well-organized campaign against you. Isabella nodded. It is. Even more troubling, I've learned that some ministry heads have begun withholding critical intelligence and reports from me. There are times when important information is delayed or disappears entirely. This keeps me in the dark at crucial moments, weakening my ability to respond. Ira frowned thoughtfully. Have you considered using your authority to root out these conspirators? Isabella shook her head slowly. I once tried. But these are people with long-established networks. Punishing them risks a backlash that could paralyze the ministry entirely. I'm caught in a web of politics and loyalty where every move must be calculated. Emma's eyes narrowed. That sounds exhausting. Isabella gave a bitter laugh. It is. That's why I am seriously considering stepping down. I want to leave while I still have some dignity intact. The ministry needs new blood, new leadership, someone unburdened by old allegiances and grudges. Ira leaned forward, a playful glint in her eye. Well, if you ever tire of ministry politics, you're always welcome to join my family. Your experience would be invaluable. Isabella's smile was slow but genuine. She exchanged a look with Emma, whose face softened in quiet happiness. I will consider it, Isabella said softly, her eyes warm as they met Emma's. Ira watched the subtle exchange, feeling a hopeful warmth spread inside her. Despite the tangled feelings, there was light here, in trust, in connection, in unspoken possibilities. After a pause, Ira gently steered the conversation back to the ministry's challenges. Is there anything else we should know about the factions working against you? Isabella nodded. There are rumors of more extreme elements, those who believe France should take a more aggressive stance in magical affairs, especially against Britain. Some see the recent turmoil with the Trevor and Vauquelin families as an opportunity to push their agenda. Emma frowned. That sounds dangerous. It is, Isabella said grimly. These extremists advocate for policies that could lead to open conflict, destabilizing the region. I have fought hard to keep France on a path of diplomacy and balance, but I fear their voices grow louder. Ira folded her hands, considering. What about the ministry's ties to the wizarding press? Are they supportive or part of the problem? Isabella's lips tightened. The press is divided. Some outlets are fiercely loyal to me and report in my favor. Others have been swayed by the factions opposing me. They leak rumors and spread misinformation, eroding public confidence. Emma's voice was low and determined. It sounds like the ministry is a battlefield on multiple fronts. It is, Isabella agreed. And that's why I'm weary. The politics here are not just about governance, they are personal. I have lost friends and allies to these battles. Ira reached out and placed a comforting hand on Isabella's arm. You've fought bravely, Aunt. No matter what happens, that courage won't be forgotten. Isabella smiled faintly. Thank you, Ira. That means more than you know. Emma added, if there's anything we can do to support you, personally or politically, please say the word. Isabella looked between them, her expression softening. For now, having your trust and friendship is the greatest support I could ask for. A moment of peaceful silence settled between the three women. Chapter 227, The Accio Games. The next morning sun filtered softly through the tall windows of the Bosbaton's Charms classroom, casting delicate patterns on the polished stone floor. Rows of desks and enchanted practice dummies lined the room, ready to welcome a fresh batch of eager third-year students. Ira stood near the front, her expression calm and focused, her white hair catching the sunlight as she exchanged smiles with her friend Marin. The classroom buzzed with excited whispers and quiet shuffling as students settled in, preparing for their first charms lesson of the year. Suddenly, the heavy double doors swung open, and Professor Eric Chamberlain strode in with a wide grin spreading across his face. His warm eyes shining behind round spectacles as he scanned the room, taking in the eager faces before him. "Ah, look at these little chicks," he exclaimed jovially, hands on his hips. "In just 3 years, how you've grown. Welcome to your 3rd year of charms." His voice boomed with infectious enthusiasm. The classroom erupted in laughter and applause. Professor Chamberlain had a way of making even the most nervous student feel at ease with his humor and easy charm. "I see a few familiar faces," he continued, pacing slowly. "Some of you are still trying to convince me that you're as clever as you think you are. And others," he tapped a finger against his chin thoughtfully, "are probably just here to catch the attention of the charming Professor Chamberlain." A ripple of giggles spread through the room. Ira and Marin exchanged amused glances, both appreciating the professor's light-hearted spirit. "Today," Professor Chamberlain announced, "we're going to learn something very useful, the summoning charm. More commonly known as, wait for it, Accio." He waved his wand with a flourish, and a small feather floated up from his desk and landed neatly in his palm. The Accio charm allows you to summon objects toward you from a distance. It's incredibly handy when you've dropped your wand, or, in some cases, when your homework has mysteriously disappeared under someone's desk. He shot a playful glance toward the back of the classroom where a group of giggling students pretended to look innocent. "Now, a bit about its history," he continued, settling back at his desk with a theatrical sigh. The charm was first documented in the early 15th century by a wizard named Barthélemy de Saint-Malo, who found that summoning small objects saved him a great deal of time while collecting rare magical herbs in the French countryside. Time is precious, Ira thought, appreciating the practicality of the spell. She could already imagine how useful Accio would be in daily life students. Professor Chamberlain smiled broadly. "But enough history. Let's make this fun. I've devised a little game to test your mastery of the charm." A murmur of excitement rippled through the students. "Here's how it works," he explained, stepping into the center of the room. "Each of you will take turns summoning objects from around the classroom toward you using Accio. But there's a catch. I've enchanted a variety of objects, some obvious, some tricky, hidden in unexpected places. Your task is to find and summon them before your opponents do." He pointed to a set of small, enchanted chests arranged around the room, each containing a different object, ranging from quills and books to magical trinkets and even an occasional rubber chicken. "Points will be awarded based on speed and accuracy," Professor Chamberlain said, rubbing his hands together. "The student who accumulates the most points by the end of the game will receive a prize, something special from my own collection." The students buzzed with anticipation. "All right, let's line up. First up, Ira White." Ira stepped forward confidently, wand at the ready. "Remember," the professor reminded, "Accio is pronounced AHCO. Focus on the object and call the spell clearly. Ready. Go." With a quick flick of her wand, Ira intoned, "Accio feather." A bright flash of light burst from her wand tip, and a delicate white feather flew swiftly across the room, landing gracefully in her palm. "Well done." Professor Chamberlain beamed. "Very clean execution." Next was Marin, who stepped up nervously, gripping his wand a little too tightly. "Accio quill," he called, but the quill remained stubbornly in place. Professor Chamberlain chuckled, raising an eyebrow. "Close, Marin. You need to focus your intention and wand movement more precisely." Marin sighed, muttering, "Why is this so hard? I thought I was good at charms." Professor Chamberlain clapped a hand on Marin's shoulder with a grin. "Charm mastery is all about practice and patience. Now, try again." The game continued, with students taking turns summoning objects. Some were quick and nimble, others fumbling and laughing at their own mistakes. Professor Chamberlain narrated with humor and encouragement, teasing students gently and praising their efforts. When it was Ira's turn again, she found herself facing a more challenging object, a tiny enchanted music box tucked behind a pile of books on a shelf. "Accio music box," she called clearly. The music box leapt forward, spinning slightly before landing perfectly in her hand. "Impressive," the professor applauded. "You make this look effortless, Lady White." Ira smiled modestly, feeling the familiar thrill of accomplishment. As the game progressed, Ira's dominance became clear. She moved smoothly from object to object, summoning each with practiced ease. Her wand movements were graceful, and her focus unwavering. Meanwhile, Marin struggled with the more complex objects, his frustration growing but tempered by the professor's gentle ribbing. "You're getting there, Marin," Professor Chamberlain said with a chuckle after another failed attempt. "Remember, magic isn't about raw power, it's about finesse. It's like trying to juggle eggs without breaking them. And some days, the eggs just don't want to cooperate." Marin laughed despite himself. "If only my 2 eggs would juggle themselves." The professor grinned and winked at him. "Maybe someday, my boy. Maybe someday." Finally, after several rounds, the game reached its climax. Ira was clearly ahead, her tally of summoned objects unmatched. Professor Chamberlain clapped his hands. All right, everyone. Time to tally the scores. He handed out small slips of parchment to record points, and the students eagerly awaited their results. Lady White, he announced with a smile, as usual, your charm skills are exceptional. You have demonstrated remarkable control and speed. You win the prize. He reached into a velvet pouch and pulled out a delicate silver amulet, engraved with the emblem of the Bosbaton School. May this remind you that with great talent comes great responsibility, he said with a wink, handing the amulet to Ira. Ira accepted it graciously, her cheeks tinged with pride. Marin, though not victorious, grinned and gave a theatrical bow. Congratulations, Ira. You truly are the master of charms. Professor Chamberlain nodded toward Marin. And you, young man, have shown great spirit. You may not have mastered Accio today, but your determination is admirable, then he said with a playful tone. Remember, may your 2 eggs always juggle. Marin smiled sheepishly. Thanks, Professor. I'll get it next time. The lesson wound down with light-hearted banter and more jokes from Professor Chamberlain, who reminded the students that magic was as much about joy and discovery as it was about study and discipline. As the classroom emptied, Ira and Marin lingered by the door. You really dominated today, like always, Marin said, shaking his head in mock disbelief. How do you make it look so easy? Are you secretly an old witch disguised as a beautiful little girl or just cheating? Ira rolled her eyes. Lots of practice, genius. And maybe a sprinkle of magic luck you'll never understand. Marin smirked. Yeah. You're definitely the one to beat in charms this year, if anyone can even get close without tripping over their own wand. Chapter 228, In the Austrian Garden. In the tranquil garden of an austere manor nestled in the Austrian countryside, the late afternoon sun draped golden light over manicured hedges and blooming roses. The scent of fresh earth and lavender mingled in the warm breeze, carrying with it a deceptive calm. A man and a woman walked side by side along a stone path lined with stone statues, their footsteps silent on the gravel. The woman's long golden hair shimmered softly as she gently clasped the hand of the man beside her. His dark brown hair contrasted with his striking blue eyes sharp and calculating, reflecting the subtle tension in the air. After several moments of quiet, the man finally broke the silence, his voice low and measured. So, tell me, Sophie, what has your mother been doing these recent days? As far as I know, that witch of a woman sank my family's ship in the ocean, carrying precious potions and magical artifacts. Valuable ones. Lost forever. Sophie sighed heavily, the weight of recent events evident in her delicate features. I'm sorry about that, she said softly. But you know, she's found a new obsession these past few months. Maximilian raised an eyebrow, his blue eyes narrowing slightly. A new obsession. For a woman like her. What could possibly consume her so? She hesitated, then glanced sideways at him. It's your niece, Ira White. For a few seconds, Maximilian stopped walking, staring ahead with a hardening expression. What could possibly make Alina Trevor fixate on her? Why Ira White? Sophie's voice lowered, her tone tinged with unease. I don't know for sure. But one day, Mother went out alone, and after that, everything changed. When she returned, she told the family that any information about Ira White must be brought directly to her. She even assigned 4 people to follow Ira constantly. She's stalking Ira. Maximilian's voice was sharp with disbelief. Sophie nodded solemnly. Yes, and more than that, whenever there's news about Ira in the papers, especially photos, Alina smiles, stupidly, some would say. She murmurs to herself, mine, she's mine. Over and over. Maximilian's jaw clenched, eyes flashing with dark intent as Sophie continued. That's disturbing. Some family members whisper that Mother has lost her mind, insane since you killed her husband, Charles. He shook his head slowly. I don't believe that's the cause. No. This obsession is between Alina and Ira. Something deeper. Sophie's voice dropped further. Then why didn't you finish the job on that day? If you had killed Alina back then, our war would be over. We would have been free. Maximilian's lips pressed into a hard line. I intended to. But she sent Charles to the duel of honor instead of herself. I was expecting her, not that coward. Because of that, the war escalated beyond control, so much so that the world barely notices anymore. When members of either family die, it's expected. Newspapers don't even report it. Sophie's eyes darkened with frustration. When will you end this, Maximilian? When will you finish it once and for all? He paused, thoughtful. Then a slow smile crept across his face. So she's obsessed with Ira, yes. Then we will use that to our advantage. We'll make Ira the key to breaking Alina's defenses, either to kill her or have them destroy each other. Sophie's eyes widened. But, what about your niece? She's your sister's daughter. Maximilian's smile vanished, replaced by cold resolve. I don't care about anyone useless to the family. If it means sacrificing her to save the Vauquelin legacy, so be it. I care only about the family. Sophie frowned, stepping closer. And your mother, your sister? From what I hear, your sister still has a close relationship with Ira, and her family's assistant, Emma, is always at the Ministry of Magic with Isabella. Maximilian's face twisted with bitterness. Since that hearing at the ministry, my sister severed ties with us completely. She hasn't set foot in our manor since, only attending ministry meetings. My mother. She resigned from teaching potions at Bosbaden's and retreated into herself. Doesn't care about Isabella leaving, or Ira's fate. It's no surprise. He exhaled, eyes distant. If I showed mercy, I'd spare Ira. But mercy isn't part of our plan. Sophie smiled softly, resting her hand on his arm. Please, do what must be done. I'm tired of this endless war. Maximilian pulled her into a tight embrace. I will, my love. I will. I love you, Sophie. She leaned in, their foreheads resting softly together. I love you too. Their breaths mingled in the quiet garden, the world around them fading until nothing remained but the gentle beating of two hearts entwined in shadow and strategy. Slowly, Maximilian tilted his head, his lips brushing hers in a soft, lingering kiss, full of promise and unspoken words. Sophie responded, her fingers threading into his hair as the kiss deepened. When they finally parted, their eyes held a new warmth, an unbreakable spark of desire and lust forged in a moment of intimate closeness. Chapter 229, Magical Botany at Bosbaden's. Nestled in the southern garden, just beyond the flower beds and statues, stood the revered Magical Botany Wing, an expansive greenhouse shimmering with glass panels, enchanted to regulate warmth and humidity perfectly for the delicate magical plants inside. Ira and Marin walked side by side across the gravel path toward the greenhouse, their robes catching soft glimmers of the dawn as they approached. The air was fragrant with the scent of damp earth and blossoming flora, a sharp contrast to the tension and intrigue that often weighed upon their lives. Marin nudged Ira gently with a grin. You look forward to Professor Lior's class. Ira smiled softly. Always. There's something peaceful about working with plants. It's different from all the other classes and, especially the potion class. Marin nodded thoughtfully. It's like a little oasis. As they stepped inside the greenhouse, a warm, humid air embraced them. The soft glow of sunlight filtered through the stained glass ceiling, illuminating rows of exotic magical plants in hues ranging from iridescent blues to fiery reds. Professor Lior stood near the center, tending carefully to a cluster of shimmering moonflowers. His silver-streaked hair framed a kind, weathered face, and his eyes sparkled with gentle enthusiasm as he looked up and saw the students entering. Come in, my beautiful and smart botanists, he greeted, voice warm and inviting. Welcome to your first magical botany class of the new term. The students settled among the benches scattered between beds of vibrant plants and enchanted vines curling along trellises. Professor Lior's smile deepened as he scanned the familiar faces. Today, we will be introduced to a very special plant, one that holds great promise and power in the magical world. He paused, then turned to Ira with a nod and a smile. Before we begin, I must express my deepest appreciation, Lady White. Your generous donation of 50,000 galleons to the magical Garden of Eden has been nothing short of transformative. Ira's cheeks flushed slightly as the other students murmured in admiration. Indeed, the professor continued, I had expected a contribution of perhaps 5,000 or even 10,000 galleons, still significant, but your magnanimity far exceeded our hopes. With these funds, we have been able to acquire new magical artifacts and protective charms for the plants, ensuring their preservation in ways previously impossible. He gestured toward several rare plants shimmering under the protective wards. The garden's caretakers were overjoyed, he said. As I'm sure you've seen in the recent magical newspapers, many problems that had threatened the sanctuary were resolved in the past weeks thanks to your support. Others from noble families have also stepped forward, inspired by your generosity. Ira inclined her head respectfully. Thank you, Professor, for informing me about the needs of the magical Garden of Eden. Your reminder has prompted me to contribute, and I will gladly dedicate the necessary support. It's important we all do our part. Professor Lior smiled warmly. You are very humble, Ira. I merely reminded you, but your generosity and commitment to take action, especially dedicating your time and resources, are truly appreciated. It means a great deal. With a graceful wave of his hand, he shifted the attention back to the plants. But enough praise for today. Let us not waste these precious moments in idle talk. The plants await us. The students leaned forward eagerly as the professor guided them to a section of the greenhouse where a curious plant stood, a small shrub with deep green leaves that shimmered faintly with an otherworldly glow. This, my friends, Professor Lior announced, is the Lumina Verdant, a magical plant native to the deep forests of the French Ardennes. Compared to many other magical plants discovered throughout history, this one was identified only in recent centuries. He reached out gently to stroke a leaf, which pulsed softly with a warm light. The Lumina Verdant is remarkable for its bioluminescent properties, producing a gentle light that can brighten even the darkest environments. For centuries, it has been prized by magical herbalists and potion makers alike. The professor carefully plucked a small bud and handed it to Ira. Take a closer look. Notice the subtle glow and the delicate veins running through the leaves, like tiny rivers of light. Ira examined the bud closely, marveling at the soft illumination that seemed to pulse with a heartbeat of its own. This plant thrives in damp, shaded areas, the professor explained, preferring the cool, fertile soil near streams and moss-covered rocks. It is notoriously difficult to cultivate outside its natural habitat, but with proper enchantments and care, it can flourish in a greenhouse like ours. He gestured to a bed of carefully tended Lumina Verdant shrubs, each glowing softly beneath protective wards. Not only does the Lumina Verdant serve as a natural light source, he continued, but its leaves possess potent restorative properties. They are used in potions that aid in healing magical exhaustion and accelerating recovery from curses. The student's interest deepened as he described the plant's applications. To cultivate the Lumina Verdant, Professor Lior said, one must ensure a constant supply of moisture and maintain soil rich in mineral deposits. Too much sunlight will diminish its glow, so partial shade is essential. He led the class through the meticulous steps of planting, watering, and enchanting the shrubs to promote growth. Ira and Marin carefully followed the instructions, feeling the pulse of magic flow through their hands as they tended the plants. As the lesson progressed, Professor Lior shared stories of how the Lumina Verdant had saved lives in times of war, its restorative potions healing grievous wounds on battlefields hidden from Muggle eyes. Plants are not mere decorations, he reminded the class. They are living allies in the magical arts. Understanding their nature enriches our power and deepens our connection to the world. The students nodded, captivated by his words and the serene beauty of the glowing shrubs. Toward the end of the class, Professor Lior gathered the students for a brief quiz to reinforce their learning. Who can tell me the natural habitat of the Lumina Verdant? He asked, eyes twinkling. Marin raised his hand hesitantly. The French Ardennes forests, near streams and shaded rocks. Excellent, the professor exclaimed. And what conditions does it require to thrive in cultivation? Ira answered smoothly. Moist soil, partial shade, and mineral-rich earth. It is sensitive to sunlight but needs constant humidity. Well done, both of you, Professor Lior praised. I can already see many skilled botanists among you. As the class drew to a close, the professor gathered the students for one last demonstration, releasing a gentle breeze that carried the faint glow of the Lumina Verdant throughout the greenhouse, bathing everyone in soft, enchanting light. After spending a long time working with plants, Ira walked out of the greenhouse alongside Marin, making her way toward Umbberloon Dormitory's hall, eager for a tasty lunch. Chapter 230, Midnight Message. The moon hung low over Bosbaton's chateau, its silvery light spilling gently through the open window of Ira's dormitory. The soft rustle of night breezes stirred the curtains as Ira lay curled beneath her warm blankets, drifting peacefully into sleep. Suddenly, a sharp knock sounded against the glass, a rhythmic tapping that echoed faintly in the quiet night. Ira stirred, opening her eyes slowly. Another sharp tap drew her attention toward the window. Sitting poised on the windowsill was a sleek, dark-feathered hawk. Its keen eyes gleamed in the moonlight, and clenched in its beak was a sealed parchment. Rising quietly, Ira slipped from her bed and crossed the room. She opened the window, and the hawk fluttered in gracefully, alighting on her desk with soft wings. The bird dropped the letter onto the wooden surface, and Ira smiled gently as she reached into a small pouch at her side, pulling out a few pieces of dried meat. The hawk's sharp eyes brightened as it eagerly pecked at the food, its hunger apparent as it tore into the morsels. Taking the moment to enjoy the quiet company of her feathered messenger, Ira then turned her gaze to the letter before her. The wax seal bore the familiar crest of the White family, and Ira recognized immediately the handwriting on the parchment. It was from Emma, her trusted assistant and steadfast ally. With practiced fingers, she broke the seal and began to read. My lady. I write to you about the news of Hogwarts that has stirred the magical community once again. Earlier today, during the first Care of Magical Creatures class led by the new Professor Rubeus Hagrid, an assistant and close trusted friend to Dumbledore, a not-so-unfortunate accident occurred. Draco Malfoy, son of Lucius Malfoy, sustained a serious injury to his hand when a hippogriff, under Professor Hagrid's supervision, reacted defensively. The wound is said to be severe enough to have drawn considerable attention. Unsurprisingly, Lucius Malfoy stormed the Ministry of Magic, incensed by the incident. He confronted Minister Fudge, demanding swift justice. His demands include the immediate resignation of Rubeus Hagrid, the permanent banishment of Hagrid from the Hogwarts grounds, and, most shockingly, the execution of the hippogriff involved. The tension between Dumbledore and Malfoy has risen significantly in the wake of this event, though Dumbledore himself seems to largely ignore Malfoy's provocations. At the heart of this turmoil is also young Harry Potter, whose name has surfaced repeatedly in discussions, though his exact involvement remains murky. In an attempt to rally support, Lucius Malfoy has sent letters to all governors of Hogwarts petitioning for Hagrid's removal. I received one such letter and, on your behalf, have sent a reply firmly declining to interfere, noting that this matter is strictly between Lucius Malfoy and Dumbledore. Ira leaned back slightly, her eyebrows arching in mild amusement as she whispered, "Wow, quite interesting." She folded the letter carefully and held it close for a moment, her mind running over the tangled web of past events. After last year's incidents, she mused, Lucius hasn't even shown a hint of shame. He's still trying to undermine Dumbledore, now using his son's injury as a weapon. Her gaze drifted toward the moonlit garden outside, where shadows danced quietly. Dumbledore, of course, remains unfazed, choosing to ignore Malfoy's bluster. Still, it's amusing to watch this political chess game unfold. Ira's lips curved into a small smile as she reflected on the absurdity of it all. And Harry Potter's involvement. That only thickens the plot. Typical. She folded the letter neatly, setting it aside. The hawk, now finished with its snack, ruffled its feathers and perched patiently by the window. Ira reached up to open the sash wider and whispered, "Thank you, little friend." With a powerful flap of wings, the bird took to the night sky, disappearing into the dark embrace of the castle grounds. Lying back down, Ira closed her eyes, her thoughts lingering on the letter and the ongoing turmoil at Hogwarts, an intriguing spectacle, but one she knew was far removed from her own path. Yet, tonight, it was a story to savor in the quiet shadows. Chapter 231, The Alchemy Awakening, Lessons with Professor Vilmont. The corridor was unusually quiet compared to the lively chatter echoing from other parts of the chateau. Today was the beginning of a new subject, alchemy, and a class many students regarded with a mixture of reverence and skepticism. Ira strode confidently through the halls, accompanied by Marin, who walked alongside her but wore a noticeably less enthusiastic expression. "Are you sure you want to take alchemy?" Marin asked, eyebrows raised. "I heard it's very easy. A lot of students skip it or don't take it seriously." Ira smiled faintly. "Maybe it's easy for some, but I want to learn the basics. Even if I'm not talented at it, someday the knowledge might come in handy." Marin shrugged and smirked. "Suit yourself. I'm sticking to what challenges me." They reached the heavy wooden door of the alchemy classroom, a chamber that looked like a relic from another era. The walls were lined with shelves overflowing with glass vials, aged books, bubbling flasks, and curious mechanical devices with intricate engravings. As Ira entered, she immediately noticed the figure behind the large oak desk, Professor Alaric Vilmont. The man's stature was slight but dignified, with a crown of silvery white hair framing a face carved by years of knowledge and experience. His pale blue eyes gleamed with an intense, almost mystical light. Rumors swirled among students that Professor Vilmont had once met the legendary Nicholas Flamel himself and had studied alchemy under his guidance for a time. Whether true or not, the aura surrounding the old professor was unmistakably powerful. "Ah, welcome, young minds," Vilmont's voice resonated, deep and measured. "I see we have gathered for our first foray into the art of alchemy. Sit, and let us begin." Ira found a seat near the front, eager but attentive. Marin, true to his word, chose to remain absent, preferring a more demanding subject. Once the murmurs quieted, the professor began with a sweeping gesture toward the rows of instruments. "Alchemy, dear students, is the ancient and mystical art of transformation and understanding the very fabric of matter and magic. It differs from many magical disciplines in its focus on the elemental and philosophical, on turning the mundane into the extraordinary, the base into the pure." He paused to let the words settle before continuing. "Many of you may wonder how alchemy relates to other magical subjects, charms, potions, herbology, or even transfiguration. Alchemy encompasses aspects of all these, but with its own unique principles and goals. It seeks to uncover the secrets of life, matter, and energy itself, often straddling the line between science and magic." Professor Vilmont's eyes sparkled as he leaned forward. "But what may surprise some is how alchemy's influence stretches far beyond our magical world, reaching even into the realm of Muggle technology." A few students exchanged puzzled glances, and Ira perked up in curiosity. "Many think Muggle inventions are purely their own doing," the professor said, voice tinged with gentle amusement, "but the truth is far more entwined with magical goodwill." He raised a finger for emphasis. "The great alchemists of old, men and women who possessed profound knowledge of magic and the natural world, shared their discoveries, willingly or unwillingly, with the Muggle world. It is thanks to their generosity that many Muggle technologies exist today." The room grew silent, students absorbing this bold claim. Electricity, the combustion engine, the early principles behind modern medicine, these are all rooted, in part, in alchemical breakthroughs. Ira's eyes narrowed slightly, skepticism stirring. "Really?" she whispered under her breath. Professor Vilmont caught her expression. "Miss White," he said, voice steady, "do you have an opinion to share?" The classroom's attention snapped toward Ira, and she felt the weight of dozens of gazes. Swallowing, Iris stood and met the professor's eyes. Professor, she began carefully, I have the utmost respect for you and for alchemy as a discipline. However, I must say that your view is a bit biased. She glanced around, gathering courage. You suggest that Muggles are incapable of inventing or understanding technology on their own, that their achievements come only from alchemists' goodwill. But that's simply not true. She paused for a moment, then continued with quiet conviction. Muggles have their own alchemists, scientists, and inventors who have advanced their knowledge in remarkable ways. Modern Muggle science has become so sophisticated that they've developed technologies that no wizard could have anticipated or directly created. Ira's voice softened. I don't mean to disrespect magic or alchemy, but to dismiss Muggle ingenuity as ignorance or incompetence is unfair and prejudiced. The room was still, the professor's face turned thoughtful, then something resembling disappointment clouded his features. Miss White, he said slowly, I must confess I am disappointed. I never imagined the head of the White family, or the one destined to lead it, would harbor such dangerous ideologies. He paused for effect. To disregard the wisdom of our ancestors who clearly saw Muggles as intellectually inferior is concerning. Are you perhaps a Muggle-loving wizard? A hush fell over the students. Ira rolled her eyes and gave a small sigh. Professor, she said plainly, this has nothing to do with blood purity or lineage. What I said was simply a matter of truth. Muggles have proven their brilliance in many fields, alchemy included. She smiled lightly but firmly. Let's not turn this class into a political debate. We're here to learn alchemy, not to argue about biases. Professor Vilmont's eyes lingered on her for a moment, then he nodded. Very well, Miss White. Let us proceed. The tension dissipated, replaced by renewed focus. Professor Vilmont walked over to a cabinet and retrieved a series of exquisite glass bottles and metal apparatus, each etched with intricate runes. Now, to inspire your journey into alchemy, let me introduce you to some of the magical alchemical products that embody the art's power. He held up a slender vial filled with a swirling silver liquid. This is Argentum Vitae, the silver elixir of life. Known for its remarkable ability to heal wounds and restore vitality, it is a staple in many healing potions and magical remedies. A delicate fragrance filled the air as he uncorked the vial briefly. Handle with care, he warned. Next, he displayed a small crystalline jar containing a glowing amber substance. This is Solaris resin, harvested from enchanted sun trees deep within the Mediterranean forests. When burned, it produces a flame that emits no heat, used primarily in illumination charms and protective wards. The students leaned closer, fascinated. Here we have Vitae Luminize, the professor continued, a powder derived from crushed lumina verdant leaves. When added to potions, it enhances magical potency and clarity. Ira recognized the name from her botany class and smiled inwardly. Professor Vilmont's eyes twinkled. These are but a few of the marvels you will encounter as you delve deeper into alchemy. But today, our focus remains on understanding the foundations, the theory, the history, and the delicate balance of elements. He paced slowly, voice resonant. Alchemy, at its heart, is about transformation, not only of matter but of the self. To be an alchemist is to pursue knowledge with patience, humility, and discipline. For this year, you will learn the basics. You will familiarize yourselves with elemental correspondences, the properties of rare ingredients, and the rudiments of alchemical processes. He held up a dusty tome, its cover embossed with arcane symbols. Next year, those of you who demonstrate aptitude may begin crafting your own devices, philosopher's stones, which is impossible, elemental catalysts, and more. A murmur of excitement rippled through the students. Today, he said, we begin the journey. As the class progressed, Ira found herself intrigued despite her initial doubts. The precise measurements, the ancient incantations, and the meticulous care demanded by alchemy challenged her in new ways. Though Marin had chosen a different path, Ira resolved to return every day, to build her knowledge step by step. By the end of the lesson, Professor Vilmont gave a final piece of advice. Remember, alchemy is a science of balance. The slightest miscalculation can turn elixir into poison, light into darkness. Ira nodded thoughtfully, the weight of responsibility settling comfortably on her shoulders. As the classroom emptied, she gathered her books, heart quietly alight with the promise of learning alchemy. Chapter 232, Nundu. The dawn broke gently over the Bosbaden's chateau as students began filing through the ancient corridors, their steps echoing softly on the polished stone. Among them, Ira walked side by side with Marin, their conversation light but edged with the subtle anticipation of a new term. Today was the first day of magical defense, a class many students approached with a mix of eagerness and apprehension. The subject was known to be demanding, the professor renowned for his strictness and unwavering seriousness. As they approached the classroom, Ira noticed immediately how different it looked from last year. Gone were the softly lit tapestries and ornate furnishings, instead, the room now resembled a practical training hall. Thick stone walls lined with protective wards, spell-inscribed pillars, and a large, reinforced glass enclosure dominated the far end of the chamber. At the podium stood Professor Gabriel Valiant, a tall, imposing figure whose reputation preceded him. His black robes were immaculate, his gray eyes sharp and piercing beneath heavy brows. He gave no smile, no welcoming nod, merely surveying the gathering students with a quiet intensity. As the last students took their seats, the classroom settled into a heavy silence. Professor Valiant's voice cut through the stillness. "Welcome to your third year of magical defense," he began, his tone deep and measured. "This year, we focus on practical skills, the ability to protect oneself against magical threats, especially those that lurk beyond the classroom walls." He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping the room. "Today's lesson concerns defense against one of the most dangerous magical creatures known to wizards and witches, the Nundu." A collective gasp swept through the students. Whispers of nervous excitement passed from one to another. Ira's heart quickened. The Nundu was infamous, described in the oldest magical texts as a giant leopard-like beast whose breath was toxic enough to wither entire villages. Professor Valiant raised a hand, silencing the murmurs. "The Nundu is a rare but deadly creature. It requires careful handling and formidable defensive magic. Today, you will learn the Repello Nundu charm." He gestured toward the glass enclosure, and within it, a massive shadow stirred. The sleek form of the Nundu was revealed, a huge feline, its golden fur mottled with dark spots, eyes glowing faintly in the dim light. The creature exhaled slowly, a faint mist curling from its nostrils. Professor Valiant continued, "Repello Nundu is a specialized charm designed to repel or temporarily incapacitate this beast. It is not meant to harm, but to protect." He demonstrated with a sharp flick of his wand, a pulse of shimmering energy striking the creature. The Nundu growled low, recoiling slightly but not retreating fully. "Observe closely," he said. "The incantation requires precise pronunciation and a firm, focused intent. The energy must be channeled carefully to create a barrier or lull the creature into submission." Turning to the students, he commanded, "Now, each of you will attempt the spell. Approach the enclosure carefully, take aim, and cast Repello Nundu." One by one, the students approached hesitantly, their wands trembling as they muttered the incantation. Most spells fizzled weakly or missed entirely, eliciting soft groans or nervous laughter. Marin stepped up with a grin, his voice loud enough to carry, "Well, let's see if I can save the day, or at least not get eaten." He aimed his wand and cast the charm with exaggerated flourish. The spell struck the Nundu, causing it to blink in mild surprise but otherwise unimpressed. Professor Valiant's eyes narrowed. "Mr. Marin," he intoned, "this is a serious lesson, not a performance." Marin shrugged with a mischievous smirk, "Just trying to keep things interesting, Professor." The class chuckled quietly, but Professor Valiant remained stoic, unfazed. When it was Ira's turn, she stepped forward with calm confidence. Her eyes locked onto the Nundu as she raised her wand. In a clear, unwavering voice, she intoned, "Repello Nundu." A radiant pulse of silver-blue energy surged from her wand, enveloping the creature in a shimmering shield. The Nundu recoiled, its growl softening to a low rumble before it settled back, pacified. Professor Valiant's gaze lingered on her, and for the first time, a subtle nod of approval crossed his austere face. "Miss White," he said simply, "well done." Ira returned to her seat, the quiet pride of accomplishment warming her. The lesson continued in this fashion, the professor guiding each student through the process, correcting their form, encouraging focus. Between turns, Marin whispered dry comments. "Next thing you know, he'll have us petting the Nundu," he joked softly. Ira smiled but shook her head. "Better focus, this is serious." Professor Valiant concluded the session with a lecture on the importance of respect when facing magical creatures, especially dangerous ones. "Magic is not a weapon of destruction," he said gravely, "but a shield of protection. You must learn restraint, control, and above all, understanding." As the class dismissed, students buzzed with excitement, some still shaking from their close encounter. Ira and Marin left together, the morning sun bright on their faces. Marin grinned, "Well, that was intense. Professor Valiant may be strict, but he's got style." Ira chuckled under her breath. "You know, people who've taken lives, or seen them taken, don't come out untouched. They get serious, guarded. And considering the professor's history in the last Wizarding War, it's no wonder he drills us so hard." Marin smirked. "Rumor has it he lost his lover in that war. Quit as head auror the next day and came here to teach." He gave a dramatic, almost dreamy sigh. "Men in love." Ira shot him a flat look. "Oh, please. You wouldn't know love if it hexed you in the face. You swap girlfriends faster than you swap socks." "Hey." Marin protested, grinning. "That's not." "You're 13, Marin," Ira cut in, rolling her eyes. "Merlin help us if you ever do fall in love. The poor girl will need hazard pay." Chapter 233, A Walk with Fleur. Their footsteps echoed softly against the worn cobblestones as they strolled beneath the dappled shade of ancient silver-leaf willows. The air was sweet with the scent of blooming jasmines, and the distant sound of laughter drifted faintly from the students scattered across Bosbaden's sprawling gardens. Fleur walked beside Ira, carrying a small basket filled with shimmering candied fruits and honey-glazed pastries, delicately spun sugar threads that glittered in the sunlight like strands of spun moonlight. She stole a glance at Ira, the way the light caught her soft waves of hair, the gentle curve of her jawline. Ira shifted her basket slightly, and Fleur's gaze dropped to the graceful curve of her wrist, the delicate tendons moving beneath pale skin. A small, secret smile touched Fleur's lips. Mon Dieu, if you only knew what I'm imagining right now, Fleur's breath caught. How those hands could trace every inch of me. She bit her lip, tamping down the heat rising in her cheeks. Focus, Fleur. You're a lady, after all. Fleur's thoughts briefly trailed to the warmth she imagined beneath Ira's sleeves, the silken softness of her skin, the subtle scent of lavender mixed with the faintest trace of smoke from the dual practice earlier. Her pulse quickened at the thought of fingers grazing, tracing, daring to explore. Stop it, she chastised herself. Not here. Not now. She wouldn't know what to do with a woman who wanted her like this. Of all the gardens here, Fleur said lightly, trying to steady her breath and push away the vivid, tangled thoughts swirling in her mind, this one holds a special place in my heart. Ira glanced sideways, curiosity lighting her eyes. Oh. And why's that? Fleur's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Let's say that some memories are planted here, just like the flowers. She didn't elaborate, but her gaze softened as they passed under a canopy of white jasmine blossoms, their scent mingling with the warmth of the sun. The scent seemed to wrap around her like a lover's embrace, and her mind slipped into a vivid daydream, one where Ira's fingers traced those same jasmine petals, then moved lower, exploring the smooth hollow at the base of her throat. Focus, Fleur. You're a lady. Ira shifted her basket, and Fleur's eyes caught the faint curve of her wrist, delicate, strong. It was a gesture so innocent, yet Fleur's mind burned with the possibilities it suggested. So, Fleur said, voice soft but teasing, what do you miss most about England? Ira's smile was thoughtful. The quiet. The rain. The endless cups of tea at odd hours. She laughed lightly. And the way you French people make manners into an art form. It's like an unspoken language. Fleur grinned, her French accent curling the words with charm. Ah, but your manners are like boiled potatoes, practical and necessary, but without flair. Ira laughed. And your French elegance? Like a dance of words, Fleur said with a wink, sometimes graceful, sometimes dangerously flirtatious. Dangerously flirtatious, huh? Ira arched an eyebrow, her smile playful. Of course. Fleur's eyes glittered. Better to seduce with poetry than stare blankly over a cup of tea. Ira shook her head, amusement bright in her gaze. Touché. They wandered deeper into the garden, where the path narrowed between hedges heavy with glistening moonberries that sparkled like tiny stars. A pair of enchanted koi swam lazily in a nearby pond, their scales shimmering with soft blue light. One suddenly leapt, sending a sprinkle of water onto Ira's arm. Fleur's breath hitched. The cold droplets on Ira's skin sparked a trail of heat in Fleur's chest, a yearning she barely dared acknowledge. If only I could reach out and brush that wet skin with my lips. Her pulse quickened, and she clenched her fists to stop trembling fingers from reaching too far. Not here. Not now. Be calm. Do you ever get lonely here? Ira asked suddenly, breaking the spell. Fleur shook her head quickly. No, never really. I have friends, and now I have you. The words were simple, but Fleur felt them like a secret vow. Her heart fluttered wildly. Good, she murmured. They settled onto a stone bench surrounded by silver petals drifting lazily from above. Fleur reached into her basket and pulled out a spun sugar blossom, delicate and shimmering. Try this. It's a specialty from the kitchens here. Ira took the blossom and tasted it, her eyes lighting up at the sweetness. Fleur watched her, the soft flush coloring her cheeks, the way her lips parted ever so slightly. If only I could taste them, those lips. I imagine how soft and warm they'd be pressed against mine. She swallowed hard, blinking away the flush creeping across her face. Stop this. You are a lady. So, Fleur said, laughter threading through her words, would you believe I once tried to levitate my books in class and instead sent them flying into the fountain? Ira laughed outright. That sounds exactly like you. Fleur's cheeks warmed further. They called me La Sirene de Livres after that, the siren of the books. Fitting, Ira smiled. Fleur's eyes sparkled. And what about you? Any embarrassing moments at school you care to share? She teased. Ira shook her head, cheeks tinting pink. No, I think I'll spare you that. Fleur raised an eyebrow, her grin widening. Oh, come on. We're friends. Ira laughed, and the warmth of it sent a delicious shiver through Fleur's spine. They chatted then about magical creatures, the fiery temper of bowtruckles, the grace of hippocampi, and the rare French flower that bloomed only under the light of a blue moon. Fleur relished teasing Ira about British creatures, joking about the drab colors and overly serious attitudes of British magical beasts. Ira fired back with tales of the fierce loyalty of British familiars and the stubbornness of their magical plants. As the sun began to dip lower, casting the garden in golden light, they rose to leave. Fleur's gaze lingered on Ira, her mind racing with every touch, every glance that passed between them. I want to reach out, to brush back her hair, to feel her warmth pressed against me. To whisper all the naughty things I think when I look at her. But she stayed silent, elegant, teasing, the perfect Beaux Batons student. 4 now. Chapter 234, Transfiguration with Professor Corviel. Ira smoothed the collar of her sea blue uniform, the crisp fabric cooled beneath her fingers. She carefully pinned the Umbberloon crest beneath her shoulder, the embroidered emblem gleaming softly in the morning light. Her wand slipped with a familiar, comforting weight into the side pocket of her uniform, nestled between the thick spines of her textbooks. Among them was the well-worn Metaphoresis, an introduction to transformational magic, a book she had read countless times but found endlessly fascinating. Taking a deep breath, she stepped out of the Umbberloon dorm hall into the castle's morning bustle. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying the faint scent of blossoming lilacs from the gardens outside. Outside the hall, a few yards away, Marin emerged from the boys' dormitory, his tousled hair unkempt and his gait heavy, as if he'd barely slept the night before. He yawned wide as their eyes met. "Morning," Marin greeted, voice rough and slow. He looked like a drunk man stumbling through the early hours. Ira smiled, shaking her head. "Rough night." "Something like that," he muttered, rubbing his eyes. "Too much activity." Their footsteps echoed softly through the castle's arched gallery halls as they descended toward the east wing, one of the oldest, most beautiful parts of Beaux Batons. Here, the air felt thicker, heavier with history. Dustless portraits blinked from gilded frames lining the stone walls, and enchanted candle sconces flickered with ever-shifting hues, casting colorful shadows that danced alongside them. Floor-to-ceiling windows stretched along the corridor, sunlight pouring through in golden ribbons, illuminating the marble tiles like molten gold. The familiar yet timeless beauty of the chateau made Ira's heart calm. At the foot of a spiraling staircase framed by white stone balustrades, they reached room 204. A polished bronze plaque shimmered in the early light. Metaphoresis, the alchemy of change, the grace of becoming. The tall double doors creaked open as they stepped inside. The classroom was airy and elegant, bathed in warm light filtering through stained glass windows that painted the walls with hues of violet and amber. Long wooden tables were arranged in a semicircle around the front of the room, where a single podium stood. At the front stood Professor Lysandra Corviel, tall and regal, with raven-black hair cascading over a velvet robe embroidered in glimmering silver sigils. Her eyes, the color of deep violets, scanned the room with piercing calm. She held herself with quiet authority, an aura not only of mastery over transformational magic but also of serene wisdom. "Good morning, students," she began, her voice smooth yet commanding. "Welcome to your third-year Metaphoresis class. This year, we delve deeper into the art and science of transformation. Magic is not mere change of form but a profound reimagining of essence." She paused, letting her words settle in. "Today, we shall begin with a fundamental yet challenging exercise, the transformation of a static, mundane object into a moving, sentient form. Specifically, you will transfigure an ordinary box into a moving entity endowed with intent and grace." A ripple of excitement and apprehension spread through the classroom. Professor Corviel's lips curved into a slight smile. "This is not merely a test of skill, but of imagination, will, and understanding. The movement you breathe into your transfiguration must be purposeful, it must express thought, intent." She stepped to a large wooden box resting on the podium. Raising her wand, she began. "Observe carefully." A swirl of silver blue light spiraled from her wand, enveloping the box in a shimmering cocoon. As the light faded, the box transformed, no longer a simple container, but a breathtakingly beautiful figure, a young woman with delicate wings shimmering like moonlight on water, her face exquisitely detailed, radiating a serene grace. The figure stepped forward and began to dance, a fluid, mesmerizing movement that seemed both ethereal and alive. Professor Corviel's voice was soft but clear. "Before casting the spell, I imagined every movement, each step, each gesture, every flutter of the wings. My intent guided the transformation, giving life beyond mere form. This is the essence of advanced transfiguration." The students watched, spellbound, as the figure's dance continued for a moment before the magic gently faded, and the woman returned to the wooden box. "Now, it is your turn," the professor instructed, distributing small, identical wooden boxes to each student. Ira's fingers curled around her box, the smooth wood warm beneath her palms. Professor Corviel's violet eyes swept the room. "Remember, intention is as vital as incantation. Channel your will, imagine every movement your creation will embody before you begin." One by one, the students attempted the spell. Some boxes emitted only a faint glow or an awkwardly contorted shape. Others transformed into static statues, beautiful but motionless. Marin muttered beside Ira, "Looks like half of us are better at dreaming than doing." Ira smiled but remained focused. When it was her turn, she lifted her wand, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes briefly. She pictured a magnificent phoenix, fiery feathers, gleaming eyes filled with intelligence, the spirit of rebirth. Her voice rang clear and steady as she spoke the incantation. Metaphoresis Volucris. A burst of dazzling light erupted from her wand, enveloping the box. When the light cleared, a vibrant phoenix stood before her, its feathers shimmering in hues of red, gold, and orange. It turned its head slowly, observing the room with alert, intelligent eyes. Then it opened its beak, releasing a soft, melodic cry. The creature moved cautiously, shifting its weight and stretching its wings, though it did not take flight. Professor Corviel's eyes lit with genuine admiration. "Miss White, your talent is remarkable as ever." She approached with a warm smile. "Your transfiguration embodies not only physical form but the essence of the phoenix itself. To imagine and conjure such a creature places you well beyond your peers." Ira's heart lifted, but she frowned slightly. "Why can't it fly?" she asked. The professor's gaze softened with understanding. "Flight requires not only the shape but the magic of motion, the intent and energy that sustains movement through the air. Your magic was strong, but the nuances of that motion require more experience." She looked thoughtfully at the phoenix. "With your current skill and dedication, in 2 to 3 years, you will be able to create a phoenix that soars." Ira nodded, inspired by the challenge. Professor Corviel turned to the class. "Transfiguration is an alchemy of spirit as much as matter. It demands patience, precision, and imagination." She paced slowly before the students. "Mastering the balance of form and intent is what separates a novice from a true practitioner of the art." The classroom was filled with eager faces, absorbing her every word. Marin leaned toward Ira and whispered, "Looks like you're the star again." Ira smiled, shrugging modestly. "Just lucky, I guess." Professor Corviel caught the exchange and allowed herself a brief smile. "Talent is the seed, but discipline and passion nurture the bloom." The rest of the lesson was dedicated to practice, with the professor moving from student to student, offering personalized guidance. She corrected wrist motions, adjusted wand grips, and encouraged mental focus. Ira felt every moment sharpen her understanding. As the class drew to a close, Professor Corviel addressed the students. "Remember, this year's exam requires you to transform a static object into a moving, intentional form. Your creation must convey thought and purpose." She fixed each student with her violet gaze. "Begin your studies with diligence and an open heart. The grace of becoming is the highest magic." As the students filed out, Ira lingered a moment, her mind alight with possibilities. Marin caught up with her outside. "So, how does it feel to be 3 years ahead of us all?" Ira laughed softly. "It's just the start. There's so much more to learn." They walked together back toward the heart of the chateau, the morning light warm on their faces, and the promise of transformation bright before them. Chapter 235, Days and Nights Toward Halloween, Life at Beauxbatons. Days turned into weeks, each unfolding like a page in a carefully written book, smooth and rhythmic, yet alive with subtle surprises. Ira found herself caught in the gentle cadence of Beauxbatons' life, where every morning dawned with promise and every class offered a new thread in the tapestry of her education. She attended her lessons with focused attention, especially delighting in the study of ancient runes and magical creature care. These subjects stirred her curiosity and passion in ways alchemy never quite did. The runes class transported her into the mystery of ancient symbols, their power woven through time and magic, while the magical creature care lessons brought a tangible joy, feeding, tending, and learning the habits of beasts she'd only glimpsed in storybooks. Alchemy, however, was different. More often than not, the classroom was a chamber of quiet note-taking as the elderly professor lectured, his voice a slow river of knowledge and lore that flowed steadily but rarely stirred the waves of excitement. The students sat in careful rows, pens scratching parchment as the arcane theories of elemental transformations and magical compounds filled their notebooks. For Ira, the subject felt dry, a realm of thought rather than action. But there were moments beyond the classrooms. Some afternoons, Ira would find herself wandering the gardens or the dueling hall, where the sharp crackle of spells and laughter mingled in the air. It was there she sparred with Fleur, their duels less about rivalry and more a playful dance of wand and wit, pushing each other to grow stronger in a friendship woven from mutual respect and something softer, something Ira hadn't quite named. Other days, she strolled the castle corridors with fellow Umbberloon students, exchanging stories, laughter, and quiet confidences beneath the high vaulted ceilings. Time seemed to both rush and stretch, full of learning, friendship, and the simmering undercurrents of youthful discovery. In the background, the steady stream of messages from Emma in Britain kept Ira connected to the world beyond Beauxbatons. Every few days, a letter arrived, sometimes by hawk, sometimes carried on enchanted parchment, filled with news of the White family, the political tides shifting in the Ministry of Magic, and the subtle threats lingering in the shadows of England's magical society. Emma's updates were always meticulous and thoughtful, a tether that reminded Ira of the weight she carried and the promise she hoped to fulfill. As autumn deepened, the castle and grounds began their slow transformation. The trees in the southern garden shimmered with fiery reds and golds, leaves falling in soft showers that blanketed the paths. The chill in the air whispered of change and anticipation. With Halloween approaching, a new excitement coursed through the halls of Beauxbatons. Posters and enchanted notices appeared overnight, fluttering through common rooms and classrooms alike. Halloween celebration, Star Hall, all students invited. Costumes, magic, mystery, join us for a night of enchantment and spooks. Ira and Fleur often found themselves chatting about their plans during quiet moments, wondering what costumes they might wear and what surprises the night might hold. When the day finally arrived, the chateau buzzed with energy. Students adorned themselves in colorful robes and intricate costumes, some enchanting, others whimsical, many frightening. Beauxbatons had a flair for drama and beauty, and the hall was soon awash with shimmering fabrics, glittering masks, and clever magical effects. Ira chose a deep midnight blue gown embroidered with silver stars, a nod to her Umbberloon house crest, paired with a delicate cloak that shimmered like a veil of mist. Fleur appeared beside her in a gown of soft lilac, adorned with subtle floral patterns that seemed to move gently with her steps. The Star Hall itself was transformed beyond recognition. The domed ceiling sparkled with thousands of tiny enchanted stars that twinkled like a night sky. Wreaths of autumn leaves, glowing pumpkins, and enchanted lanterns floated gently overhead, casting a warm, magical glow across the gathered students. Madame Maxime stood near the center, regal and radiant, her presence commanding the room. With a broad smile, she welcomed the students. Mes chers élèves, bienvenue à la nuit de Halloween. Tonight, we celebrate magic's mystery and marvel. Prepare yourselves for an evening of enchantment, excitement, and, perhaps, a touch of fright. As the festivities began, students mingled, laughing and sharing treats from tables laden with magical snacks, candied pumpkin pastilles that melted like sugar stars, cauldron cakes that steamed with warm spice, and shimmering fruit that sparkled as it was bitten. Ira and Fleur wandered through the hall, their hands occasionally brushing in quiet moments, smiles lingering a little longer than usual. Fleur leaned in as they paused near a glowing pumpkin sculpture. I love how the hall looks tonight. It's like we've stepped into a storybook. Ira nodded, eyes reflecting the sparkling lights. It feels magical in a way different from classes, more alive. Their conversation drifted, soft and easy. Have you always liked Halloween? Ira asked. Fleur smiled, a hint of nostalgia softening her gaze. Not always, Fleur admitted with a small smile. Back home, Halloween wasn't celebrated much. My father doesn't like to be scared. There was this one time when Maman and I decided to frighten him, just a little. For days afterward, he was upset and barely spoke to either of us. Of course, after a lot of spoiling and apologies, he finally came back to his usual self. She glanced around, her eyes softening. But it's different here, more lively, more mysterious. I still remember the very first time I arrived at Beauxbatons. The decorations, the magic floating in the air, it felt like stepping into an entirely new world. Ira listened intently, drawn into the warmth of Fleur's memories. And what about you? Fleur asked, tilting her head slightly. How did you celebrate Halloween back home? Ira paused, her gaze drifting to the lanterns flickering gently above them. It was simpler, she said quietly. When I was little, Lolly used to bring me food to mark the day. Sometimes we'd do small magic tricks together. Nothing like this, no grand displays, just quiet moments. A soft breeze stirred the lanterns, casting playful shadows that danced around them like whispered secrets. As night deepened, Madame Maxime took the stage once more, her voice rich with theatrical flair. Now, mes enfants, for the piece de resistance, the midnight mystery. With a delicate flick of her wand, she dimmed the lights, and the room darkened until only the stars above shimmered with heightened brilliance. Enchanted shadows twisted and danced on the walls, ghostly shapes drifting like whispered secrets, their faint murmurs weaving eerie stories. A few students gasped, caught between delight and fright, while others laughed nervously, the magic tingling along their skin. Suddenly, Fleur's fingers found Ira's hand and gently, but deliberately, wove it between her own, guiding it to rest against the soft curve of her breasts. The warmth beneath her palm sent a quick flutter through Ira's heart. She inhaled sharply, caught by the intoxicating scent of Fleur's perfume, fresh, floral, achingly close. A blush bloomed across her cheeks. Their faces drew nearer, breaths mingling in the narrow space between them. Ira's eyes fluttered shut for a moment, then opened to meet Fleur's steady gaze. Are you scared? Ira whispered. Fleur's lips curved into a tender, knowing smile. Not anymore, she breathed, voice low and sure. I am here with you. Their breaths deepened, the silence thickening as their lips hovered, barely brushing, a whisper of warmth, a promise suspended between them. As the last echoes of laughter faded and the Halloween celebration wound down, students began trickling back to their dormitories, still buzzing from the night's chaos. The magic in the air didn't disappear, it hung around like an overexcited house elf who just had too much pumpkin juice. Ira and Fleur slipped away from the crowd, their footsteps echoing softly along the cobblestone paths leading to the quiet gardens. Lanterns swayed gently overhead, casting warm pools of light, while the moon peeked out from behind a patchy cloud. "Did you see the kid from Papillonless trying to levitate his pumpkin?" Fleur said with a mischievous grin. "It ended up bouncing off the ceiling like a mad bludger. I swear, it nearly took out old Monsieur Dupont's wig." Ira laughed. "Oh, and what about Madame Maxime's reaction?" Her face went all shades of purple and green. She looked like she was about to summon a thunderstorm. Fleur giggled. "I half expected her to fly off on that broomstick of hers. Honestly, if she starts chasing after rogue pumpkins next year, I'm volunteering to be the spectator with the best seat in the house." They rounded a bend, and Ira smirked. "And the Star Hall? Who knew the enchanted cauldrons could explode like fireworks? I'm still finding bits of soot in my hair." Fleur snorted. "At least you didn't get turned into a frog like that poor first year. I heard he's still hopping around the dorms somewhere." Ira shook her head, smiling. "I swear, if the teachers don't get a handle on these magical mishaps, next year's Halloween might turn into a full-blown disaster theater." Fleur bumped her shoulder playfully. "Well, it certainly keeps things interesting. I'm just glad we survived without any spells backfiring on us." Ira squeezed Fleur's hand, grinning. "Survived and mostly unscathed. That counts as a win in my book." They paused beneath a lantern, the light casting soft shadows over their faces. The cool night air smelled faintly of roasted chestnuts and autumn leaves. "Honestly," Fleur said with a sly smile, "I'm mostly here for the pumpkin-flavored treats." Ira laughed, "Same." They shared a warm smile before continuing their slow stroll back to Umbberloon dormitory, their laughter blending with the rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of lingering magic. Chapter 236, Her Thoughts About Hogwarts. The days had grown shorter, and the chill of early winter was slowly settling over the Beauxbatons chateau. The gardens, once lush with autumn's fiery colors, now stood bare and frost-touched, the gentle crunch of frozen leaves underfoot echoing in the quiet morning air. Ira sat alone by the tranquil pond in the southern garden, the waters mirroring the pale gray sky above. Her breath rose in soft clouds as she hugged her arms to her chest, savoring a rare moment of stillness between lessons and duties. The delicate silver chain around her wrist caught the weak sunlight as she absent-mindedly traced its pattern. Suddenly, a tawny hawk descended gracefully, landing softly on the stone bench beside her. Clutched in its talons was a cream-colored envelope sealed with an emerald wax stamp, the unmistakable seal of the White family. Ira smiled gently, reaching out to take the letter. With practiced ease, she broke the wax seal and unfolded the parchment, settling back onto the bench to read. "My lady. I write to you with intrigue news from Britain that has rippled through the Ministry of Magic and the Hogwarts community these past days. On the night of Halloween, an unprecedented breach occurred at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The dangerous fugitive, Sirius Black, managed to infiltrate the castle grounds. Reports indicate that he attempted to enter the Gryffindor common room, causing damage to a portrait in the process. Fortunately, no students were harmed, and the situation was quickly contained by the professors and prefects present. However, the incident has sparked considerable unrest among the students and their families. Many parents have sent letters expressing their alarm, and some influential pure-blood families have applied pressure on Minister Cornelius Fudge to take decisive action to safeguard the school's security. At the heart of the matter lies a dispute between Headmaster Albus Dumbledore and Minister Fudge regarding the presence of external mentors patrolling the castle during the night. Dumbledore, valuing the school's autonomy and the trust in his staff, has firmly opposed such patrols, leading to tensions within the ministry. Though these details remain confidential and largely unspoken in the broader magical community, the whispers have spread through the corridors of Hogwarts and the homes of its students. I will keep you informed of any further developments. With all my respect. Emma. Ira's eyes lingered on the last line as a faint smile touched her lips, tinged with irony. Well, well, she murmured, folding the letter carefully. Seems Hogwarts never quite loses its excitement. Beside her, Fleur, who had joined quietly and sat on the grass, peered curiously at the folded parchment. What is it, Ira? You're smiling like you read a secret joke, she asked softly. Ira handed the letter to Fleur, who read it with furrowed brows. Sirius Black. That's quite serious, Fleur said, looking up. Ira nodded, the amusement in her eyes dimming. Apparently, he managed to get inside the castle itself, tried to break into Gryffindor common room, and damaged a painting. But no one outside the ministry really knows. Parents are frightened, and the ministry is in chaos behind closed doors. Fleur's voice lowered, tinged with concern. And what about Dumbledore and the minister's quarrel? Ira shrugged. Dumbledore refuses to allow external patrols. He trusts his staff to protect the students. But the ministry wants more control, fearing this fugitive's presence could endanger everyone. Fleur sighed, staring at the pond's still water. Such a dangerous time for Hogwarts. A breeze rustled the last of the frostbitten leaves as Fleur handed the letter back to Ira. What kind of school lets a fugitive like that in? Fleur scoffed, a mischievous smile curling her lips. Honestly, has Hogwarts really fallen that low? Next thing you know, the Dark Lord himself will be roaming the halls, playing teacher and showing students how to become dark wizards. She shook her head, eyes sparkling with amusement. I mean, what's next? Allowing Death Eaters to hold workshops in the Great Hall. Hogwarts used to be the pinnacle of magical education, discipline, tradition, respect. Now it feels like anything goes. Fleur glanced at Ira with a sly grin. At least here, we don't have to worry about the school turning into a playground for dark magic fanatics. Ira rolled her eyes playfully. Come on, Fleur, don't say that. I'm the governor of Hogwarts now, you shouldn't talk bad about the school. Fleur chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. I mean seriously, how can a person like Dumbledore let things like this happen? He's supposed to be the greatest wizard of our time, or at least the protector of that school. Even Madame Maxime admitted he's the most powerful wizard around. Hogwarts should be impenetrable with him there. Ira smiled wryly. It's not that simple. Fleur gave her a skeptical look. Isn't it? If the headmaster can't keep the school safe, what kind of school is it? Ira leaned back against the cold stone, watching ripples dance across the pond. Hogwarts is no ordinary school. It's the birthplace of magical society in Britain, nearly 1,000 years old. It has a history full of magic, wonder, and danger. Fleur frowned. Danger. Ira nodded thoughtfully. Throughout history, especially during the last Wizarding War, Hogwarts was attacked several times by dark wizards and Death Eaters. Each time, Dumbledore and the professors defended it fiercely. The school holds powerful protections and secrets that are not always visible. She paused, tracing a pattern in the frost with her finger. The Sirius Black incident is worrying, but not unheard of in this school's long, complicated history. Fleur looked at her, eyes wide. So you think this is just part of the risk? Exactly, Ira said. It's a dangerous time. Sirius Black is on the loose, yes. But Hogwarts is more than just a school, it's a symbol, a sanctuary, and sometimes a battleground. Fleur exhaled slowly. Still, the students must be scared. And the parents? They are, Ira agreed. Every day, more letters come to the ministry, demanding answers and assurances. The governors and trustees are involved, trying to maintain order. But Dumbledore's position is strong, even if he clashes with Minister Fudge. Fleur tilted her head. What about the Dementors? The ministry wants them inside at night. Yes, that's the bone of contention, Ira replied. Dumbledore believes that Hogwarts staff are enough to protect the students, that adding ministry patrols undermines trust and disrupts the school's atmosphere. Fleur sighed. I suppose it's a difficult balance, security and freedom. Ira smiled, her gaze softening. You're right. Hogwarts isn't perfect. It's a place of learning, growth, and yes, danger. But it's also a home for British, Scottish, and Irish children. Ira's thoughts drifted to the many letters she had received from Emma over the past weeks. Each contained pieces of the larger puzzle of magical politics, family intrigues, and the challenges Hogwarts faced in a changing world. The world outside is complicated, Ira murmured. But inside Hogwarts, the magic still breathes, even when shadows fall. Fleur nodded, squeezing her hand gently. And you, what will you do? As governor, you must have influence. Ira considered this. I will watch, listen, and act when needed. Hogwarts needs careful guardianship more than ever. They sat in silence, the frost creeping closer to the pond's edge, their breaths mingling in the cold air. Days later, Ira received further correspondence from Emma, detailing how the incident had escalated politically. The families of students had banded together to apply pressure on Minister Fudge, demanding increased security and transparency. Rumors swirled that some sought to question Dumbledore's leadership directly. Emma wrote of hushed meetings, magical security enhancements, and the undercurrents of fear that rippled through the British wizarding world. Yet amidst this turmoil, Dumbledore remained a figure of calm authority, balancing the demands of tradition with the harsh realities of a world that was changing faster than anyone could control. Chapter 237, A Serious Walk, Words from the Heart. The afternoon air was crisp but soft, a subtle herald of the coming autumn. The gardens of Bosebadens were a peaceful refuge from the hustle of school life, filled with vibrant blooms, ancient trees, and winding paths. Ira and Marin strolled side by side, their footsteps quiet on the garden paths. The day's alchemy class had just ended, and the air buzzed faintly with the lingering scent of powders and potions. Marin, always lively and mischievous, broke the comfortable silence with a grin that stretched from ear to ear. You won't believe what happened today, Marin said, his voice carrying the unmistakable tone of bragging. I finally broke up with that girl, you know. She's been bothering me forever with all those ridiculous demands. Honestly, I'm done. Ira glanced sideways at him, noting the usual playful spark in his eyes. But something in her heart shifted. She had known Marin since her arrival at France, and though they had shared many light-hearted moments, today she felt a growing seriousness inside her. This wasn't the moment for jokes. Marin, she said quietly, her voice steady but firm. Can I talk to you seriously for a moment? Marin raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by the sudden change in her tone. Sure, what's up? They slowed their pace, walking beneath an arched trellis heavy with ivy and crimson leaves. Ira took a deep breath and looked at him with a softness that belied the strength behind her words. Ira took a deep breath, searching for the right words. This thing, with girls. How you brag about breaking up, like it's a game, it's not good. It's not just about you. You're hurting people, girls who trust you, who believe in you. You're playing with their hearts, and it's not right. Marin's grin faltered, and he looked down at the cobblestones. I don't mean to hurt anyone. It's not like I'm serious about anyone. Maybe you don't think so, Ira replied gently but with growing intensity, but you are. You're playing with people's feelings, their hearts. You're destroying trust. It's easy to think it's fun, but it's not. It's painful for them. Marin looked away, kicking a loose stone on the path. I don't want to be tied down. I'm too young for all that. That's exactly the problem, Ira said, stopping to face him squarely. You're only 13. You don't know what relationships really mean yet. What you're doing now can become a dangerous habit. She paused, watching his face carefully before continuing. If you keep doing this, breaking hearts, changing girls every week, you'll end up hurting more people than you realize. You'll damage more than just feelings, you'll damage families. Marin looked away, a little embarrassed. Who are you to give me advice, anyway? His voice was quieter, almost defensive. Ira smiled faintly, the softness returning to her gaze. I understand why you might say that. But I've seen enough in my life to know where this path can lead. It will lead to disaster for families and loved ones. Marin's confident facade flickered, his voice quieter now. Disaster? Isn't that a bit too much? I mean, I'm just a kid. How can something like this ruin everything? Ira's eyes darkened with the weight of her own memories. Because relationships aren't just about you and the person you're with. They're about trust, loyalty, honor. The people you play with aren't just random strangers, they're from families. And in the wizarding world, especially among pureblood families, family honor is everything. She looked around, her gaze distant for a moment. I was at your family's bookstore during the holidays, Marin. Marin's eyebrows lifted. My mother's bookstore. Yes. Ira's eyes darkened with a touch of concern. Your mother was very sad and worried. She told me she's scared about what you're doing. She's afraid it will hurt you, and her. Marin's face went pale. She said that to you? Ira nodded. She did. She said that you're flirting with girls without thinking about the consequences. She said every wizard here carries a wand, a weapon. And when people get jealous or angry, they don't hesitate to use it. Marin swallowed hard, the weight of her words settling on him like a heavy cloak. The wizarding world isn't like the Muggle world, Ira explained. Here, feelings and honor are fragile. If you hurt the wrong person, or the wrong family, the consequences can be devastating. She stepped closer, her voice lowering. Imagine this, you flirt with the girlfriend of a powerful pureblood boy. He finds out, gets angry. He's jealous, and he's got the magic to back it up. What if he takes that anger out on your mother? What if he curses your family's bookstore, destroys it? What if he hurts your mother? Marin's eyes widened, his carefree bravado cracking. It's not just a game, Marin, Ira said softly but firmly. Your actions don't just affect you. They ripple through everyone around you, especially the people who love you the most. She took a deep breath, her voice becoming more personal. Your mother is the only family you have right now. You're the only one who can protect her from harm. Marin looked down, his hands clenched at his sides. Ira reached out, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder. Do you want to see her get hurt because of your careless actions? Because you didn't think before you acted? Marin shook his head slowly, swallowing hard. No, of course not. Ira smiled faintly. Good. Because I know you're better than this. She stepped back and continued, I say this because I care about you. And because I've seen what happens when people don't respect relationships. Her voice cracked slightly as she shared a piece of her heart. My own family was torn apart by the same kind of things, lies, infidelity, broken trust. Almost all of my relatives are gone now because of it. I'm the last of the White family. Marin looked at her with wide, earnest eyes. It's hard, she whispered. Being alone. Knowing that everything I have left is fragile. And it all traces back to people playing with hearts and honor. Marin was silent, absorbing the weight of her words. So please, Ira said, her voice firm but kind, if you want to find something real, something lasting, don't rush. Spend time. See if you truly connect with someone. She smiled, a little teasing now. And if you don't, it's okay to walk away. But don't do it every week, don't play with feelings like it's a game. Marin nodded slowly, shame mixing with understanding. Ira's eyes twinkled with warmth. I thought you were just a kid figuring things out, but lately, it's been more than that. It's starting to feel disrespectful. To girls. To yourself. Marin opened his mouth to protest, but Ira raised a hand gently. I'm not trying to scold you, she said softly. If you don't want to hear this, just say so. I won't argue. She smiled warmly. But I say this because I want better for you. So you don't get hurt, and you don't hurt others. Marin swallowed hard. Thanks, Miss White. I didn't think about it that way. She laughed softly. Call me Ira, please. He smiled faintly. Okay, Ira. They resumed their walk, the garden glowing golden in the late afternoon light. The silence between them was comfortable now, a new understanding blooming. Remember when the older students beat you up for chasing their girlfriends? Ira asked quietly. Marin winced. Yeah, I remember. That's what happens when you don't respect boundaries, she said softly. I don't want that to be your story. He nodded, eyes downcast. You're better than that, Marin. I believe in you. His smile grew a little more genuine. I'll try to be better. Ira smiled back. Good, I hope you do that. Chapter 238, The Falling Boy. The storm had been a living thing, howling, tearing at the pitch, the rain like icy needles on skin. But in the midst of that chaos, something worse had come. High above the Quidditch field, Harry had been chasing the snitch, eyes locked on the glint of gold against the swirling gray. His opponent was only a few meters ahead, wind roaring in their ears, broom handles slick with rain. And then they came. Tall, hooded figures, drifting from the clouds as though the storm itself had birthed them. The air grew cold, colder than the rain, colder than winter, and Harry's breath caught in his throat. He knew what they were. Dementors. He should have been afraid because of their look, their presence. But the fear was different, deeper. It came with a sound that cut through the pounding rain. Screams. A woman's screams. They were faint, distant, but sharp enough to make his chest tighten. The voice, desperate, breaking, pleading. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead. The words blurred into the roaring in his ears, but the pain in them, raw and unbearable, made his heart ache. He didn't know whose voice it was. He didn't want to know. The world tilted. His hands slipped. The snitch vanished from sight as the storm spun around him. The rain swallowed the pitch below. And then, light. A silver phoenix erupted from the ground, wings wide, feathers blazing with a warm, silvery glow. It soared toward him, calling out with a cry that seemed to burn through the cold in his chest. Its head butted his shoulder gently, and warmth flooded through him, chasing away the hollow despair. The last thing he saw before blackness took him was the phoenix diving into the sky, driving the Dementors back like shadows fleeing the sun. From the stands, there were screams. A boy was falling. Arresto momentum. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos, calm and commanding. Harry's fall slowed until he hovered just above the green grass. Professor McGonagall was already sprinting across the pitch, skirts whipping in the wind. On the stands, Hermione clutched Ron's arm, both of them pale. McGonagall reached Harry first, wand still in hand. She bent over him, checking pulse, breath, eyes. He's alive, she announced loudly. Just unconscious. Madame Pomfrey will see to him. She turned sharply to the prefects. Get the students back to the castle, every single one. Now. Yes, Professor, Percy Weasley said crisply, already barking orders at the Gryffindors. High above, the silvery phoenix still circled, tearing through the black forms of the Dementors. Dumbledore watched silently, his expression unreadable. Hospital wing, hours later. Harry's eyes opened to blurred shapes and the faint scent of antiseptic. The ceiling above him was familiar, he'd been here too many times before. He adjusted his glasses, the weight of the storm still in his bones. His chest tightened. The match. The Dementors. His broom. He sat up quickly, wincing at the ache in his ribs. Where's my broom? He asked hoarsely, looking between the two shapes sitting beside him. Hermione bit her lip. Ron shifted uncomfortably. Harry. Hermione began gently, her voice low, the sort of tone she used when bracing someone for bad news. It's gone, mate, Ron said bluntly. Smashed to bits. the Whomping Willow got it. Harry stared at him, the words thudding into place. Gone. Ron nodded, grimacing. Completely. Twigs everywhere. It didn't stand a chance. Harry sank back into the pillow, staring at the ceiling. His Nimbus 2000, his first broom, his first real gift, his freedom, was gone. He felt hollow, like the air had been pulled out of him. Hermione leaned forward. I'm sorry, Harry. I know how much it meant to you. He swallowed, pushing down the ache. What about Hagrid? I didn't see him before the match. Hermione straightened. He had to go to his hearing. For Buckbeak. Because of Malfoy, Ron finished sourly. Because that git can't keep his mouth shut when he sees a chance to cause trouble. Hermione shot him a look. It wasn't just his mouth. He made a formal complaint. The Ministry's Committee for the Disposal of Dangerous Creatures is involved now. Harry frowned. I promised I'd help him. I completely forgot. I didn't, Hermione said quickly. I've been looking up similar cases in the library, times where a magical creature attacked someone but wasn't put down. I gave Hagrid all the examples and legal precedents I could find. If he presents them well, the committee might spare Buckbeak. Ron snorted. Might. You've seen Malfoy. He'll twist things however he wants. His dad's probably already bribing half the committee. That's not how it works, Ron. Hermione said sharply. The Ministry. Oh, please, Ron interrupted, leaning forward. You think Lucius Malfoy's going to sit back and let his son be humiliated without pulling strings? You know how these things go. Hermione huffed. Just because you're cynical doesn't mean we should give up before trying. Harry held up a hand, his voice tired but firm. Enough. Buckbeak needs our help. We'll give it. Arguing about Malfoy won't change anything. Ron muttered, doesn't mean I have to like it, but he didn't push further. Hermione sighed, smoothing the pages of the notebook resting on her lap. Well, if Hagrid uses the right arguments, there's a chance. That's what matters. And if he can't, she added after a pause. Then I'll have to ask for help from her. Ron's eyebrows shot up. Her? Who's her? A friend I made in France, Hermione replied. Ron stared at her as if she'd just claimed she could speak Parseltongue. Wait, Hermione, you have a friend. I mean, other than me, Harry, and that little monster you call Crookshanks. Hermione's eyes narrowed. First of all, Crookshanks is not a monster. And secondly, I have friends, lots of friends. Ron snorted. Yeah. Like who? You're always following us around. Hermione huffed, slammed her notebook shut, and glared at him. Honestly, Ronald, you are insufferable. Without another word, she rose from her chair and swept out of the hospital wing, her footsteps echoing on the stone floor. Harry leaned back, trying to drift off to sleep, paying little attention to his friends as they tore each other apart.